Like, listen, right? I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I had banned was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the up. He's used talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay? I literally said they need to understand
gotta let these people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What
do I think it's okay?
Most of the people joining ICE are authoritarians. I think we can deduce that pretty readily. They're comfortable with authoritarian employment culture. They are comfortable with submission to authority, and they're willing to commit otherwise horrific violence and aggression if it's sanctioned by authority. This aggression is definitely towards outsiders, immigrants, others, and especially toward rule breakers. Authoritarians tend to be conventionalists. They like traditional norms. They resist change. They're uncomfortable with ambiguity. There's a cognitive rigidity that's part of authoritarianism. That's a discomfort with nuance, a preference for simple answers, and a need for very simple black and white ethical, moral, and political ideologies. Authoritarian complex people tend to have average or slightly below average intelligence, and they have a high sensitivity to threats. So they have slightly enlarged amygdalas, generally speaking, not always, of course. And they have a deep need for order. So they crave discipline, clear hierarchy. They're uncomfortable with ambiguity. And they see the world through a very simple us versus them political and moral ideology. In today's chaotic United States, where there's a lot of ambiguity around morals and ideology, authoritarians find comfort in ICE because ICE provides a collective identity, a sense of purpose and belonging. An authoritarian would look at today's United States and see chaos, especially if they're caught in the crucible of Fox News. They would see an ambiguous ideological framework and destruction of norms and a lack of order. ICE offers a remedy to all of those things, but also a sense of identity and cool stuff. I'm going to take some guesses on the people that are coming into ICE right now and have been since Trump was elected. I'm going to guess that they are, in fact, authoritarians. I don't know who else would be drawn to this employment. These guys are likely facing downward mobility, financial insecurity, and that's because authoritarians tend to have poor prospects in professional cultures that value innovation and self-motivation. Authoritarian tendencies tend to negatively affect professional cultures, and so they don't last long in those. The best illustration of this is the US military, where you might think that an authoritarian would have an easy time, and in fact they do, in the lower ranks, right? Because rigidity and subservience to order and hierarchy are prized in foot soldiers. But in today's military, which is a meritocracy, the officer corps prizes innovation, individual initiative, independent judgment, and ethics. These are all either black and white for authoritarians or impossible. Most of these guys are probably one stint military guys. I suspect a lot of these ICE agents today are people who washed out of the military after seeing their prospects weren't going to take them anywhere, or washed out of a local police department. What they miss when they leave these institutions is the camaraderie, the sense of public service, the sense of a shared mission, the sense that they were helping create a safe and fair playing field in their communities, miss the uniforms and the dignity that uniforms engender. And they definitely miss a strong sense of masculine identity. I'm going to guess that most ICE enforcement officers are not well educated. You only need a high school diploma to be a G5 to get in and get your badge and your gun and your cool outfit. They may have a BA in criminology from who knows what, but probably fairly limited. They didn't study much Kierkegaard. ICE officers get all of these things from ICE when they join, right? They get a sense of identity, they get the cool outfits, and they get to follow orders. Now, there's a bonus, of course, because they get to take revenge for the millions of indignities that they've suffered throughout their lives. They get to take revenge against the DEI programs that they believe held them back if they're white officers, or they believe have tainted their service if they're minority officers. Outsiders, rule breakers, and others get to get stomped on. ICE officers probably think that they are part of a greater cause. They are in a quasi-religious quest to help make America great again. And it's important to remember that if somebody believes an absurdity, it doesn't take much for them to then start committing atrocities. Among Fox viewers and Trump believers right now, there's a sense of triumph and an inevitability of their victory against the culture of the left. So we can't discount the fact that a lot of these ICE officers are joining up as an act of opportunism. Now, within ICE, they get to learn tactical formations. Probably many of them already understand a lot of this from their military police service. They get to control other people, which is very important for an authoritarian. And they get, of course, the cool uniforms, the pepper spray, the guns, the outfits. They get to tell people what to do. And it's hard to express how important, it's hard to express how important that is to an authoritarian. They get to tell somebody else what to do on the orders of somebody above them. So there's that beautiful hierarchy, and they're not on the bottom. Another component of ICE is the ritualized violence. They become more violent as they become more violent. So every violent step leads to an even more violent step. They go from your good neighbor to somebody who will zip tie a child and certainly will put them up against a wall if we don't stop this. Achilles like these guys are committing horrific acts that may come back to haunt them as they get older, and they may be suffering PTSD in the long run over this. Certainly they will be laughed at in history and reviled. So they face that, but it's a problem of their own making, and they can get out of it at any moment. All they have to do is quit. Actually, I wouldn't say quit. I had a professor, a philosophy professor, who did 2 tours in Vietnam, and every week he wrote a letter to his superior detailing what was wrong with the war in Vietnam. And I would encourage anybody in ICE to do that. That's probably, or any National Guard member or member of the military who's issued unlawful orders, send it up the chain of command. Make a record of your dissent. That's much more powerful than just quitting. ICE provides the tactical formations. You get to stand with groups of people. You get to learn these violent techniques for suppressing dissent. You get to pepper spray young women in the face. You get to do all of these things that just really tickle an authoritarian's fancy. For most of these authoritarians, there is a sense and understanding that what they're doing is wrong. Of course, somewhere in there, their brain is telling them that, and that is in part why they have the masks on. They're not just hiding from you, they're hiding from themselves. That is important to understand. When you're up there protesting and you're up in their face, of course, if you're screaming at them or mocking them, you're not doing anything but proving them right. I don't think that that's of any use as far as to them. Makes you feel like you're doing something, I think, which is important. It is important to do, and I'm not saying don't protest. But I mean, you're just You may as well be mocking a donkey. They're not going to listen to you. In fact, the research shows that what they do is just get more and more hardened in their beliefs and become harder and harder to get to. But hey, your choice, free country, fucking yell at them if you want, because they are fucking idiots. Part of ritualized violence is revenge, right? This strong sense of revenge. So when an ICE officer slams an old woman to the ground or drags a pregnant woman out of a car or sprays a young girl in the face with pepper spray, they're taking revenge against all of the terrible things that have been done to them in their lives. This is a cathartic moment. This is why there's a thrill involved when they hurt another human being, because in their mind that human being is hurting them personally and their country. These are all, of course, imagined demons, but you know, they have real effects on these authoritarian people. There's groupthink, of course, at ICE, and individual doubts are going to be drowned out by collective enthusiasm for whatever the cause is. Organizations like ICE create groupthink because everybody is just following orders, and if you're an authoritarian, following orders is in your genetics and in your familial culture. Something really important is there's symbolic identity in ICE. Uniforms, weapons, the shield, the gas mask, the shared sense of purpose, and the hierarchy provide this symbolic identity in the absence of an individual identity. When you see a little fat turd ICE guy run over with a pepper sprayer and pepper spray some woman because she's speaking, you're seeing somebody who is taking revenge, but is also experiencing that catharsis, that moment born from years of suffering against liberal indignities. You know, they enjoy it. They, believe me, man, I've been around fuckers like this. They enjoy it. Don't fool yourself. Your calls for, why are you doing this? Why are you doing it? Or because they're having fun. This is like them in their element. They don't just not realize it's wrong to beat up a pregnant woman and drag her out of a car, or zip tie a 4-year-old child, separate him from his parents. They think they're doing you a favor by doing it to you, right? They think that they're doing the country a favor. Authoritarianism is not limited to the white race, and I'm sure you've seen all the black, brown, and Asian brothers, and mostly brothers, occasional woman here and there. Women can be authoritarians too, and you've wondered why they would join forces with what is clearly a white nationalist organization. Well, I can tell you that authoritarianism, like Sepola's stupidity, is wholly, totally independent of all other human traits. Above all, authoritarians tend to have led sad, lonely, pathetic existences. It's just true, sadly. Now, there was a time in human culture when we needed authoritarians. Authoritarians kept the community safe. They were the first to react to perceived dangers. It's in their genes. It's in their familial histories. They have generational trauma, authoritarian after authoritarian after authoritarians, and mean parental figures, usually dad, scary, big, mean, scary dad, right? That has told them what to do and kept them safe, and they feel safe in that environment, as any child would. So these guys are living they're living hard lives. Now, I'm not telling you, that we should have a kumbaya moment with them. I'm just telling you who they are, and it's not a good road to hoe, man. I mean, if you're born with that authoritarian cocktail of genes and environmental factors that create in you the idea that ICE is good, you're living you're a pretty emotionally poor and loveless life. It's a loveless life that also comes with the damning idea that therapy is not something worth doing, and restorative justice and things, like that are scary and ambiguous and stupid and not worth looking into. So they find each other, they tell each other all the same things, they realize they're all part of the same culture. I mean, it's a culture of stupidity and violence, but they find their identities, their symbolic identity, and they go forward. What I'm trying to do is find a way. I don't necessarily have it, but I want to find a way to meaningfully respond to ICE. And I think to do that, we have to abide in an uncomfortable emotional and intellectual space where we understand that ICE agents are both harmful and human beings. They think they're doing good. I mean, they're doing great harm, and they will put children against the wall. And I think probably a lot of them need to be imprisoned for the terrible violence that they visited on innocent people. That won't happen, but that doesn't mean it shouldn't. We just need to know what we're dealing with. And I could give a fuck if you like and subscribe. I hate that shit, man.
Wow, this dude's new to YouTube, but I like his attitude. I'm not sure that I agree with everything. Oh, excuse me. I guess I better get my water bottle. I don't necessarily agree with everything he's saying, but it does beg the question. What are the end games with ICE specifically? I kind of know what the end game is going to be with the National Guard, but how do we keep up the low crime statistics that Trump is touting? This is the one thing that America has never been very good with military campaigns, end games. World War II seems to be the last time we had a good end game to a war. And ICE, ramping up ICE by 10,000 officers, assuming the immigration problem is not a forever problem, what happens when everything gets under control? What do we do with all these people who won't have much to do? And I think that this ramp up for ICE is going to cause future problems. But I'll elaborate on that at some other point, I guess. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Please make sure you hit the like button. And if you're wandering and you're new, stay a while, see if you like the show. Subscribe and share if you do like the show. I actually don't have too many news articles, or fewer than usual. It's kind of the same stuff in the news day after day this week. I do have a couple Supreme Court cases. One definitely I want to listen to. Unfortunately, Supreme Court cases don't come with video. It's all a bunch of listening. However, for me anyway, it's a must hear. It's about conversion therapy. Colorado apparently outlawed therapists, like mental health professionals, from using conversion therapy. And it's wound up being heard by the Supreme Court. The case is wound up being heard by the Supreme Court this last Tuesday, and just haven't gotten around to listening to it. But today I found a hole in the schedule, and we shall do that. And it is Friday. Happy Friday. The Sovereign Beer Fund is open and accepting donations / investment. So there will be a Saturday show tomorrow. I think I know what it's going to be about. There's some financial stuff that I'm curious about, that CKJ3 Forex. Just want to. The question I had yesterday is maybe the government shutting down and the normal monthly financial data not being available that the government provides, a lot of people are looking at a lot of companies or people who are concerned with the economic numbers are looking at alternative sources, private sources. And other than ADP, I haven't known, I think it's ADP, whoever does payrolls. Other than ADP, I didn't know there were a whole lot of private sources out there. And maybe that's what people ought to be doing instead of relying on the government so much to track the economy. Because I guarantee you the government uses a lot of these private sources. So, you know, that's a part of what I'm interested in exploring tomorrow. So today's show title, if you watched any John Galt versus Knightish, you'll understand what the title's about. And my only complaint is that CT protects John too much from Knightish. I think if Knightish had been unleashed to go one-on-one with John, John would not be able to deal with Knightish. John was never able to deal with me. You know, there are times he'd leave his own show. So you like goatees. Thank you so much, A-Dub. We speaking of which, you know, we are trying to get to 500 viewers. You know, just so we have the option of monetizing. And it's so funny. I actually have the 5,000 watch hours. I started thinking about it last night on T's overnight show. I couldn't believe she doesn't have the watch hours. She has the subscribers, I think, but she doesn't have she's at 3,000 or so watch hours, which surprises me because her show predates mine. But you know, the downside is apparently a lot of people watch this show and just, you know, it's not to their taste, which is understandable. You know, I tend to be an acquired taste. But anyway, that's all the housekeeping stuff for now. Let us move into news. So, Middle East crisis updates. Israel approves their cabinet, approved the Gaza deal that would free hostages and prisoners. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu won cabinet approval for the first phase of a ceasefire agreement with Hamas. President Trump said hostages held in Gaza would be released by early next week. So that is good news, and you see everybody celebrating, or a few people celebrating. Looks like they're all grandmothers. And let's see here. I'll read a little bit of the latest. Israel's government on Friday approved an agreement brokered by President Trump that paves the way for a ceasefire in the 2-year-old war in Gaza in return of all remaining hostages held by Hamas. The approval by Israel's cabinet after midnight in Israel on Thursday in the United States came hours after Mr. Trump and the chief Hamas negotiator, Khalil al-Hayya, each declared that the war in Gaza was over. In a televised speech, Mr. al-Hayya said Israel and Hamas have reached an agreement to end the war and that the United States had provided guarantees that it was over. So good for them. What's not mentioned in this article is that there are around 2,000 prisoners that Israel, 2,000 Palestinian prisoners that Israel will also release. So this is more a hostage exchange or prisoner exchange, prisoner hostage exchange. It's not, you know, Hamas doing it out of the goodness of their heart. I also want to point out that Donald Trump has announced yesterday that he's sending 200 U.S. troops over there to monitor / do whatever they're going to do, facilitate. I think that's a bad move. I don't think U.S. troops need to be anywhere near Israel and Gaza right now. But he's the president. He gets to do what he wants to do. apparently. And then also, Trump did not win the Nobel Peace Prize. I don't know why anybody thought that he would, at least this go round. This is just round one or phase one of a peace agreement. Give it a year. Maybe if it takes, he'll be more eligible to win a Nobel. But I will say this. He has achieved peace, at least temporarily, between Gaza and Israel, while at home he is wreaking fucking havoc. Okay, hopefully the peace prize includes, keeping peace at home, and he's not doing a very good job at that. So I don't really care if he gets a Nobel Prize. What I want him to do is not wreck, American culture just out of, for his own personal capriciousness. So anyway, speaking of peace at home, judge blocks Trump from deploying troops in Illinois for now. Also, they're continuing to block troops into Portland, Oregon. Now, I'll play a little bit of this. It's kind of temporary, but any halt to this foolishness is welcome.
Welcome to the Unreliable AI Hot. Let's go to redhat.com/options. That's redhat.com.
A federal judge in Chicago on Thursday blocked President Donald Trump from deploying troops in Illinois, halting for now his administration's push to dispatch the National Guard in and around the country's third largest city. The administration is almost certain to appeal the decision, which is the second time in a week that a judge has rejected Trump's efforts to place troops in a major city. An appeals court panel on Thursday heard arguments about a different judge's decision stopping Trump from sending troops to Portland, Oregon. The panel did not immediately issue a decision about whether it would allow the Portland deployment to proceed. The dual legal developments illustrated the degree of pushback that Trump's deployments face from local officials and residents, as well as the disapproval his efforts have encountered among some judges. During the hearing in Chicago, U.S. District Judge April M. Perry appeared deeply skeptical of the Trump administration's actions, as well as its accuracy. Perry pressed a Justice Department lawyer for answers, saying she had observed a lack of credibility in several declarations submitted by federal officials in the case, and questioning how broadly troops might be used. "I am very much struggling to figure out where this would ever stop," said Perry, who was appointed to the bench by President Joe Biden last year. Announcing her decision from the bench late Thursday afternoon, Perry said she was blocking National Guard troops from being federalized or deployed anywhere in Illinois. Chicago and Portland are among several places where Trump has sent troops or vowed to do so, saying that the National Guard is needed to help combat crime and protect immigration enforcement officers. Many local and state officials across the country have pushed back on Trump's deployments and claims alike, saying the troops are not needed, and that his depictions of their communities as crime-ridden are detached from reality. In the Chicago and Portland cases, local and state leaders went to court to stop the deployments, arguing in both cases that Trump had acted unlawfully, and saying that sending troops would only ratchet up tensions. Perry appeared to acknowledge as much while announcing her decision Thursday. "I find the deployment of National Guard is likely to lead to civil unrest," she said from the bench. Authorities in Illinois praised Perry's decision. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, Democrat, called it a win for the people of Chicago and the rule of law. Abigail Jackson, a White House spokeswoman, said Trump had exercised his lawful authority to protect federal officers and assets, and suggested an appeal was coming. "President Trump will not turn a blind eye to the lawlessness plaguing American cities, and we expect to be vindicated by a higher court," Jackson said in a statement. Officials in Illinois had sued the Trump administration Monday, accusing officials of illegally seizing control of the state's National Guard. They wrote in court papers that the legal challenge was needed to protect the basic structure of American federalism from this administration's unprecedented intrusion. Texas National Guard troops began operating in the Chicago area on Wednesday evening. Sending those troops into Illinois, state officials wrote, amounts to a grave intrusion on Illinois' sovereignty. In early September, the administration announced the start of an immigration enforcement mission in Chicago called Operation Midway Blitz.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop it there. I'm really just interested in the part where these deployments get delayed. I think that there's all kinds of rumors, floating around out here on YouTube that really Donald Trump is literally just, people are coming to him, showing him footage from 2020 of unrest, and he's just buying it hook, line, and sinker. There, I don't know, almost every day I'm hearing that Trump isn't actually running things in his administration. So I guess it'll all come out in the wash. They're literally saying when you see Trump in public, you're seeing the best of Trump. They're pumping him full of whatever. And after that, like outside of his public appearances, he's just kind of a wreck. So who knows? Same rumors were swirling around about Joe Biden, and they wound up being true in hindsight. So most states, and this is what I'm talking about with an end game, most states with National Guard troops in D.C. plan to withdraw this fall. So most contributing states have announced plans to pull their National Guard forces later this fall, with 5 states accounting for more than 80% of out-of-state troops in Washington, D.C. The National Guard was activated in August after President Donald Trump issued an emergency order over crime concerns, prompting legal pushback in Chicago, Portland, and from D.C.'s Attorney General. Official figures show more than 4,000 arrests since the campaign began, while data indicate crime decreased during that period, and the Guard presence has unnerved D.C. residents despite no violent incidents reported. The planned drawdown could relieve D.C. residents who say the deployment has become normalized, and South Carolina Guard plans to withdraw its remaining troops by the end of October. Date set for late October and November could still be extended as Ohio, Georgia, Mississippi, and West Virginia plan removals by November 30, while the D.C. National Guard's orders extend through December. To be honest, I don't know why D.C.'s National Guard wasn't enough. I think that a lot of these Republican states wanted to do the let's own the libs sort of thing. And again, I'm still asking the question, once these troops get withdrawn, what's the end game? How do we keep crime at the current level it is in DC? And I've heard absolutely nothing. Maybe somebody in the audience has, but I don't, it seems like we're all about the short term, and we're just ignoring the long term. But who knows? I don't know everything. So this next item is interesting. I don't know if people are familiar with the Bulwark. It is a never Trumper Republican sort of publication. Most of the people there are. That's interesting that you should say that, Lupin. Pretty interesting about T's show. Yeah, it's not to my taste, but you know what? Usually her show is overnight, and a lot of times while she's playing the music, I'm just reading. So anyway, this is the Bulwark. It is a online magazine publication. They've got YouTube channels. Centrist, Republican, anti-Trump. And this guy's Tim, damn it, I can't think of his last name. He used to be a Republican operative of some sort of communications specialist. But anyway, this particular video is talking about Joe Rogan and others, and it is very interesting.
Hey everybody, Tim Miller from the Bulwark here.
Tim Miller.
Keeping an eye on Joe Rogan and the guys in the manosphere, as you know, particularly around the immigration issue. And I'm going to keep banging this drum because hopefully watching Joe Rogan speak with moral clarity about this will continue to give Democrats the backbone to fight about this. Who the hell knows? Maybe it'll shake a Republican or two loose. I'm not exactly counting my chickens before they hatch on that, but couldn't hurt. Most importantly, it's helping wake up a lot of people who might not be consuming, whatever, left media or even mainstream media. A lot of people who are outside of, who aren't reading the New York Times or watching the nightly news and who are getting their information from Rogan or Schultz or one of these other guys. Like maybe some of them will also be woken up to the fact that, holy shit, they signed up for something that was a lot more cruel than they wanted. And I think this relates a bit to my conversation with Kevin Clancy with KFC over at Barstool last week, where we talked about this a bunch. But I want to play for you this clip from Rogan. I want to play for you a couple clips. Rogan is talking to a guy named Duncan Trussell, who I don't know, who seems to really like acid a lot. And so, maybe there's a little kind of clarity that comes from being next to somebody who's deep into the psychedelic bag. Let's watch Joe Rogan.
If you've been here for 25 years, you have a family, your kids go to school here, you speak the language, you're just illegal. But you're a contributing member to the community that up until now has been protected. This is crazy to ask lower income and middle income people who are, kind of getting by. And then all of a sudden you're about to ship them to a country where they've never been. They haven't been since they were 4.
Yeah.
And you're gonna pull up their family and pull up, and they've been in the community like that. That shows no heart. And that's the problem. Like, you're not going to get any reasonable people to want to go along with that. Any kind person would look at that and go, this can't be the only way to do this.
Damn right.
So you can see there, I mean, he's responding just emotionally. Like, this is an empathetic response from Rogan, right? It's like not really about, winning this fight on the policies. It's not really about, concerns about the border, fentanyl, because Rogan still has those, right? Like, this is about just a human that lives in this country saying, no, I do not want to be part of the team that is going and menacing and hassling and harassing and arresting and shackling people who have been productive members of society in front of their kids. I don't want these thugs going into communities and going after people and doing so in a way that's going to traumatize their families. Like, people, I guess this is my fundamental insight on this. And I think that sometimes some folks on the left, even some of my colleagues, this is maybe something that they don't appreciate, which is that most people want to be on the side of the good guys. Like, most people don't want to be the baddies. They don't revel in other people's pain. And that's hard for some folks who oppose Trump to process, because like, Trump is just such a brazen asshole. And the fact that you would have somebody like Stephen Miller around him, right? It's kind of like, for somebody who sees Trump clearly for who they are, they're like, I assume that everybody is signing up for Trump because they want an asshole. And there's some people that are signing up for Trump because they want an asshole. But a lot of people convinced themselves that, whatever it was, like whether it was the fentanyl deaths or Laken Riley or inflation, whatever it was, or Trump being anti-war. This was a big thing for that appealed to them. That they were able to come up with a rationalization while they're on the side of the angels, saying that evangelicals, focus on abortion. Like, most people are not saying, I'm for Trump, I'm putting on the black hat. Elon did. There's some black hats out there, but most of them thought they were doing what was right. And these images, a priest getting gatted with a pellet gun, it starts to lay bare for people that, oh man, this is bad. I don't want to be.
I want to stop this right here. I'm assuming we get the point, but if you pay attention to polls, they're almost weekly now, if not daily. There are people who, podcasters like Joe Rogan and others who, went and stumped for Trump when he was campaigning to be president. A lot of people getting disillusioned right now. And the other thing that's just kind of like right on a precipice is this economy. Okay. Prices at the grocery store are not coming down. I haven't really paid much attention to gas prices, but in my opinion, they've been holding about steady. There's been no dramatic drop in gas prices. I think that, to be honest, I honestly don't know what is keeping, the MAGA base motivated right now. I don't see anything. And, this Middle East thing, that's all well and good, but I think it's kind of just a mixed bag when there's so much turmoil in your home country. My parents used to, and I think every parent kind of experiences this with their kids, where kids will listen to everybody but their parents. They will clean up everybody's house but their own room. That's kind of what's happening with Trump, in my opinion. He is paying attention, a lot of attention, to Russia. I'm sorry, Russia, Ukraine, and Gaza, and Israel, while just not paying attention to what's going on in Portland and sending the National Guard to places where they don't necessarily need to go. So anyway, let me get off my soapbox. So we have a government shutdown, but Senate passes bipartisan $925 billion defense policy bill. So they can get something done. Legislation would provide a 3.8% pay raise for American troops while funding weapons and overhauling military procurement. Well, the interesting thing is I heard a story overnight on a news show about a woman who, I think it was C-SPAN, that she appeared on during their morning call-in show. And apparently the military is not being paid currently. And she basically said that I think her husband's deployed, and because they're not getting any pay, she's got 3 kids that need like medicine. And, the story was, damn, you know what? If this goes on too long, I could lose a kid or two, because she can't afford to pay for the medicine, which is strange. You would think the military would pay for it. Usually they take care of families and stuff like that. So I don't know the details, but this shutdown is the Republicans control basically the government, and people realize this. So I don't know. There's got to be some ulterior motive behind Trump wanting to keep the shutdown like this. He's not going to get economic data, which is a good thing because the jobs market and all that stuff is not going to be positive. And, who knows? He hasn't done it yet, but he's threatened to use the shutdown as an excuse to fire or furlough more people. So, well, I don't know. I just don't get why this shutdown is necessary. I wonder if the National Guard's getting paid. So this is interesting. Apparently they caught the guy they've accused of starting those LA fires, the LA wildfire. More details are emerging. So we got to listen to this. The guy's not even from California, if I recall.
What we know about the Florida man arrested in the LA wildfire case. This article is by Jill Cowan and Valerie Bowie Ramsey and read by an automated voice. The man accused of starting a fire that would later ignite one of most destructive conflagrations in California history was described on Thursday as a lonely young man whose mental health had been declining and who looked to ChatGPT for guidance. A day earlier, the authorities in Los Angeles said in court documents that Jonathan Rinderknecht used a lighter to start a small fire on a hiking trail in the early hours of New Year's Day, firefighters believed it was extinguished by the next day. But nearly a week later, investigators said, fearsome winds fanned smoldering embers from that blaze to become the Palisades fire, which killed 12 people and destroyed thousands of homes. On Thursday, Mr. Rinderknecht appeared in court in Orlando, Florida, about 70 miles from where he was living. Here's what we know about him. Who is Jonathan Rinderknecht? According to public records, court documents, and information from Thursday's court hearing, Mr. Rinderknecht, 29, has lived a peripatetic life with a far-flung network of family and acquaintances. Since 2016, he has been associated with addresses in Michigan, Florida, and California. He told investigators that he grew up in France and speaks French fluently and still has family there. A federal prosecutor said in a court hearing on Thursday that he had discussed plans recently to move to Bali. In recent years, he had been living with a romantic partner in the Los Angeles area. Starting in 2020, the prosecutor said on Thursday. The relationship ended in 2023. Several months ago, Mr. Rinderknecht moved in with his sister, his brother-in-law, and their 2 children in Melbourne, Florida, lawyers said. His lawyer in Florida, Aziza Hawthorne, an assistant federal defender, said in court that he has no criminal history and that he is working with a psychiatrist who has prescribed him medication. Ms. Hawthorne pointed out that his sisters and brother were in the courtroom to support him. But federal prosecutors told a different story. Mr. Rinderknecht's deteriorating mental health and apparent access to firearms made him dangerous to have in a home with young children. His sister and brother-in-law had tried unsuccessfully to get him to move out, in part with help from his father, who flew from France to Florida. At one point, after police officers were called to their house, Mr. Rinderknecht's brother-in-law told the local police that he would burn the house down. According to Uber, he is no longer driving for the company and has been banned from the app. Mr. Rinderknecht had also been driving for DoorDash, according to public records. What was his involvement? Prosecutors say that Mr. Rinderknecht started a small fire with a lighter on a Pacific Palisades trail just after midnight on January 1st, not far from where he had been living. On New Year's Eve, Mr. Rinderknecht had been driving for Uber, according to an affidavit in support of the federal complaint. Federal investigators said they determined that Mr. Rinderknecht had dropped off passengers before hiking nearby to a spot known as the Skull Rock Trailhead. Cell phone and camera data they examined showed he was the only one there at the time the fire ignited. His passengers said later that he seemed angry and agitated that night. Mr. Rinderknecht tried to call 911 multiple times before finally getting through, according to the affidavit. They said he took video at the trailhead and offered to help firefighters extinguish the blaze when he encountered them as he left the scene. Local firefighters believe that smaller fire, the Lachman Fire, was extinguished by January 2nd, but on January 7th, an unusually fierce windstorm reignited invisible smoldering embers, according to investigators. Those would rage out of control and become the Palisades Fire. Investigators said they found evidence that Mr. Rinderknecht was fascinated with fire and destruction, citing his online history, including ChatGPT prompts. Investigators also pointed to Mr. Rinderknecht's affinity for a French rap song, Unzadere Unte, by the artist Jasmine, which describes despair and malaise. Mr. Rinderknecht listened to the song 9 times in the 4 days leading up to the January 1st fire. He had also watched the song's music video, which depicts the artist lighting things on fire. A federal prosecutor, Rachel Lyons, suggested in court on Thursday that Mr. Rinderknecht was feeling lonely just before New Year's Day. 2 days before the fire, he had texted his former partner, who responded, "I need space." He also reached out to another individual who didn't remember him, Ms. Lyons said. What was he charged with? Prosecutors have charged Mr. Rinderknecht with maliciously starting a fire that damaged and destroyed federal property. The New Year's Day fire that they say he started, known as the Lachman Fire, burned federal land within the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area, as well as land owned by the state and a conservation group.
Yeah, I can't listen to any more of this. What the fuck is up with these white boys? I keep hearing about how screwed up the quote black community is And all around us, there are people starting major wildfires. There are people shooting up schools. There are people assassinating political figures. And all the while, the biggest problem in the United States is the ghetto in Black culture. Fuck. These poor motherfuckers. And speaking of speaking of what's wrong with these white boys, I give you Professor Black Truth.
I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. And now the Friday crime report. Kyron Lacey was LSU's star wide receiver and on his way to the NFL. But on December 17th of last year, police in Louisiana claimed that he was involved in a car crash that left an elderly white man dead. Now, the word involved is doing a lot of heavy lifting there, because the reality is that Mr. Lacey's vehicle never hit anyone. Yet that's not how the police or the white media portrayed the events that day. According to the Louisiana State Police, Mr. Lacey was driving a green Dodge Charger south on Louisiana Highway 20. They claim Mr. Lacey passed multiple vehicles at a high rate of speed in a designated no passing zone. A truck headed north braked and swerved out of the way of the oncoming Dodge. A 2017 Kia Cadenza was behind the truck, and the driver of that vehicle also swerved in order to miss the Dodge. As the Kia Cadenza took evasive action to avoid impact with the Dodge, it crossed the center line and collided head-on with a southbound 2017 Kia Sorento. That's how the Louisiana State Police and the white media reported this incident. That the fatal accident happened because cars were forced to swerve out of the way to avoid being hit by Mr. Lacey's vehicle. They then ginned up some trumped-up charges of negligent homicide and arrested Mr. Lacey, making sure to publicize the mugshot. This action on the part of the white authorities sent young Mr. Lacey into a downward spiral. His family retained a lawyer, but Mr. Lacey could see the police were distorting and outright fabricating what happened, and for a black man accused of killing a white one in Louisiana, where black jurors are as rare as rooster's teeth, he correctly felt he was being railroaded. A few months later, on April 12, 2025, while he was in Houston, a domestic incident was reported to police claiming Mr. Lacey had fired a gun into the ground. When the police responded, Mr. Lacey had already left. Police found him later driving down the street, and during what the police called a chase, Mr. Lacey's vehicle crashed. Kyron Lacey would be pronounced dead at the scene from what police claim was a self-inflicted gunshot wound. That was back in April, but the entire reason Mr. Lacey was dead was because the Louisiana State Police had charged him with causing the death of an elderly white man. But was that true? Being the police, the family knew that they were lying, so they had their lawyer begin his own inquiry into the police's story, and the Lafourche Parish District Attorney's Office began their own independent investigation. And the Louisiana State Police's story began to unravel immediately.
Because there's a ton of confusion. People seem to believe that somehow he hit someone in this accident, or possibly even shot through two cars and there was this explosion behind him. I've heard every version possible. But we can show you the version right now.
Okay. Sort of describe the video for our audience, what you've seen in the video.
Yeah, so what you'll see is in the top left of the screen, you're going to see multiple cars just making their way south to Thibodaux, coming from Vacherie. At some point in time, you're going to see the collision, which we're going to know is vehicle number 2 from oncoming traffic colliding with the vehicle of Mr. Hall. You will see another vehicle come to a stop, and then you'll see Kyron Lacey come to a stop.
So as we've seen the video, it looks like the impact happens and then Kyron Lacey is behind him. How far away was he from there?
Well, yeah, that's the beauty of the investigative report that I now have my hands on. We know from data that Kyron Lacey did in fact pass 4 cars. There's no disputing that. Further north, Kyron Lacey passed 4 cars. However, he was back in his lane of travel, 92.3 yards. Back in his lane, behind Mr. Hall. At the time of impact, he's 72.6 yards behind the vehicles at the time of impact. Keyword, behind the vehicles. That is not how this story was ever painted. Never. But the big narrative spun was, and this is very important, that he was actively passing at the time of this accident. That is extremely important. We know now that is 100% false. In the conclusion of the district attorney's report, they state in here that they gave the impression that Kyron Lacey was actively passing vehicles when the crash occurred, which is incorrect. He did pass 4 vehicles, but was back in the southbound lane before the crash occurred. And now we know, according to this data, that was 72.6 yards, as it's stated in this report.
So even if you believe the state police's story, even they admitted that the 2017 Kia Cadenza was the vehicle that actually crossed the center line and struck and killed the elderly driver of the Kia Sorento. The Lafourche Parish DA's investigation found that the black box in the Kia Sorento that killed Herman Hall showed that the driver who hit him didn't even hit the brakes until half a second before the crash.
Actually, Vehicle 2's story got bigger and bigger and bigger until we now have their data, right? So when we get our hands on it, I'm looking at the data from that particular vehicle. That data in that vehicle shows me 5 seconds previous to this crash. 5. I'm looking at it, and you're going to show it. 5 seconds previous to this crash, she maintained a speed of 49.6 miles an hour, never activating the EBS system until 0.5 seconds before the crash. Why is that important? Because if your story, which we'll get into, keeps getting bigger and bigger, and you had all this time to see the gold truck, in her words, stomp on their brakes, slam on their brakes, come to a stop, veer off the road. I see another vehicle approaching. I see the Charger approaching. Well, my question to you now becomes, how did you see that vehicle approaching, or him stop, or him slam on his brakes, yet your data says you never touched your brake prior to 0.5 seconds before that crash? I'm looking right now, so are you, at the last 5 seconds, according to her. Her car's black box, not mine, not my expert. That's her car. So if you're going to tell me a 5 to 10 second elaborate story, it needs to make sense. And when you have the data, not only doesn't it add up, it's not possible.
The driver who hit Herman Hall had been tailgating at a high rate of speed, leaving themselves no time to stop.
Vehicle 2 was tailgating, all right, according to the data, again, of the district attorney's office, not me, according to their data.
None of this was Mr. Lacey's fault. Had the driver of the Cadenza done like the truck in front of her and just stayed in their lane, they may have rear-ended the truck, but there wouldn't have been a fatality. And the most damning evidence against the police of all, the body camera footage shows the state police telling one of the key witnesses, the driver of the truck, what to say in his statement.
Alright, sir. So, look, don't worry about filling any of this top information, like your name, address. Don't worry about any of that. Just right here, if you could, I'll just have you write exactly what you saw. Just make sure to include, where you were.
I don't even know what the name of that highway.
It's Highway 20. Highway 20. That you just.
All right, maybe my wife's gonna figure out right quick.
Okay, just make sure you add in there that you had to slam on your brakes, and the brakes, you had to slam on the brakes to avoid that Charger, and the brakes locked up to avoid that Charger. That's.
I ain't skid mark or nothing. That wasn't even going for me. That lady in the back of me, she didn't say what had me. That's how she called that wreck. She was running in the back of me. She pulled on the other side, and that's not in it.
So, but the Charger was coming right at you, correct? And that's why you had to slam on your brake, the head on with you. So yeah, just make sure you include that, and that's very important because we're trying to locate this Charger right now. So just include that in the statement, and I'll read it over, and then I'll be out of here.
In that video, you can clearly hear the suggestive nature indicating that I need you to say that you had to slam on your brakes and you had to avoid a Charger.
Okay, just make sure you add in there that you had to slam on your brakes, and the brakes, you had to slam on the brakes to avoid that Charger, and the brakes locked up to avoid that Charger. That's correct, and that's why you had to slam on your brake.
But then you hear Gold Truck, the witness who's the Gold Truck, what he says. And he says verbatim.
I ain't skid mark or nothing. That wasn't even going for me. That lady in the back of me, she didn't say what had me. That's how she called that wreck. She was running in the back of me. She pulled on the other side, and that's not in it.
I didn't skid marked or nothing because I wasn't even going that fast. That lady in the back of me, she didn't see what's happening. That's how she caused that wreck. She was going to run into the back of me, and she pulled into the other side. But there's a bigger problem. I then obtained the actual written statement.
And this is from the gold truck.
This is the gold truck. See, the problem with that statement is it is in direct contravention to what was said minutes earlier. It's not written by him. And where it says signed, it's not signed. It's refused. But you see, when I have a witness who is the most critical, and he's telling you, I wasn't traveling fast. We know now that he wasn't. The data shows 2.99 seconds before that he was traveling 28 miles an hour. The data shows that. Now he corroborates that. And he goes on to say, I didn't even make a skid mark. That woman behind me, she caused that accident. And you give me this statement that is refused? I got a problem. But I've got an affidavit for arrest warrant right here. Nowhere in here does it say anything that you guys just saw on body cam. To the contrary, about that vehicle, it says the gold truck took evasive action by emergency braking and driving off the roadway to avoid a head-on crash. But you just heard he said, I wasn't even going fast. I didn't even skid mark. So what emergency braking are we referring to here? And what the hell was the point of this report? That is complete opposite.
You heard it. The driver of the truck said he didn't skid. He wasn't even going fast. But the cop kept insisting that he say he slammed the brakes anyway. This guy was telling this witness what to say. This wasn't taking a statement. This was dictating a statement. The driver of the truck told him that it was the car behind him who was to blame. But the cop ignored that and just kept insisting that he had to say he slammed the brakes. And when the witness refused, the cop wrote up the report himself. And when it came time for the witness to sign it, the witness refused. The witness knew that this cop was lying and was trying to get him to validate the lie, so he refused to even sign it. This was the so-called evidence that the state police were using to try to prosecute Mr. Lacy. Fraudulent statements, selectively picking and choosing what they wanted to put in their report. This wasn't an investigation, it was a framing. And it was so corrupt that even the LaFourche Parish DA's office, who never saw an act of police corruption that they couldn't excuse away, had to admit that the state police's version of the events didn't fit the facts. So, what's the facts then? The state policeman who tried to manipulate the witness into giving a false statement has been identified as Tyler Werner with the Louisiana State Police. Keep in mind, this is the same organization of scum who murdered Ronald Green. And just like every other instance where you have some cop who harms or tries to frame a black person, we're not being told anything about state policeman Tyler Werner. The white media's decided that there's going to be a blackout on all information about him. Instead, they just repeat what the police had said over and over again, which is basically lying and claiming that Mr. Lacy was hitting cars when he hadn't hit anybody. This is not white media coverage. It's a white media cover-up. And now that this scandal is blown up in their faces, the Louisiana State Police are trying to do damage control. They put out their own video that they claimed showed Mr. Lacy driving recklessly. But when you watch the video, you see that Mr. Lacy was nowhere near the accident at the time of the collision. He was in his lane with at least 2 cars in front of him. The police hadn't revealed any of this before. And even they know they're in deep because instead of just showing the video and letting the evidence speak for itself, the state police did exactly what their colleague Tyler Werner did. And they decided they were going to tell the public what to think, the same way Tyler Werner was trying to dictate to that truck driver what to say.
Since the incident occurred, the Louisiana State Police never reported that the green Charger impacted any of the involved vehicles. However, all evidence collected supports the conclusion that Lacy's reckless operation of the green Charger in oncoming traffic triggered the chain of events involving the other drivers, ultimately resulting in the fatal crash.
The state police never reported that the green Charger impacted any of the involved vehicles. No, they simply left that part out. Because by refusing to report that Mr. Lacy didn't hit anyone, they intentionally misled people to the false conclusion that he had collided with the other vehicles. When a lie gets repeated enough times, it becomes the truth. And when that lie is about a black person, they don't even care what the truth is. But now, because they're being challenged and they're having to try to explain away their original story, you see what they're actually doing now. Now they're backtracking on almost everything. You watch the video and you see that at the time of the crash, Mr. Lacey was going the same rate of speed as everybody else.
At no point in time did he have to slam his brakes. He wasn't even close to the second car. He just eased in. He eased in. He went straight from there to the facility in Trevor for his football practice. But he had no idea he caused this accident because he didn't think he caused the accident. He didn't cause the accident.
Nobody had to veer out of his way to avoid being hit because he was nowhere near them. He was over 70 yards away from the scene of the crash at the time of the impact. That's almost 3/4 the length of a football field. So this is what their defense is going to be. They're going to try to use weasel words and try to con people into thinking their lies match what actually happened. Tyler Werner should already be under arrest for falsifying a police report, which is what he did. When taking a statement, all you can do is write down what you're told. You can ask for clarification, but you cannot tell a witness what they ought to write. Telling witnesses to include such and such is bad enough, but when the witness tells you that didn't happen and you insist on it anyway, now what you're telling them is go ahead and lie. Saying to write in there that somebody hit the brakes and the brakes locked. He did that deliberately because he wanted to be able to shape the report to fit his narrative. This is some of those crooked cop tricks that they use whenever they put false cases on people. As for the person who actually killed Herman Hall, social media accounts have listed a name. I'm not repeating it here simply because it hasn't actually been confirmed. But regardless, that woman who was actually driving that Kia.
You know, I'm going to say I don't get the impression that young cop was malicious. It's just he basically bought in to the wrong version of the story. And yeah, he coached the dude giving the statement, but I get the impression that the cop actually believed that Kyron had caused that wreck. So I don't know. I don't want to, say malicious or one shouldn't say something is malicious when it's really not. So, let's not be as bad as the cops. And Lupin, Lupin's comments reminded me of something that I saw briefly yesterday. So I don't know. I really wasn't going to show it, but what the hell? We might as well just listen to this before we get into the Supreme Court thing. So much misinformation.
Hi, folks. Thanks for joining me. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and welcome to the Sea Files. And once again, happy birthday to the Navy and the United States Marine Corps. Navy on October 13th, Marine Corps on November the 10th. How many of you knew that? 250 years of service. Thank you, all of you sailors and Marines and Seabees and Special Forces. We thank and veterans. We thank you for your service. I'm going to talk for just a moment about critical race theory and intersectionality and a concept called white guilt. Let's begin with critical race theory. I know somebody's going to want to give a textbook definition of it and try to defend it and excuse it, but there's no excuse for it. I don't care what your college professor taught you. I don't care what your textbook said. There's no excuse for critical race theory. It was born out of, or the concept of it was born out of the Frankfurt School in Germany. It was a...
Nope, wrong. It literally wasn't. Derek Bell. This is why you should care what your college textbook says. Don't listen to Grandpa. Grandpa might not actually have the actual information.
Marxist think tank. Marx's theory, economic theory, the poor versus the rich, divide and conquer. The idea that the rich are the oppressors, the poor are the victims of the oppressors, worked when it came to the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. And it worked with Mao's revolution in China. It worked in North Vietnam and a number of other places. Where it would not work was in the United States. The reason it was not successful in the United States is because of the free enterprise system.
What the
It was
fuck
hard
is
to
he
pit the
talking
poor
about?
against the rich because you had the middle class. And the vast majority of people in the United States were either middle class or rich.
Oh boy. Okay. So the middle class doesn't get oppressed by the rich? Oh my Lord. You know what? I'm just going to watch this and not comment.
And there wasn't enough poor to really push the Marxist ideology or the Marxist economic theory. To push the idea that the poor are the victims and the rich are the oppressors and that type of thing. It just wasn't working. There were some who bought into it, but not enough. And so the Frankfurt School, being a think tank, was trying to figure out a way to infiltrate the United States with Marxist ideology. And they figured out that the Achilles heel of the United States is race relations. Because of our sordid history of slavery, mainly pushed by Southern Democrats, by the way, was our Achilles heel.
Really?
You see, only the Southern Democrat plantation owners were really pushing the transatlantic slave trade.
Oh,
African
wow.
tribes would go to war with each other. The tribe that lost would be sold to the Europeans, and some would be shipped to Europe, some to the Caribbean, some to the southern states in the United States. And it was a small percentage, I think it was around 5% or so, of Southerners who were rich plantation owners and typically rich Democrats who were buying the slaves and using them on their plantations. The vast majority of white people in the South had nothing to do with slavery, really. It was
Man, you know what? I'm glad he's doing this like solo in front of his front porch. Because nothing he says will hold up on close scrutiny.
an agrarian society, but most people it was family farms and not large plantations. So that's going to tie into white guilt here in just a moment. Now, inside the theory of critical race theory is a concept called intersectionality. Intersectionality is Marx's concept of the oppressed and the oppressor, only not based upon economics, but based upon race. And so categories are created in intersectionality. And these categories go from things like white Christian male as being at the top of the oppressor category, and transgender, I'm trying to find the right terminology because I'm not really good at terminology in that particular world.
It's not the only thing you're not good at doing.
Transgender, gay, black would be in the bottom of the victim category. In other words, I would be a horrible oppressor regardless of what type of person I am. It's just only by category. and a black transgender, so forth, you know, as you check off the boxes.
You know, Zhang, I wish you were a panel guy. And I understand why a lot of people don't like coming up to this panel, because I beat up statements like this. And I'm surprised you weren't here yesterday. I guess you weren't, because I actually talked about this concept of slaves being treated well. One of the problems we have in the American education system and just in American culture itself, white people are the norm. Let's call it white culture in the United States are the norm. And God help them. White people are probably the worst demographic group at group level self-reflection. And I think the reason is, you know, people who are cultural or political or even religious leaders, they want to blame everything else, but never want to closely examine American culture itself. Now, this statement, which is not by any means an original, you know, thought out statement, that many slave owners treated their slaves quite well. Well, the problem with this is that you're focusing on the slave owner and not the actual slave. Okay, robbing someone of their freedom is evil. It doesn't matter how well you treat a slave. The problem isn't the treatment of the slave. The problem is that there is slavery. And why people, smart people like Georgia Tech graduates, cannot figure out that you are focusing on the massa being good while not concentrating on the problem that there is a system of slavery. And the slave has had his freedom robbed from him, his right to freedom, his natural right, no doubt, has been taken away, sold away, or if you were born to a slave mother, they never had the right in the first place, and they should have. So spare me the platitude of, oh, they treated their slaves well. That is groovy. That is wonderful that the kind slave master treated the slave well. He's still evil. The system still evil. There should never have been a system of slavery.
Would be in the oppressed or victim category, regardless of what type of person they are.
Well, once again, you have provided me with food for thought there, Zhang. Who gets to determine, if you are even remotely religious, who gets to judge whether a person deserves freedom or not? Now, this is assuming that they're not a criminal. And I even have problems with the 13th Amendment. But let's not even get into that. Who is a worthy enough human being to decide whether some human being who has not committed a crime, let's just say a child, who gets to determine that that child should be a slave or not a slave? Can you help me out with that? Okay, rights only exist to the extent that they can be defended. Okay, you must not be familiar with the concept of the United States of America. We have a whole government to defend freedom. The day-to-day person, you don't have to go out and fight for your right to not be a slave. So once again, These sorts of half-assed arguments, I love chewing them up, and I love that people don't like coming up to this panel because they know I'll chew up this sort of stupid statement. And Zhang, you know what? I think you're a great guy. I think you're a good troll. But dude, this half-assed slaves, some people don't deserve freedom, and the slaves were treated well by many of the masses. That half baked shit doesn't work on me. Save that for Be Brave's channel or John Galt's channel.
Take the content of character has nothing to do with intersectionality. It has to do with demonizing one category of person and raising the elevation.
Oh, look.
Raising up another category.
Oh, look, is that economist who can't afford a super chat? Kelvin. T is still waiting on the money for that song she played.
Category of person based upon victimhood. So out of the oppressor category, since all people of my skin color are in the oppressor category, comes the concept of white guilt. And so this idea that we should feel guilty about Southern slavery 150 years ago, regardless if our ancestors owned slaves or not, which I looked into my lineage, my ancestry. None of my ancestors ever owned slaves. They were poor farmers, actually, in Tennessee and Kentucky. William Claiborne of the Claiborne Rebellion in the Virginia area was one of my ancestors, if you ever want to look into that. Look up the Claiborne Rebellion, spelled like Liz Claiborne. It's an interesting history. It goes all the way back to the 1600s. But anyway, I guess I came from a rebellious family. But anyway, the point is that sorry, there's a loud motorcycle. The point that this guy really wants to push the issue with his bike. Anyway, white guilt, that bike really messed me up. White guilt is born out of the intersectionality, which is the core, if you will, of critical race theory. The whole point is to divide and conquer. The whole point is to get neighbor pitted against neighbor, and then to use that to conquer. And it's been pretty successful in the United States. Whoever came up with the idea was pretty smart. So anyway, white guilt. That's what I wanted to address. I don't have any white guilt, not because my ancestors didn't own any slaves, but because I don't believe in that false religion. I don't believe in the cult. I'm not a member of the cult, if you will. And what is the cult? It's the cult of penance for white guilt. You see, when you buy into critical race theory and intersectionality, and you buy into white guilt, what they tell you is you have to do penance for your guilt, your white guilt. And so what they do is they do a lot of penance, but there's no end game. There's never redemption. There's no arrival point to where, okay, you've done enough penance, now you are absolved of your white guilt. No, you carry the white guilt to your grave, and you do penance all the way to your grave. That's how it's basically. If you go do any gender studies program or anything like that in universities and colleges, that's basically what they're teaching. Okay. I read I read a lot of books, and I've read about it. So and I've watched it being carried out by white liberals and so forth. So so that's what they're dealing with, is a kind of a cult mentality when it comes to white guilt. And that's a very dangerous thing. There's only one solution to iniquity within our hearts. And by the way, when it comes to intersectionality, everyone in every category are guilty before God. We're all sinners. The Bible says that all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. There's none
What does that
righteous,
have
no,
to do
not
with
one. None
intersectionality?
seek after God. They're all gone astray. And that's Romans 3. And so, and that's out of, if you reject Genesis in the Bible, if you reject it as historical, actual events, then the rest of the Bible falls apart. And you can't claim that you believe in salvation out of the Gospels if you reject Genesis as an actual historical event. I'm talking about 1, 2, and 3, chapters 1, 2, and 3. If you think that Genesis 1, 2, and 3 are poetry, then the Gospels fall apart. You cannot claim to believe that man is a sinner and that Christ is the solution to that sin if you reject the historical aspect of Genesis 1, 2, and 3. It's inconsistent. And so God made man in his image, man fell into sin. Adam and Eve were actual people who actually fell into sin in Orthodox historic Christianity. So the solution to that sin, which all of us are guilty of, regardless of who we are, is the sacrifice of Christ on the cross, and us putting trust in that sacrifice for our salvation. The Holy Spirit coming in and renewing our soul. So, man, that sun's really getting in. That sun's coming in hard.
You better come in, Pop. You might get a sunburn.
Being white is not the original sin. But in critical race theory, having my skin color is the original sin. And the only way to deal with the original sin is this system of penance found in critical race theory and intersectionality. So when you're dealing with someone and you can't figure out where their mentality is coming from, and they're, and they're expressing a lot of white guilt, and you can see it when they do it.
I thought
they're trying to push white guilt
I
onto
thought he
you.
keeled over.
That's the reason. It's foundational to their cult religion of critical race theory and intersectionality. All right, I think I'll leave it there. Walk with the Lord, not with the false teachings of man. Thanks for watching. See you next time on the Sea Falls.
Okay, I have an honest question. Does it really actually do any good to like just take apart what he has to say specifically about critical race theory, the origins and the origins of intersectionality? I'm actually, because I have the urge to just go in and just pull up. I could Google everything I need to refute these points. Okay, critical race theory, as a matter of fact, critical race theory was almost consciously not associated with anything Marxist. Derek Bell didn't, number one, he didn't call it CRT, but he's credited with the concept. He literally consciously disassociated it from Marxist theory. It started out basically critiquing colorblind law in the legal academy. Had nothing even that much to do with classism or politics. It was strictly racial. And then intersectionality, that's Kimberly Crenshaw. She came up with the term, and it had nothing to do with white guilt. It literally, basically said that no one person, well, that a person is the sum of his or her parts. People are not just one thing, they are many things, and the many things make up the whole. So I don't know. I think other than just knowing that there are people out there and showing them as some sort of, kind of curiosity, nothing he said was worth. These people like that are raising kids. I guess that's really all I have to say about it. And let's see. This actually looks interesting. Nikki Truesdale, what do I know her name from? When is Columbus Day? It must be coming up soon because this is about Columbus. All right. Well, anyway, let's do the housekeeping. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. This is Stanley versus the World. If you like the channel and you are new, please subscribe. We are trying to get to 500 subscribers. It is going to be a slow yet pleasurable and methodical process, apparently. Share out the show. Share it with all your friends. We need to get to that magic 500. It is Friday. There will be a Saturday show. Please donate/invest in the Sovereign Beer Fund. The Cash App is in the crawl, and I pretty much know that Kelvin won't be contributing to the Saturday show because he's short of funds. Or is it you don't have Cash App? I can't remember now. Yeah, it's been right around 220 for months. Hey, I'm a hard sell there. Zhang, why are you putting swastikas in the chat? We need to let's not do swastikas in the chat, please. We are not that kind of channel. So please refrain from putting Nazi symbology in the chat, folks. Let's see, where am I? Yep, I'm at 222. So I guess it's going to be like that for months. We're not growing fast, and we all know why, Kelvin. We all know why I'm not growing fast, because I don't like a lot of fuckery, and unless it just happens organically, I'm not going to do like a John Galt and be all fucking, messy and all that stuff. So if that means that I have 222 of the best people on the internet as listeners to this program, I guess I will just have to count myself as lucky. So we now come to the boring part of the show, but I'm going to listen to it anyway because I've been salivating to listen to this oral argument, and it's basically Colorado made it illegal for mental health professionals to provide conversion therapy. And if you, we can look at what conversion therapy is. It's basically praying away the gay. Here we go. Conversion therapy is the let's blow it up here, is the pseudo-scientific practice of attempting to change an individual's sexual orientation, romantic orientation, gender identity, or gender expression to align with heterosexual and cisgender norms. Conversion therapy is ineffective at changing a person's sexual orientation or gender identity and frequently causes significant long-term psychological harm. The position of current evidence-based medicine and clinical guidance is that homosexuality, bisexuality, and gender variance are natural and healthy aspects of human sexuality and gender identity. Now, this is according to Wikipedia. I kind of like pray away the gay better. It's a little bit more, what should we say, colorful? Now, what are you saying? No, I don't have a Nazi VW, and actually it's not mine, it's my father's. I just drove it in high school. So yes, you all, in addition to contributing to the Sovereign Beer Fund, please pray for me also. I'm not above being prayed on. I need your prayers. I need your subscriptions. I need your Sovereign Beer Fund money. I need a lot of things. So we'll at least try and get through this thing. To me, I enjoy listening to this stuff. It may be boring for everyone else.
We will hear argument first this morning in case 24-539, Childs versus Salazar. Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Colorado forbids counselors like Kaylee Childs from helping minors pursue state disfavored goals on issues of gender and sexuality. This law prophylactically bans voluntary conversations, censoring widely held views on debated moral, religious, and scientific questions. Aside from this law and recent ones like it, Colorado hasn't identified any similar viewpoint-based bans on counseling. These laws are historic outliers. In NIFLA, this court protected professional speech, highlighting the dangers of censoring private conversations between professionals and their clients. And this court rejected by name 2 lower court decisions upholding laws like Colorado's. But the 10th Circuit gutted NIFLA's speech protection. Colorado insists that its law is subject only to rational basis review. Yet that would allow states to silence all kinds of speech in the counseling room, such as disfavored views on divorce or abortion. If heightened scrutiny doesn't apply, states can transform counselors into mouthpieces for the government. Here, Colorado can't satisfy any level of heightened scrutiny. It didn't seriously consider any less restrictive alternatives, and Colorado can't prove harm because it hasn't cited a study focusing on what's at issue here, voluntary speech between a licensed professional and a minor. Nor can Colorado deny that many people have experienced life-changing benefits from the kind of counseling that Ms. Childs wants to provide. The First Amendment doesn't permit Colorado censorship. I welcome the court's questions.
In its introduction of its brief, Colorado says that the only thing that the law prohibits therapists from doing is performing a treatment that seeks the predetermined outcome of changing a minor's sexual orientation or gender identity because the treatment is unsafe and ineffective. 1, is this what Colorado argued below? And 2, is that your reading of the Colorado statute?
Colorado took a different position below in its motion to dismiss, specifically footnote 3, and on page 10 of its opposition to the motion for preliminary injunction. It recognized that efforts to change unwanted same-sex behavior or to reduce unwanted same-sex attraction would indeed violate the law, and that's contrary to the position it's taking now. I do think if we look at the plain language of the statute, we will find that what Ms. Childs alleges in this case falls squarely within it. The statute says that there can be no efforts to change sexual orientation, or gender identity, including efforts to change behavior, gender expression, or attraction. On page 207 of the petition appendix, Ms. Childs alleges in her verified complaint that sometimes she helps clients who want to reduce unwanted same-sex attraction, change unwanted same-sex behavior, and to resolve dysphoria that they're experiencing with their bodies.
Counsel,
all of that.
You are right that fits the definition of the law. But we have been very clear in Susan B. Anthony that there has to be a sufficiently eminent and credible threat of prosecution. We've said merely having a law on the books is not enough. A chilling effect doesn't exist. This is an unusual case because we have basically 6 years of no enforcement of this law. 3 before this lawsuit, 3 since. And we have the entity charged with administering the law saying we're not going to apply it to your kind of therapy. So how does that fit into being an imminent threat of prosecution? Yes, you have an argument. They've disavowed it. How does that give you standing?
I don't believe that the state has disavowed enforcement. The state is relying on a misreading of the allegations in this case to say that there's no standing, but they have not disavowed enforcement. If Colorado truly believed that it wouldn't enforce the law and that Ms. Childs wasn't...
So tell me what kind of disavowal you would need to find no standing. Would it be sufficient to say that consent, which is what your complaint claimed, that your therapy is consensual talk therapy, where you would seek to change the behavior of a child only if that's what they want, correct? Am I articulating it correctly?
That is certainly an aspect of what Ms. Childs
I don't want
alleges.
an aspect. Define your talk therapy, and then when they get up, they can tell us whether they're disavowing any enforcement of that kind of talk therapy.
I would go back to what I referenced before, which is petition appendix page 207.
Counselor, please answer my question.
I'm trying to answer
What is your
question.
talk therapy and that you want them to say they will not enforce it against?
Ms. Childs helps clients when their goals are to resolve gender dysphoria by getting comfortable with their body and realigning their identity with their sex. She also helps them if they're experiencing unwanted same-sex attraction, if that's their goal to reduce it, and she helps them deal with issues of unwanted same-sex behavior. That's the kind of counseling that we've alleged in the complaint. And here there's
Would
a credible...
any of that include what's talked about as aversion therapy, which is encouraging them to vomit, encouraging them to go into electric shock treatment, encouraging the typical aversion therapy?
No, Ms. Childs does not do any of that. All she does is speech in her counseling.
And does that, so what behavior does that include? Does that include date other people of the opposite sex?
No, she does not. That's not the kind of counseling she engages in. She engages in a discussion where her and the clients explore the concepts of identity,
So
behavior.
go back to my last part of my question. If they disavow enforcement of that kind of talk therapy, do you have standing in this case?
We still have standing in this case. Over the last few weeks, there have been anonymous complaints filed against my client, and those complaints are now being investigated by the state of Colorado for allegations that she's violating the very law that we're challenging. So we had a credible threat of enforcement before because there's no disavowal. Anyone can file a complaint at any time, which this court recognized bolsters a credible threat of enforcement in SBA list. But now that the state is actively investigating our client for supposedly violating this law.
Okay. We're in a vicious cycle because if they get up here and say they're disavowing, then they won't be investigating.
But regardless, if they disavow, it's only based on not only a misreading of the statute, but also a misreading of the allegations in the complaint. As we pointed out in our reply brief, there are often uses of portions of quotes. And the state of Colorado is ignoring the rest of the sentences in the allegations. Once those are read, just as the lower courts found, there is standing in this case.
Counsel, how does your position change if, in addition to the counseling, there is more, what I'll call medical treatment, whether it's medications, shots, whatever? Does that alter your position?
It certainly does alter our position. So as this court talked about in NIFLA, when speech is incidental to regulated conduct, then that changes the analysis. And so if we were in the medical context and there was something like administering drugs, performing procedures, conducting examinations, that would take it outside of the arguments we're making.
How about if it's
just
both? In other words, the speech isn't incidental to giving somebody a prescription for medicine. It's speech and it's giving somebody a prescription for medicine.
It would depend on how closely connected they are. So if the speech is describing how to take the medication, then that would be incidental.
Right, but if the speech is the speech that your client engages in, and in addition, she engages in something that's non-speech, would we look at it separately or would we look at it as a package?
If they're sufficiently disconnected, I think you would look at them separately. And my client doesn't have the authority to prescribe drugs because she's not a psychiatrist. And the state of Colorado recognizes that there's a very big difference because it treats psychiatrists under Section 240 of the code and it treats counselors under 245. And that's a recognition that it's just different regulation when medicine is at issue. In this case, Colorado is violating the promise that this court laid out in NIFLA, which is that states should not manipulate private conversations between licensed professionals and clients. Beyond
So
that,
how would this apply to a malpractice suit? Let's say that we think that this is content discrimination and it triggers strict scrutiny. Would your client then be subject to a malpractice suit?
She would be subject to a malpractice suit, but she would have the protection of the rigorous elements of malpractice. She would be able to show that she's not violating the standard of care, that she would be able to establish what the standard of care is. She would be able to show there's no harm and there's no causation.
Well, I assume there would be a battle about the standard of care with, competing experts, competing medical associations. Colorado's pointed to some professional associations in this case. Would the First Amendment have anything to say about that? I mean, would it be strict scrutiny? I mean, it's the elements of a tort. It's a different thing. We didn't get to this question in Snyder.
As a general matter, the elements of a malpractice suit are sufficient to protect freedom of speech. Now, I'm not willing to foreclose the fact that there might not be an argument someone might make in a particular malpractice case. But for our purposes, the elements of malpractice are generally sufficient to protect free speech. And in this case, the court doesn't need to resolve whether there might be additional protection, because the way that Colorado is using malpractice is as an analog to what it's doing here. But it's nothing like the law that
I wasn't
challenging.
actually asking about the analog argument. I was just asking it independently. So
Can I just ask you to say on page 18 of your reply brief that in fact a malpractice suit could go forward and completely separate from the First Amendment, that what you need to prove a malpractice suit provides sufficient protection. Is that a right reading of what you said?
It is a right reading, although we said that those elements are generally sufficient. So I don't want to foreclose that in a particular case there might be an argument, but generally speaking, a malpractice action subject to the rigorous elements would be sufficient to protect free speech.
Can I get you to address whether or not the provision of therapy and the kind of therapy that your client practices is a medical treatment? I mean, I understood the sort of basis of the 10th Circuit's view to be that she's a licensed professional who is providing medical treatment, but your answers to the Chief Justice.
Hey, Kelvin, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking here. What do you mean if the patient consents? Not sure I understand what you're asking here. Basically, the way freedom of speech works, actually the whole Bill of Rights, it basically tells the citizen what the government is not allowed to do. So the government is not allowed to interfere with speech that is not harmful to others' rights. So whether you're a child or an adult, it doesn't really matter. All it's saying is the government cannot interfere with free speech. Now, one of the tenets I imagine, because I haven't heard the defense. I'm sorry, I haven't heard the state, the person representing the state before the Supreme Court. I'm assuming one of the things they're using to justify their interference with this therapy is because it is harmful. They consider it harmful. And as the Google, as Wikipedia said, it can cause problems downstream of the therapy. So hopefully that answers your question. I'm not sure if it does. And let's see, patients have to consent to service, so then they always do the HIPAA laws. Let's see, they tell you up front in hospitals what your rights are. You have the right to deny and be denied. Yes.
Justice and Justice Kagan suggested that you're putting the practice of medicine on one side and her therapy on another. So I'm just unclear as to whether or not you're categorizing her therapy as a medical treatment.
I don't know. I think there are some involuntary sort of treatment.
But I don't think it matters because the First Amendment depends on the difference between speech and conduct, not on the difference between treatment and non-treatment. So in my response to
But I guess the argument that the 10th Circuit seemed to find persuasive was that if you are in the world of medical treatment, you are regulating conduct, that the medical treatment itself is an activity that is being licensed and that is being performed, and that it really isn't speech, that speech is the tool that is being used, just like in other medical treatments. You have scalpels, you have tools that medical professionals use to accomplish certain goals and to provide treatment. And so in that sense, I think their argument was that speech is incidental to the provision of this medical treatment. So I guess we need to understand whether her therapy qualifies as medical treatment.
The question is whether her speech is incidental to conduct. That's what the court said in NIFLA. It said that if there's professional conduct, then speech that's incidental to that could be regulated.
So treatment is not conduct in your view, medical treatment.
If the treatment consists only of speech, then it doesn't trigger the speech incidental to conduct doctrine. And here we're just in First Amendment land where there is full, robust protection. That's why I answered the Chief Justice's questions differently and acknowledged that if there was conduct in the practice of medicine going on, it changes the analysis.
But I guess it seems very odd that you could have two scenarios where you have two licensed professionals both attempting to provide treatment to an individual, say for the same issue, that the person says, I'd like to live consistently with my biological sex. I feel that I'm not doing that. I'd like your help. Medical professional A treats that quote-unquote condition with medication. Medical professional B treats that condition with talk therapy. And I guess under your theory, those two scenarios are sufficiently different from a constitutional perspective that one could be allowed and the other not.
I think that's potentially correct because the First Amendment would apply to the speech.
Just because words are being used to accomplish the therapy in one scenario and not the other.
No, because only words are being used in the one scenario. Again, if there is a combination of words and conduct, I think that takes us into a different realm. But one of the things that's so problematic about Colorado's law is that it undermines the well-being of kids that are struggling with gender dysphoria. And so Colorado accepts that up to 90% of kids who struggle with that before puberty will work their way through it and realign their identity with their sex. But this law says that if any of those children go to a licensed professional and say, I would like help realigning my identity with my sex, that licensed professional has to decline to help them.
On the other hand, analysis apply if the law is not this law? I think Colorado has something like the law I'm going to describe, but I'm not trying to describe Colorado's law. Just take it as my hypothetical. If instead of this law, which really focuses on the kinds of treatment it is and the kinds of goals everybody has, it just says you're subject to penalties if you do any medical treatment, and that includes talk therapy, that deviates from the standard of care. And then it goes on to say something about how we find the standard of care. And suppose that sort of law was applied to your client. Is it the same analysis or a different one?
I think it's a similar analysis. So if a law like that were applied against my client and all she did was speak, then I believe that the strict scrutiny analysis would apply and the government would have to satisfy it. But the underlying analysis would change somewhat too, because my client under those circumstances would be able to establish that the kind of counseling she provides is consistent with the standard of care versus under the current law, she's not able to make that showing.
Right, so she is able to make that showing under my hypothetical law, but you're saying still not, that she would have a kind of separate argument that there needed to be strict scrutiny applied.
She would. She would be able to argue that, and that would require the other side to show that what she's doing is causing harm, because that ties into what this court's recognized in cases like Brown under strict scrutiny.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas, Justice Alito, Justice Sotomayor.
Counselor, in your introduction, you appeared to be applying strict scrutiny. One of the factors you said is the state has not pointed to a study that shows that talk therapy is harmful. I don't believe strict scrutiny always requires a study. I mean, look, I'll give you a hypothetical. A state tells dietitians, don't encourage anorexic patients to engage in more restricted eating. All right? I don't think the state has to provide a study to show that that advice is not sound. Do you agree?
Justice Sotomayor, I think that might be true, but that's because that kind of hypothetical is very different than what we have here.
So explain the difference.
In that hypothetical, the counselor or dietitian is telling the client to do something that directly harms their body. In this case, Ms. Childs is trying to help gender dysphoric kids avoid...
That begs the question, because there are studies that say that this advice does harm the people emotionally and physically. But putting that aside, you agree then that you don't always need a study. An absolute statement like that misstates the law.
No, what I agree is that if what the state is getting at is a statement by a professional that's telling someone to harm their body, that's a different category. But if we're in a situation like this, where there's debated science, where the counselor is trying to help the child achieve their goals, then absolutely the standard this court set in Brown would apply, which requires a showing of causation.
So there's only one circuit that has applied strict scrutiny to this kind of thought therapy. It's the 11th. The others, the 9th and the 3rd, have not. You seem to be encouraging us to apply strict scrutiny here. And the question I have, we're not a court of first review on this issue. Why don't we send it back? I'm assuming that the 3rd and the 9th didn't apply strict scrutiny because they thought they'd have a problem with applying it to this law. Why should we be breaking our normal pattern in this case?
Because there is ongoing harm every day. Ms. Childs is being silenced, and the kids and families who want her help are unable to access it. It's very similar to what this court did last term in the Mahmood case, where the 2 lower courts had decided the case on rational basis review, and when this court decided that strict scrutiny was the proper
Remember,
analysis.
I dissented.
I do remember that, Justice Sotomayor.
Justice Kagan?
Do you think if there were the exact opposite kind of law, so this is a therapist that, consistent with the child's goals, is trying to get the child, to accept a gay identity or a trans identity. So it's exactly the same statute, but it's just flipped around. Same argument?
Strict scrutiny would apply to that unless there was conduct involved. If there was conduct and that conduct was unlawful, then the speech integral to unlawful conduct doctrine would apply. But if it's only speech, then yes.
Right. I'm assuming that your caveat, unless there was conduct involved, applies to your case as well, right? That applies symmetrically to both, unless there was conduct involved that was of that kind.
That's correct.
Okay. So symmetrical.
Correct.
Okay. What do you think? Suppose, you argue in your briefs that this law has viewpoint bias in it, and suppose that that was accepted. Do you think that we should stop there? Is there any reason at that point to go on to say how in this particular context of medical treatment, we would treat a content-based law that is not viewpoint-based?
I don't think the court needs to address that if it finds that this is viewpoint-based discrimination. It reminds me of the distinction between this court's decision in Brunetti and then in Vidal. In Brunetti, there was viewpoint discrimination, and then when just content discrimination was at issue, the court treated it differently.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch?
Just quickly, back to the late-breaking standing argument, which is in, I think, footnote 18 on page 23 of Colorado's brief, and what your client intends to do. As I read the verified complaint, she would, consistent with the patient's wishes, explore changes to not just attraction, behaviors, and expressions, but also identity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so even under Colorado's new reading of the statute, which is only about identity and orientation and not about those other things, even though the statute includes them, even under Colorado's understanding, your client would still wish to counsel people in a way that contravenes Colorado's present understanding of the statute.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Justice Kavanaugh? Justice Barrett? Justice Jackson?
So, as I understand it, the First Amendment protects the communication of messages, expression, etc. Am I right about that? You're communicating, and that's what the First Amendment is about.
Correct.
So I guess I'm still just struggling with whether a therapist who is acting in their professional capacity to help someone achieve their goals is really expressing the kind of message or expressing a message for First Amendment purposes. I understand if Ms. Childs here were writing an article about conversion therapy or writing or giving a speech about it. But it's just a little puzzling to me that she would stand in a different position than a medical professional who has exactly the same goals, exactly the same interests, and would just be prescribing medication for that rather than her talking with the client.
I don't think that they would have exactly the same goals.
Why not?
Because this involves a conversation.
Yes.
There is a back and forth. So this court has recognized many times in cases like McCullen that a one-on-one conversation is a form of speech. And that's exactly what's going on with Ms. Childs and her clients. So when she engages in those conversations, she's encouraging them to achieve their goals. She's discussing concepts of identity and behavior and attractions and how they fit together. This is an ongoing active dialogue where she's helping them to explore their goals, and that absolutely has to be protected by the First Amendment.
And you're saying the similar kind of exchange doesn't occur with the provision of other medical services that don't involve talking?
It certainly might occur in other instances, but oftentimes there's conduct connected to it. That's what's different about the medical context.
And I'm sorry, can I just ask you again what Justice Sotomayor asked, which is why wouldn't we send this back if you're right about strict scrutiny?
Because
and let the lower courts apply that.
Because there is irreparable harm going on right now. Ms. Childs is being silenced. The kids and the families who want help, this kind of help that she'll offer, are being left without any support.
No, I understand, but strict scrutiny is not necessarily fatal, right? We have cases in which strict scrutiny was applied and it was surmounted. So why wouldn't we give the lower courts a chance to evaluate whether there's sufficient evidence here for the state to actually go forward with this regulation?
Because we were arguing for strict scrutiny in the trial court, so Colorado knew that was our position, and they had an opportunity to make their record. But the evidence that they submitted and the expert materials undermine their case. The expert materials admit that they don't have any study addressing precisely what's at issue, or specifically focusing on precisely what's at issue here, which is voluntary conversations between a licensed professional and a minor. Their expert materials also recognize that they cannot prove harm. We've cataloged all the places in their expert materials on page 22 of our reply brief where they concede that. And lastly, their own expert materials recognize that many people have experienced life-changing benefits from this kind of counseling. Again, the APA's own report talks about how this helps people because they're able to align their life with their religion. They're able to find deeper relationships with God. They're able
Doesn't
to
Colorado have some evidence that conversion therapy more broadly is harmful? I mean, I think there are like 25 states or something who have similar laws. So someone has some evidence related to the harmfulness of this activity, right?
Colorado certainly cites studies, but those studies suffer from significant flaws. The main flaw in all of them is that they lump together dissimilar approaches. They treat voluntary conversations the same as shock therapy.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Mr. Mupan?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Colorado's law is subject to strict scrutiny under the First Amendment for three straightforward reasons. First, the law restricts speech based on content and viewpoint. It prohibits petitioner from counseling minor clients to help change certain feelings and behaviors. It is thus subject to strict scrutiny unless an exception applies. Second, the law falls outside the exception for regulations of conduct that only incidentally burden speech. There is no separate non-speech conduct being regulated here. And professional medical treatment is not exempt from the ordinary First Amendment rule that strict scrutiny applies even to laws that generally regulate conduct, where those laws are triggered by the communicative content of speech. Third, the law falls outside any historically grounded exception. There is no longstanding tradition of states imposing this type of categorical prior restraint on the speech of therapists. I welcome this court's questions.
In the context of strict scrutiny, how strong evidence would Colorado have to show in order to prevail?
Well, in this case, Your Honor, Colorado has no evidence, so I think
I understand that, but hypothetically, what would they have to show?
I think for this sort of sweeping categorical prior restraint, I think they would have to have very strong evidence that there was direct harm to patients, no countervailing benefit, along those lines before we could even talk about whether they can meet the very high standards of strict scrutiny. But again, this case is a much easier case because I think counsel will have to concede that if you look at the preliminary injunction record, both the three pieces of evidence that they put in, the Glass-Gold report, the 2009 APA report, and the 2015 SAMHSA report, and all the materials cited therein, none of them consider the type of speech at issue here. Speech by a licensed therapist involving non-aversive methods to minors. They just don't have any evidence of that. So certainly that's not enough under strict scrutiny.
How does your analysis change if there is an aspect of conduct involved?
So the same answer, Your Honor. I think that if there is conduct, then the question would be, is the restriction of speech incidental to the conduct or the regulation of the conduct or not? And this court hasn't drawn a particularly clear line about when speech is close enough to conduct to be viewed as incidental. But here again, this is an easy case because there is no conduct. All that is happening here is speech. Now, there have been a lot of questions about, well, what if it's medical treatment? Or what if you had a general rule about standard of care? And this court's cases, in cases like Holder and Cohen, make clear that that is still speech. In Cohen, for example, breach of peace was a violation of the law. You could breach the peace in the courthouse in California in a lot of different ways.
Right, but neither Cohen nor Holder involved medical treatment, right?
No, so that's true, but that's just a label. And this court has also said that labels don't matter in cases like Bunning. There's nothing conceptually different. Take Holder, for example. In Holder, there was a statute that said, don't materially support terrorists. You can materially support terrorists in lots of different ways. You could give them money, you could give them guns, or as in Holder, you could give them advice about how to commit their acts.
I understand, but when you look at the 10th Circuit's opinion, they talk about how there is a long historical tradition of regulation of medical treatment as a particular thing. The provision of these kinds of therapies.
Right, and the problem is the level of generality. There was also a long historical tradition in this country of regulating contempt of court and breach of peace. But what there is not a long history and tradition in this country of doing is regulating contempt of court and breach of peace when it's purely based on speech. And if you look at the history that the other side cites here, what is totally absent is the regulation of medical treatment that consists solely of
So
speech.
does the federal government agree with Justice Kagan's flip side scenario? So it doesn't matter to you that we're talking about Mrs. Child's form of therapy versus gender-affirming care form of
We
therapy?
do, and in fact, we think that's a strong reason in support of our position. Colorado's position, I think, inevitably leads to the conclusion that all the states in Scrumeti could have not only banned things like cross-sex hormones and prescription blockers, puberty blockers, but also therapy, talk therapy along the same lines. Even starker, in the 1970s, it was the standard of care, professional consensus, that being gay was a mental illness. So on their position, a state in the 1970s could have made it illegal for a therapist in the state to counsel a gay patient that they weren't mentally ill. That just cannot be right under the First
Can you
Amendment.
address Justice Sotomayor's question from before about whether we should apply strict scrutiny, assuming we think it applies here, or remand it to the 10th Circuit to do so? What does the United States want to say about that?
So you could remand, but we think, like in Mahmoud, this is a case where it would be probably fairly appropriate to actually just resolve the case here.
Why?
And for two reasons. One is there is ongoing irreparable harm to the petitioner because of the restriction of their speech. And the second is the evidentiary record here is totally clear that they can't satisfy strict scrutiny. If you look at the record on what's in the preliminary injunction record, there is just no evidence that this type of speech, not aversive therapy, not speech by non-licensed professionals, not speech to adults, but speech to minors by licensed therapists.
Do you have just last question from me? Standing, what's your position on the late-breaking standing argument?
So precisely because it's late breaking, first of all, I think the most important thing is it's mootness, not standing. The question is whether there was a credible threat of enforcement for standing purposes. There clearly was, because as counsel said, if you match up paragraph 87 of the complaint with the statute, the conduct that petitioner wanted to engage in is clearly covered by the plain text of the statute. So, and most were talking about mootness because the government has come in now and suggested that somehow the plain text of the statute doesn't apply, or they're not going to enforce the statute despite that. And we don't think that in these circumstances, when the state comes in post certiorari and advances a fairly implausible reading of their statute, that that should be enough to defeat standing. If I could say one more thing about how implausible their reading is, as I understand their position, it seems to be that the language after including isn't independently sufficient. You have to be trying to change behavior orientation independently. If that was true, it would equally apply to aversive therapy. So if someone went into a therapist's office and said, I don't want to be gay anymore, I don't want to engage in same-sex conduct, if the therapist said, look, I can't change your orientation, but I can try to change your behavior, and I'm going to use electroshock therapy, according to the state, as I understand their position, they seem to be saying that that's not covered by their statute. I find that awfully hard to believe. And that just sort of underscores how implausible their reading of the statute is, and perhaps why it showed up on footnote 18 after the court granted cert.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas, anything further? Justice Alito?
If we thought that this statute engages in viewpoint discrimination, does that have a bearing on whether we should decide whether it satisfies the applicable constitutional standard or remand the case?
I think it makes it even clearer why it fails strict scrutiny, but I think even as a content-based restriction, it pretty clearly fails strict scrutiny.
Thank you.
Justice Sotomayor?
We keep going back to the question of the studies, and what's the strongest list tick off? The thing that gives me pause in not applying strict scrutiny or in applying it is that none of the studies say that talk therapy is harmful. Is that correct? And Colorado.
For this type, for talk therapy by a licensed therapist to minors, they don't have any studies that say that that is either harmful or ineffective. And indeed, they often concede that they don't have that. The 2009 APA report expressly acknowledges at pages JA 221 and 256, expressly acknowledges that they don't have evidence of that. And if you look at the Glasgow Declaration, which is after 2009, she too doesn't cite anything. If you look at the studies that she cites in her declaration, all of them are conflating either aversive and non-aversive, or licensed and non-licensed, or minors or adults. They just don't have anything. And this comes up to the court after a PI hearing. And if the strict scrutiny applies, they bore the burden, and they just don't have anything.
Thank you.
Justice Kagan?
Mr. Mupon, you have an evocative example in your brief, which I want to pick up on, which is, let's say there's a school of psychotherapists that think that the best way to deal with suicidal patients is to go dare them to commit suicide. And you basically say, yes, strict scrutiny applies, but don't worry, it could be satisfied in a case like that. And I just want you to run through that and tell me why you think strict scrutiny applies and why you're confident that it could come out the way you think.
So I'll say a couple things about that, Your Honor. So first, we think strict scrutiny applies if the law was structured the way this law is.
Yeah, that's what I'm
saying. So if it was a
assuming.
categorical prior restraint. So if it was a categorical prior restraint, we think strict scrutiny applies because it's content-based, it's not incidental to any conduct, and there isn't any history or tradition of imposing that sort of prior restraint. So we think you're in strict scrutiny. As to why we think you could satisfy strict scrutiny, because that type of speech has utterly no redeeming value. It might be the type of speech where you don't even need to study because it's so obviously harmful.
Yeah.
There's no real benefit.
Is that the right analysis? I mean, when I think about Brown, which I found one of the most difficult cases that I've ever encountered on this court, we really did insist, no, you need to have studies. You need to have a kind of scientific showing of causation rather than rely on your intuitions that, of course, this causes harm. And why wouldn't that be true in a case like this? And if it's not true, if you're right, are we basically diluting our strict scrutiny standard in a way that will come back to haunt us elsewhere?
So I guess what I would say is this, Your Honor. If you were not confident in your judgment, then you probably should require studies. But if you were confident, and I think on a case like that you probably should be, it would be enough. But what I absolutely agree with is that you should not dilute strict scrutiny. It's important that strict scrutiny retain its rigor where it applies. But it's also important, as this court held in NIFLA, not to create additional exceptions to the general rule that content-based restrictions are subject to strict scrutiny. And if you take a step back, the other side just doesn't have any doctrinal or historical basis for getting this out of strict scrutiny. They can't say it's conduct because there is no conduct. They can't say it's history because there is no relevant history. All of their arguments would blow a massive hole in this court's case law, emphasizing that its treatment is inconsistent with Holder and Cohen, which says that the fact that you could point to some other law that generally regulates conduct isn't enough if the particular speech is what's triggering that content-based restriction.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch?
Justice Kagan's hypothetical, could you point to a long history against assisting suicides?
You could, but whether there's a long history of speech related to that, especially in a context where the speech, where if suicide wasn't unlawful.
There have been
but
convictions for counseling people to commit suicide and encouraging them to do so, and providing a substantial step toward. Those have been all over the books for hundreds of years.
It's true. It's a little trickier because I don't want to. I agree with you that that's a potential additional argument the state could make. I wouldn't want to leap to that because it would turn on things like
speech versus conduct.
Is suicide prohibited? So it's unlawful conduct.
No, it's not. But assisting is. Most states.
Right, but so then it's a little bit harder to say it's speech incidental to regulated conduct. And
I follow you.
even if suicide is illegal, the degree of connection, it's, the incitement question under cases like Brandon.
Yeah, it essentially becomes an incitement.
Exactly.
And that is illegal.
Yeah. And I did want to make one other point to Justice Kagan, which is, I think another way of thinking about this, her question was about ex ante categorical prior restraint, but often this sort of speech, I think,
always after the
quite
fact.
easy as a after the fact malpractice.
Yeah.
But I would like to say a couple of things about malpractice, because I think malpractice presents very different types of questions than this sort of law.
Because it's not prior restraint.
Yes, for three reasons. So the first reason is often malpractice is incidental to conduct. It's speech that's restricted, tied to some conduct. The second is, as Your Honor just noted, this is a prior restraint, and this court has recognized in a lot of cases like Florida Star and NTU and Madigan that for First Amendment purposes, it's very important the difference between letting someone speak and then adjudicating individually that speech after the fact rather than categorically banning it ex ante. And the third and related point is, as a matter of history and tradition, we have a long history and tradition in this country of malpractice. Now, how that history and tradition cashes out for this type of speech is a tougher question, to be candid. But what is not a tough question is there is no history and tradition for this sort of prior restraint.
Thank you.
Justice Kavanaugh? Justice Barrett? Justice Jackson?
Can I ask you about licensing? You talked a lot about malpractice, but don't states tend to tie licensing requirements to the standard of care? And so if we had a situation like this in which a state licensing board disciplined a doctor for a speech-based practice outside of the standard of care, would that doctor have a First Amendment defense?
So there is a long history and tradition in this country of licensing, and even licensing for people who engage in speech. What there isn't a long history and tradition of is, as a condition of that license, imposing a prior restraint on the types of speech they engage in. And we know from NIFLA that the mere fact that there's a license isn't enough to obviate First Amendment review. Obviously, the whole point of NIFLA, it was regulating.
But NIFLA was a notice scenario, right? It wasn't
for a licensed clinic.
No, I understand, but it wasn't connected to the provision of services to particular people. That was part of the analysis. And so I guess what I'm saying is a doctor who's providing services pursuant to a state license, I'm just trying to understand how the First Amendment protects that doctor from providing therapy that is outside the standard of care.
Well, because in NIFLA itself, the court made clear that part of the reason it was rejecting a professional speech exception is because it was very worried about the risks of the state interfering with the doctor-patient discourse. And it gave as an example how in certain authoritarian governments, they do things like tell doctors you can't tell patients about birth control.
Yeah.
Those people are all licensed. And so if there was some sort of argument that because you're licensed, all of a sudden the state can tell you what to say and what not to say to your patients, those very harms, the precise harms that NIFLA pointed to, could happen.
Can I ask you just one final question, just sort of from a very broad perspective? I'm wondering why this regulation at issue here isn't really just the functional equivalent of SCRMETI. I mean, I realize that there were two different constitutional provisions at issue, but the regulations work in basically the same way, and the question of scrutiny applies in both contexts. So it just seems odd to me that we might have a different result here.
Well, SCRMETI was a law that regulated on the basis of age and medical treatment.
No, but here's what I mean, right? In SCRMETI, we had a state that wanted to prohibit certain medical treatment, gender-affirming care, being given to minors in the form of medication. And we said that was okay, and I understand there are particulars with respect to how the arguments, the constitutional arguments worked, but the state can prohibit that. Here we have a state that wants to prohibit gender-related medical treatment in the form of talk therapy, but we now have the First Amendment that is inhibiting the state's ability to do that. And I'm just, from a very, very broad perspective, concerned about making sure that we have equivalence with respect to these things.
Well, from a very broad perspective, there shouldn't be equivalence because obviously we have a First Amendment. So when you
because
have
talk therapy, the speech is what is at the core for you. It's not necessarily the state's interest in protecting minors from what it believes to be certain harmful treatments.
Just like in Holder, the state had a very compelling interest in stopping material support of terrorism.
Right.
But when you stop terrorism through speech versus from conduct, the analysis is
different. Got it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Stevenson?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Throughout its history, this court has recognized that state power is at its apex when it regulates to ensure safety in the healthcare professions. Colorado's law lies at the bullseye center of this protection because it prohibits licensed professionals from performing one specific treatment because that treatment does not work and carries great risk of harm. No court has ever held that a law like this implicates the First Amendment, and for good reason. First, the law applies only to treatments. That is, only when a licensed professional is delivering clinical care to an individual patient. In that setting, providers have a duty to act in their patient's best interest and according to their professional standards. The First Amendment affords no exception. Second, because this law governs only treatments, it does not interfere with any First Amendment interest. It does not stop a professional from expressing any viewpoint about that treatment to their patient or to anyone else. And because Colorado's law regulates treatments only, and because it enforces the professional standard of care, the law falls squarely into the reasonable regulation of professional conduct that does not trigger First Amendment scrutiny. Petitioner's argument, on the other hand, cannot be reconciled with history, precedent, or common sense. A state cannot lose its power to regulate the very professionals that it licenses just because they are using words. A healthcare provider cannot be free to violate the standard of care just because they are using words. And a state cannot be required to let its vulnerable young people waste their time and money on an ineffective, harmful treatment just because that treatment is delivered through words. Petitioner asked you to enjoin a bipartisan law passed by 25 different states, but she did not put one single piece of evidence into the record. Not a single expert, not a single study, not a single mental health professional willing to endorse conversion therapy. And there is a mountain of evidence to the contrary. On this record, we request that you affirm the denial of preliminary injunction. I welcome your questions.
If petitioner were a non-therapist, would this be protected speech?
I wanted to mention our law covers physicians as well. They are also subject to the conversion therapy ban. But if you're talking about a non-professional, I think it would. Our argument is premised on the notion that there is a special relationship between a healthcare provider and a patient, where that patient is in a position of vulnerability and dependency on the healthcare provider, and the healthcare provider owes fiduciary duties to act in that patient's best interest only.
In Colorado, are there only healthcare providers who provide this sort of service?
No, the law accepts, I don't know factually if there are, but the law exempts religious ministers and ministries from this, and there is also a group of people called life coaches who could perform this therapy.
So what exactly transforms speech in that context to speech that is protected in that context to speech that is not in the therapist context?
It is the relationship between a healthcare provider and the patient that establishes this special context. And again, if you go to a life coach or you go to someone else, they're not licensed by the state. You're not expecting them to be complying with standards of care. You have a different expectation. When you're going to see a licensed healthcare professional who owes you fiduciary duties, your expectations are different. You're expecting information that is complying with the standard of care and not expecting the practitioner to just be exercising their right to say whatever they want to say. And that's just materially different, and it's always been treated so.
So what if someone who happened to be devoutly religious and actually relied more on the minister than the therapist? It seemed that person would be equally dangerous.
Well, I think that would be a personal choice that they were making to rely on their religious minister. It wouldn't be a representation from the state that this is a licensed professional who we are holding to a certain standard of care. And so the expectation, at least vis-a-vis the state license, would matter a lot. And in addition, the religious minister, just as a legal...
See, this is a really bad question by Clarence Thomas. Okay, it is obvious what the difference is. Because the question I would ask him, of course, the lawyer's not allowed to ask him a question, but you know what? Would you prefer that we hold ministers and life coaches? We should license them too? Is that what you're suggesting? Dude, they don't take a Hippocratic oath to do no harm.
Legal matter doesn't owe fiduciary duties in the same way that a healthcare practitioner does.
In other words, there are such things as standards, and medical professionals, mental health professionals are expected to have a higher standard of care than a minister or a life coach.
Counsel, you said, just because they're using words, but our cases separate those out. Holder, NIFLA, in other words, just because they're engaged in conduct doesn't mean that their words aren't protected.
So, Chief Justice, our case is absolutely premised on the notion that communications that are happening in the very specific context of treatment, which I will call a licensed professional delivering clinical care to an individual patient, where they are subject to fiduciary duties and subject to malpractice, that is a fundamentally different regulation than a regulation of people out in the world going about their business, like at issue and Holder, where you have generally applicable statutes that apply to everyone. This is just a fundamentally different relationship. It has always been treated like that. In NIFLA, the court talked about the fact that longstanding torts for malpractice did not implicate heightened First Amendment scrutiny, and I think that analysis is exactly the same here. Malpractice, you're dealing with that same individualized relationship, and this is the exact same context.
Ms. Stevenson, I want to ask you what Justice Kagan called the mirror image question, and Mr. Mupon and Judge Hartz's example about homosexuality in the 1970s was professionally considered to be a mental health disorder. What if a state back then might have passed a law prohibiting talk therapy that affirmed homosexuality? Would that be subject to rational basis review on your theory?
So, Your Honor, what our theory depends on is that there is a treatment being provided that's being regulated, and that the regulation is consistent with the standard of care.
Let's check both of those boxes in our hypothetical.
Then yes, and I want to return to Justice Jackson's point because
so yes,
they could regulate.
The state could forbid a regulated licensed professional from affirming homosexuality if that were consistent with the then prevailing standard of care.
That's right.
And so likewise, if the prevailing standard of care were to change or to solidify that this sort of talk therapy is beneficial to minors or at least not harmful to minors, then a state could pass a mirror image statute to Colorado's that prohibits any attempt to affirm changes of gender identity or sexual orientation, and that would be subject to mere rational basis review on your theory.
That's right, Your Honor. And just to illustrate, it's not the fact that there are words involved doesn't make it different. So states, like we recognized in CHECKMATES, have the power to regulate even in the face of medical uncertainty. The laws or the standard of care could change there, and the legislature can act to change that. And
so even in cases where medical uncertainty exists, you think that the state could pass such a law prohibiting ex ante speech that would affirm gender identity changes or sexual orientation changes or homosexuality?
I don't think you have to reach that question in this case because
I'm asking about the logic of your argument. I think you just said states can regulate even in the absence of medical consensus in this fashion. Is that right?
Where there are no words involved and no First Amendment issue raised. And
I'm asking, we're talking about speech and we're talking about therapy, talk therapy. That's what I want to get at. And I think you're saying that if there's medical consensus, states surely could pass mirror image laws. And I think you're saying, but I want to make sure, that even in cases where there's medical uncertainty, the state could so regulate.
You could reach a holding in this case that said, yes, treatment is treatment, and this can be, it doesn't matter whether it's consistent with the standard of care or not. We would urge you to reach a narrower holding in this case.
I understand that, but I'm asking you to answer my question. Could a state, when there's medical uncertainty, and we normally provide, this court has many times said, when there's medical uncertainty, we defer to state judgments. And I think you're saying that yes, I think the logic of your position has to be yes, and I'll let you go as soon as you give me an answer up or down on the state of medical uncertainty and whether they could pass mirror image laws.
I think it's less clear that that fits into the historical tradition identified in NIFLA that calls specifically out malpractice, which is an enforcement of the standard of care. And while that question could come up in another day here, where we meet the standard of care, we don't think
Counsel,
we need to reach
it's
it.
pretty important, though, to think about how this would apply to cases down the road. So let me describe medical uncertainty as competing medical views. And let's say that you have some medical experts that think gender-affirming care is dangerous to children, and some that say that this kind of conversion talk therapy is dangerous. Can a state pick a side? So it's not, I want to be very clear, it's not that the medical community says, we just don't know. It's that there are competing strands. And some states, like say Tennessee, which was the state at issue in CHECKMATES, pick one side, Colorado picks another side. Your position is that rational basis applies?
Our position in this case is that the standard of care is important. It's important because that's been the
But
historical
like Justice
tradition.
Gorsuch said, just answer that question.
No, our view is that would not be the right rule here. One, because that's not consistent with the history and tradition identified in NIFLA. And two, because the reason why that history is important and the reason why the standard of care is important is because it's a confirmation that the state is not actually trying to shut down.
Okay, I'm not understanding the why
viewpoints.
the standard of care. Tell me. I mean, maybe I'm not following you. Are you saying that the standard of care? Why do you think the standard of care question isn't relevant there? Because wouldn't that be a situation in which Colorado was essentially saying that the standard of care, that we're essentially looking at expert evidence and saying that we think this is what's appropriate, that we shouldn't have this kind of talk therapy, and Tennessee's choosing a different one as a matter of its state law? Or am I not understanding that correctly?
What I'm saying is where there is a First Amendment issue raised, and the state can show we're regulating a treatment and we're regulating consistent with the standard of care, there is a confirmation, a security that the court can have that there is no other motive going on to suppress viewpoints or expression. And that's what's consistent
So
with...
Colorado's law would trigger rational basis, but Tennessee's hypothetical law would be strict scrutiny.
If it were against the standard of care.
So there's no mirror image.
Counsel,
rule,
can you
Justice
define
Kagan?
standard of care to help us? Is the standard of care a medical consensus about what should happen in the situation?
It's the same standard of care that would apply in a malpractice case. Yes, that is how.
So it's not a
defines.
situation in which you have competing doctors and there isn't a consensus on what is supposed to happen.
Correct.
No,
So
but I
here's-
think you could have that. In my hypothetical, I'm saying that there might be a dispute in the medical community, is my hypothetical, where you have some experts saying that this should be the standard of care and others saying something different. That was the hypothetical.
Well, the question would be, is the regulation enforcing the existing standard of care? And you're describing a situation where it sounds like there would be many viable options under a standard of care?
Yeah.
Right. And so in that instance, I think that would raise more significant questions if there were actual multiple procedures, treatments available that all met the standard of care. And again, this is just a question that would be resolved exactly the same as it would be in a malpractice case where you could have, competing experts as well, and we'll decide, is this thing inside or outside the standard of care? If petitioner could put on an expert to show conversion therapy is inside the standard of care, then I think we wouldn't be here. That would be a different standard to apply to our law.
A question about how you're distinguishing Holder. It was a generalized law against providing material support to terrorists, but you seem to be suggesting that if there was a bar association rule that said it's a breach of your duty as a lawyer if you tell terrorists how they can break the law, that would be subject to rational basis review.
So I think that, again, the critical aspect of the relationship is that there is a duty between the professional and the receiver of the professional services. And it sounds like in the law that you're describing, Justice Sotomayor, there would be, the law is passed for some other interest than to protect the client in that case. And I think that's materially different. When we're talking about a special relationship where the client is depending on the expertise and training of the lawyer.
But I'm just not sure why that makes a difference. If we're talking about the speech aspects of it, why that becomes any less protected.
It's because that's how we've always treated speech between, especially in the healthcare context, between providers and patients. This has been an area that has been heavily regulated from the beginning of our country, and no one has ever suggested that a doctor has a First Amendment defense to say the wrong advice to their patient. And just to give an example on this speech conduct distinction, if I went to my doctor and had high cholesterol, she could tell me a number of things. She could say, come back next year. She could say, eat less red meat. She could say, I'm going to prescribe you a statin. Or she could say, you need an arterial stent. And whichever way she violated the standard of care and making a wrong judgment there could be equally harmful to me. And so I don't see how you can parse out whether there is conduct involved in terms of when you're talking about professional services delivered in a fiduciary relationship where the client or the patient is expecting accurate information and information delivered to benefit their health.
I don't really see a difference between the argument that you're making now and the argument that I thought we rejected in NIFLA, that professional speech is a special category that's outside normal First Amendment scrutiny. But let me put that aside and ask about your interpretation of the statute at this stage in the litigation. And let me give you this example. Suppose an adolescent male comes to a licensed therapist and says he's attracted to other males but feels uneasy and guilty about those feelings, and he wants to end or lessen them and asks for the therapist's help in doing so. Under your interpretation of the statute, is that banned?
So, Your Honor, our interpretation of the statute turns entirely on whether the purpose of the therapy is to change the person's sexual orientation or gender identity. If that
what is the answer to my question? Is that banned or is it not banned?
If the therapist told him or he asked, can you help me become straight? The answer would be it would be banned. If it was, can you help me cope with my feelings as to how I am and how I want to live my life? That's permitted. And all of that comes
why doesn't the situation that I've just described fall squarely within the terms of the statute, which says that conversion therapy includes, quote, efforts to eliminate or reduce sexual or romantic attraction or feelings toward individuals of the same sex.
If those things are undertaken with the purpose of changing orientation or identity, then they violate the statute.
That's not what your statute says.
This is the way we've interpreted the statute from the beginning of this case. It's the way both of the lower courts interpreted the statute.
You know, Samuel Alito is just a wholly unpleasant fellow. Just even the way he fucking like asks questions and interacts with these lawyers, just an unpleasant fellow.
Statute. It's the way every state that has this statute interprets it. And the reason why is because the harms from conversion therapy come from when you tell a young person, you can change this innate thing about yourself. And they try and they fail, and then they have shame and they're miserable, and then it ruins their relationships with their family or...
Well, I understand.
This is where the harm comes from.
I understand all of those arguments. What I don't understand is how you can square your interpretation with the plain meaning of the statute. Are you suggesting that everything beginning with the word including is irrelevant? You just want all of that deleted from the statute?
No, it's illustrative. And so, for example, one of the ways that people try to engage in conversion therapy would be by saying, look, you need to start dressing like a boy, and then that will make you change your gender identity. That's a way you could go about that. But if the minor wants to start dressing like a boy to match his gender identity, not because he thinks it's going to change.
That's just not the way language works. Suppose that there's a rule that says you may not bring any dangerous animals in the park, including pit bulls. Doesn't that definitively provide you can't bring a pit bull into the park?
Yes, because a pit bull is a subsidiary of a dangerous animal, but I don't think you can read an including to contradict the anchor term. So here, conversion therapy is an effort to change orientation or identity. If you read it to not mean that, then you've ruined that part of the statute.
All right,
I'm
sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say I can't say I like meat, including tomatoes and celery. That doesn't make any sense, and that's how we read the statute. And again, have been consistently read this statute that way from the beginning of this case in every pleading that we filed.
If you recall the example that I gave you, I'll give it to you again because I want to contrast it with another situation. So in the first situation, an adolescent male comes to a licensed therapist and says he's attracted to other males, but he feels uneasy and guilty about those feelings. He wants to end or lessen them, and he asks for the therapist's help in doing so. The other situation is a similar adolescent male comes to a licensed therapist, says he's attracted to other males, feels uneasy and guilty about those feelings, and he wants the therapist's help so he will feel comfortable as a gay young man. It seems to me your statute dictates opposite results in those two situations based on the viewpoint expressed. One viewpoint is the viewpoint that a minor should be able to obtain talk therapy to overcome same-sex attraction if that's what he or she wants, and the other is the viewpoint that the minor should not be able to obtain talk therapy to overcome same-sex attraction, even if that is what he or she wants. Looks like blatant viewpoint discrimination.
As I heard your examples, I think they would both be permissible because it didn't sound like in either case the goal was to actually change sexual orientation. And again, that's the touchstone because that's where the harms come from. And if there is no goal being reached...
I guess I had the same kind of question that Justice Alito had. I mean, if we assume, for example, and this is a big assumption on your part, but just assume that we're in normal free speech land rather than in this kind of doctor land. And if a doctor says, I know you identify as gay, and I'm going to help you accept that. And another doctor says, I know you identify as gay, and I'm going to help you to change that. And one of those is permissible, and the other is not. That seems like viewpoint discrimination in the way we would normally understand viewpoint discrimination.
I don't disagree with that, Justice Kagan, and that's why medical treatment has to be treated differently. Because anytime you exclude one harmful practice, you are by definition saying these things are allowed because they are not harmful, and these things are excluded because they are harmful. That's the driving force behind regulating the particular practice.
Let me ask you about the standing argument. There's a statute on the books, and if it prohibits what the petitioner wants to do, why doesn't she have standing? Why is it an answer? Well, we haven't prosecuted her or anybody else under this statute.
I think it would if she said that she wanted to do something that violated the statute. And I think there's just been an ambiguity that has persisted in this case. What I can say is if she does not want to engage in a therapy for the purpose of changing a minor's sexual orientation or gender identity, then she is not violating the statute.
Well, both the district court, which ruled for you, found standing, and the 10th Circuit, which ruled for you, found standing. And you didn't cross-appeal on those, and not that you had to, it's standing. You didn't even put a Roman numeral in your brief on it, or even a subsection. It's footnote 18 on page 23. That doesn't exactly suggest that you have great confidence in that argument, does it?
Well, we recognize we lost it twice. And again, it is the petitioner's burden, and it has been a persistent issue in the case, I think, in defining exactly what it is she wants to do. And to come back to this conduct
But
point.
if she does, consistent with a patient's, I'm reading the verified complaint, if I understand that to mean, paragraphs 86, 87, that she wishes to help clients who voluntarily come and with the desire to change their behaviors, expressions, attractions, and identity, then that would give her standing, wouldn't it?
Identity, yes.
Only identity.
The others not.
The others not because of your peculiar reading of the statute, but identity would. That would give her standing.
The change in sexual orientation or identity is the key to...
And that would give her standing.
That would.
Okay.
Because you're not disavowing that.
No.
Okay. So that settles the standing question.
Thank you, Counsel. Justice Thomas, anything further?
You rely on the history of regulating the medical profession quite a bit. What's the history of regulating therapists? When did that begin?
Right. So I would say mental health and healthcare delivered through words both were in full force at the founding of this country. At the time, that was done by people you might call physicians, and all of their practice was pretty much carried out through words and giving advice. As time went on and specialties developed further, and the mental health profession sort of came into existence, those same standards applied and governed psychologists and therapists. And then I would
Hey, 12 man.
Good morning, Stanley. God bless you.
You too. Do you have comments on this case?
Oh, not yet. I'm not a legal expert, so I'm afraid
Oh.
to stay.
Okay, well, the case is basically Colorado banned conversion therapy to be given by
that one.
yeah. So this is basically the Supreme Court hearing the why they should versus why they shouldn't.
I would say the licensing of counselors as
Well, I was actually thinking that it was a free speech thing, but listening to this case, I've actually changed my mind. In the word fiduciary and harm actually changed my mind.
That means.
Well, basically, any licensed professional has a fiduciary responsibility, basically, because they're licensed and they do charge fees, they have a responsibility to make sure that they're giving, number one, their best advice, and that they're not doing anything, underhanded.
Right.
And if for some reason or another they break their fiduciary responsibility, well, you get medical malpractice suits. You get suits against lawyers for various reasons. Anybody who has a license, professional license, has a duty to, provide the highest level of service possible. So, if you go and you look up conversion therapy, it's never been proven to actually be effective and has been proven to be potentially harmful. So, on that basis, huh?
That's what they say, Stanley. I don't know if I necessarily.
Okay, well, you know
agree
what?
with that
There is a whole in America today. Apparently, no one trusts anybody except what they think. And this is part of the reason America is falling apart, because nobody trusts anybody. The only the only experts it seems that a lot of people trust is what their own personal opinion is. And the problem is they're not experts either. So you got to trust somebody. And I will trust the medical experts if they say that these sorts of things are potentially harmful. I have no reason not to trust them.
other professionals in the mental health field was sort of.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm very good friends with a therapist, and I don't think she'd try to like change anyone's mind against their will. I mean,
well, no, most times these treatments are either voluntary or parents, say, hey, my kid needs some conversion therapy because however, as the lawyer for Colorado said, you can still get the therapy. You can go to your pastor, or you can go to a life coach. They're just saying, hey, if you have a medical license, we're going to hold you to a higher standard than we would a non-medical professional.
the second half of the 1900s.
With respect to
No, what do you have to say?
Well, I was just gonna say, like, the lady I know who's a therapist, she's got a qualification list that runs all down her leg, dude. I mean, she's got so many qualifications.
Okay, but if she's not providing conversion therapy, how is that relevant?
Well, she might be.
Oh, well, then if you don't know whether she does or not, how is that relevant?
Oh, well. Okay, continue on, Stan.
Oh, okay.
to this type of regulation that is a prior restraint on speech. What was the first example of that?
So, Justice Thomas, I want to push back on the notion that this is a prior restraint on speech. There's no enforcement of this law unless somebody files a complaint with petitioner's licensing board and she has an adjudicatory hearing and opportunity for judicial review and all those things. So it's like many other statutes in that way. It simply calls out a specific practice that violates the standard of care. And those types of statutes have been around for a very long time. They were in the late 1800s. Those types of statutes governed medical professionals and then have been added over time as the mental health profession has developed and govern mental health professionals in every state.
Justice Alito?
Your argument depends very heavily on the standard of care, which I take it is defined by a medical consensus. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have there been occasion? I mean, the medical consensus is usually very reasonable and it's very important. But have there been times when the medical consensus has been politicized, has been taken over by ideology?
We have no facts about that in this case, but I wouldn't disagree that that's possible. And I think it's a really...
Isn't it a fact that it's happened in the past?
I think
Three generations of idiots are enough?
I think that's certainly a concern. And if there were evidence of that in the record as to whether or not there were a standard of care that wasn't really based on patient safety, that would be highly relevant evidence.
Well, isn't that a reason to apply First Amendment scrutiny when what's
look
being
at this dude.
Regulated
this is ridiculous.
Pure speech and not just.
Okay, look at Alito just kind of pulling some shit out of his ass. Justice Alito, can you give us an example where a medical consensus or some medical opinion was politicized? Just give us an example and stop fucking veering away from the point. Damn, this dude is unpleasant.
Just saying medical standard of care or medical consensus.
I'm sorry, what?
That's what lawyers do. They always.
Well, he's not being a lawyer here. He's not being a lawyer. He's not trying the case. He's hearing the case. It's not his job to just go, look, all I'm saying is that why doesn't he just get to the point? You know, the lawyer wisely dodged the question. Saying it's possible, yeah. Do you have a specific example? Unfortunately, she can't ask him that question.
That's the end of the day. Rational basis review, anything goes.
No, Your Honor, because again, when we're talking about words used to deliver medical treatment, those issues are the same whether you're talking about words being used or whether you're talking about medical practices that don't involve words. Those issues are the exact same. And there is nothing about this statute, for example, that stops anyone from sharing any opinion about conversion therapy or about how the consensus on that was reached. And again, in this case, there is just no evidence of any motive by either the Colorado legislature or any medical association to reach this conclusion on anything based on anything other than protection of minors and a.
Tropes is asking, do you think there were always people considering the politics? Back in the day when the Supreme Court was founded, or is it modern cultural ideology that? No, the in my opinion, the Supreme Court has always been political. Go back to Marbury versus Madison. Um, just a bit of trivia. The first Chief Justice, Justice Marshall, John Marshall, was Thomas Jefferson's cousin. I don't know whether it was a first cousin or how close the cousinage was. He couldn't stand Jefferson. So the court has always been political, or at least interested in politics, and that's pretty much day one.
Yeah. Well, Stanley, I was
Oh no,
wanting to ask
no, no.
you,
The transitioning. Well, this. No, I mean the medical science. Like the. I mean, there's probably always been men who dressed up in girls' clothes or women's clothes, and vice versa. But the actual like medical science, with the hormone blockers and stuff, certainly that technology is very recent. The medical technologies, very recent. So, I mean, no, there are all kinds of things, new technologies that the court has had to deal with over the centuries.
well, Stanley, the American Psychological Association does consider gender dysphoria as a mental illness. So we have to consider
Okay,
that.
so how is that relative to conversion therapy?
Because if they can figure out if they're a man
Okay,
or a
what?
woman,
Don't even bother answering. I assumed it was a hypothetical question. I will remind you that there is nothing that indicates that conversion therapy changes anything. So while there might be treatments, and even therapy, word therapy for gender dysphoria, conversion therapy isn't one of them.
well,
As a
they
matter of
don't
fact,
even give it
conversion
a
therapy,
chance.
if you go and you look up, the DSM-5, well, it wouldn't be in the DSM-5, you won't find people treating gender dysphoria with conversion therapy. So again, it's kind of two different animals you're talking about here.
Well, how do we treat gender dysphoria?
I don't know. You have a friend who's a therapist, ask the professional. But conversion therapy, maybe you weren't here when I pulled it up. Just a quick Wikipedia. Here.
I mean, if we got a lot of people that can figure out if they was born a male or a female.
Right. And but what I'm saying is conversion therapy, if you need to treat people like that, conversion therapy isn't what you should use. And it says here, this is just a down and dirty Wikipedia. Conversion therapy is the pseudoscientific practice of attempting to change an individual's sexual orientation, romantic orientation, gender identity, or gender expression to align with heterosexual and cisgender norms. Conversion therapy is ineffective at changing a person's sexual orientation or gender identity and frequently causes significant long-term psychological harm. The position of current evidence-based medicine and clinical guidance is that homosexuality, bisexuality, and gender variance are natural and healthy aspects of human sexuality and gender identity. Conversion therapy often consists of methods that involve, but are not limited to, talk therapy, aversion therapy, brain surgery, chemical castration, surgical castration, hypnosis, psychoanalysis, corrective rape. What the corrective rape? and various religious practices, including prayer and exorcism.
That
So,
whole sentence sounds like a mental illness, Stanley.
you mean what sounds like a mental illness?
Well, everything you just read.
Well, the therapy sounds like a mental illness.
Well, at least me and you didn't grow up like that.
Oh, it was there. It just wasn't noticed, probably. There are things. My personal opinion is autism, for instance. It's just diagnosed more. It's always been a problem. It's just that it's gotten a lot of press, and we've gotten better at diagnosing it.
Decades long record of research.
Was there a time when many medical professionals thought that certain people should not be permitted to procreate because they had low IQs?
I don't know that, but I will accept the premise.
Was there a time when there were many medical professionals who thought that every child born with Down syndrome should be immediately put in an institution?
I don't know that, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Justice Sotomayor? Justice Kagan?
I could go back to your example about having high cholesterol and all the various things that a doctor could say. And I don't think anybody wants to remove doctors from liability or any kind of professional sanction for giving utterly wrong medical advice just because the giving of that advice involves words, right? So if the doctor said you can lower your cholesterol by going out and eating dessert every meal, we would think that was not a good thing for a doctor to say, and we wouldn't say, oh, the First Amendment has something to do with this. But I guess I have this feeling that that's a different kind of case, that is a case where the speech is incidental to whatever conduct it is that the doctor is offering. Whether it's, you should take this pill, or you should do these eating practices, or so forth and so on. And are you saying that there's no distinction between what we're dealing with here and the range of things that a doctor can tell you in her office about what kind of care is appropriate for any particular condition?
I don't think there's any distinction, because just like in the medical field, counseling is an evidence-based practice that petitioner trained for thousands of hours to be qualified to do. And her advice and counseling therapies, through her words, can be extremely harmful. And so there is no difference between that and the medical context. And I wanted to come back to the first part of your question about calling out a specific practice that violates the standard of care. This is a thing that legislatures do not irregularly when you have a practice that, although it's ineffective or although it's harmful, it persists anyway. So for example, in Colorado, there's a specific provision that says it's unprofessional conduct for medical doctors to prescribe anabolic steroids for sports performance. Now, normally something like that might die out, but you can understand why there are cultural pressures that make this continue to be interesting to people, even when they know there's harm. And this has been the problem with conversion therapy. Although every theory that it's relied on has been debunked and debunked and debunked, people continue to seek it and to want it and to believe that they can make this change. And I think that's understandable. It's a challenge to find out that you're a gay or transgender person. And then finally, to the issue of regulating a specific practice, we cited you a couple of cases about this false memory recovery. So there was a practice going on with psychotherapists in the 1990s where they were using a therapy that was causing children to come up with false memories of sexual abuse. And there were several malpractice cases about it. That therapy died out on its own. But if it hadn't, and therapists had continued to do it, and again, it was done only with words, surely a state could step in and say, that's unprofessional conduct. And that's exactly what Colorado and 25 other states have done here.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch?
Ms. Kavanaugh? Justice Barrett?
What is your best evidence on this record, thinking about the application of strict scrutiny, that this kind of talk therapy by a licensed professional, licensed therapist to minors causes harm?
Sure. I would direct you, Your Honor, to JA 64 through 74. And I do want to note this particular argument about this specific study came up for the first time at 10th Circuit oral argument. And I think had we had an opportunity, we could absolutely have put in even more evidence to nail this down in the district court. But if you look there, our expert walks through all of the research that's been done since 2009. Aversive practices have not been in use since the 1980s or before, so all of these studies do not concern aversive practices at all. And then I would direct you specifically to the Green study and the Turbin study. The Green study looked at 34,000 13 to 25-year-olds who had gone through conversion therapy, and after controlling for other factors, found there was a 2 times rate of attempted suicides among that group. And in the Turbin study, Dr. Turbin looked at 27,000 participants. This was specifically on gender identity change efforts, including people who had received those efforts at under the age of 10. He looked specifically at childhood exposure and found association with adverse mental health outcomes in adulthood, including suicide ideation and attempts. This question about whether it's voluntary or not, that's just not an issue that had ever been raised to focus on. And especially with children under 10, I don't even know how you would assess that. I would also direct you to Dr. Turbin's amicus brief, though, where he further describes the techniques that he used in his study to show how much they would align with, I think, what petitioner would imagine that she would want to try to do. And then you have to put it in the context of people have been trying to do conversion therapy for 100 years with no record of success. There is no study, despite the fact that people tried to advance this practice, that has ever shown that it has any chance of being efficacious. And again, the harm from it comes not from the aversive practice, it comes from telling someone there's something innate about yourself you can change, and then you spend all kinds of time and effort trying to do that, and you fail.
But you bore the burden. She didn't have to show that it was efficacious, right? You had to show that it caused harm.
Right, but in light of 100 years of studies that all point in the same direction with no efficaciousness and evidence of significant risk of harm, we think we amply carried that burden.
Tell me more. You said that in the 10th Circuit, you wished, because if you had been back before the district court, you could have introduced more evidence. Did you not? It was a PI hearing. Why didn't you have the opportunity to introduce all the evidence you wanted to?
There was no hearing. We filed our response in response to petitioner's brief where she had no evidence. We put in a 60-page expert declaration covering all of this, and including not just the studies, but the fact that all of the theories underlying conversion therapy have been debunked. Initially it was homosexuality as a pathology that we need to treat. That's been debunked. Then it was homosexuality is caused by trauma. That's been debunked. Then it was homosexuality is caused by a relationship you have with your parents. That's been debunked.
So, just on the very specific evidentiary question, are you representing then that if this went back, you want the opportunity to have a hearing to put in different evidence that it causes harm?
I think if there's some argument that we need to show that these studies were done on people who engaged in voluntary therapy, I think you could potentially go to the study authors and get that. But that particular critique was never raised. And again, I just think if what petitioner is saying is you have to have a randomized controlled trial on children in order to establish with respect to the particular thing that she wants to do, that would be, I think, a study that would, not even medicine would require a study like that to come up with a standard of care.
Justice Jackson?
Can I just quickly get you to address Justice Alito's question about how you distinguish NIFLA? You have definitely focused very clearly on the special relationship, the professional context, and the fact that this is medical care being provided in a counseling relationship. But as Justice Alito points out, we have addressed professional speech and the extent to which it should be treated differently, and it has said no. So how do you distinguish that case?
So professional speech, as it was addressed in NIFLA, is a much broader category than what we're talking about here. It would include things professionals are saying in any professional capacity. We are focused on the very narrow context where a healthcare provider is delivering healthcare to a patient. They are under fiduciary duties to act in that patient's best interest, and they are subject to malpractice liability. And that is just a different category.
So you're saying that this is a very narrow carve out, no matter what we sort of said otherwise with respect to professional, that you'd be advocating for a very narrow rule here.
Yes, it would be very narrow, and I think it's consistent with the precise doctrines that NIFLA called out as not triggering heightened First Amendment scrutiny, like malpractice, like informed consent, because those are things that are taking place in the exact same with the exact same relationship that we're talking about here.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Stanley, I want
Bravo,
to
Mr.
ask
Campbell.
you a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. On standing,
What's that?
Like, how many, like, what percentage of America do these gender just oriented people make up in America?
No idea. Google it.
Less than 1%?
You mean, I mean, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. All that stuff you can Google yourself.
Yeah, I mean, so why do we spend so much time worrying about this stupid shit? I mean, they're like
Okay,
1%
well,
of America.
wait, hold it.
Who gives a fuck?
Okay, well, I suggest you write both your congressman and you write the Supreme Court. This is literally a Supreme Court hearing. Ask them why they're spending so much time on it. And the reason I'm listening to it is because I thought it was an interesting case. So that's why I'm listening to it.
Yeah, I
Is that
understand why people spend a bunch of time over a bunch of hormones and people can't figure out if they got a dick or a cunt.
okay? Well, let me help your let me help your ignorance. Maybe I can help you not sound so ignorant at least. Okay, I think the people who are homosexual or whatever the problems you described, I'm guessing they're with you. Why are people making such a big deal out of it? So what you need to do is you need to talk to you need to talk to these far right Christian nationalist types who keep obsessing over bathrooms.
Or the rainbow flag waving motherfuckers.
Okay, fuck the rainbow flag. If someone wants to fly a rainbow flag, it is free speech. Why are people getting so upset that somebody wants? Okay, don't interrupt me when I'm talking. Why are people getting upset at somebody flying a rainbow flag?
As long as they're not doing it in my yard.
Okay, you know what? Once again, you throw in something that really has nothing to do with it, with much. Nobody's going to try and raise a rainbow flag in your yard. My question to you is, why do people get upset at what other people do?
Because they try to throw it in your face everywhere.
Well, you know what? No, see, you're not quite. It's the people who complain about the homosexuals that are fucked up, not the homosexuals.
Oh, really?
Yes.
It's not the people in.
Literally, no. It's literally the people. It's literally the people who want to butt into other people's business that are the fucked up ones.
Are you good?
It's the people. It's the people who complain about rainbow flags that are fucked up.
Nah. No, it's the ones complaining. They like to wave every flag but the American.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying.
I thought
Because
you were
this conversation is going nowhere. It's the people who complain about people waving rainbow flags that are fucked up, not the people waving the flag, the people
Okay.
complaining about waving the flag.
Maybe you ain't made a good faggot lately. I don't know. That's your problem.
Justice Gorsuch, in response to your question, I heard the state say that they are not disavowing enforcement, particularly if the effort involves discussions that seek change on identity. On pages 216 to 217, Ms. Childs talks about how she wants to have full conversations exploring issues of identity and gender, and that includes considering change. On the issue of studies, there was a reference to the Green and Turban studies. All of those studies relied on bias sampling, self-reporting. They conflated aversive techniques with voluntary counseling. They did not isolate licensed counselors, and they did not purport even in their own study to prove causation. Beyond that, Justice Thomas, in response to one of your questions, the state conceded that it would be speech if it was a life coach, but it's for some reason not protected speech if it is a professional. That is an attempt to revive the professional.
Nope, they explained it. The life coaches don't have a medical license. Once you have a medical license, you have a fiduciary responsibility. They explained it clearly.
Speech doctrine that this court rejected in NIFLA. This law's viewpoint discrimination is even worse than we've heard so far this morning, because the state of Colorado would allow a 12-year-old without their parents' consent to enter into counseling that would go the opposite way on these issues of gender identity and sexual orientation. But if that same 12-year-old with their parents' consent want to seek counseling in the opposite direction, the kind that my client would provide, they are not able to do that. That kind of viewpoint discrimination must survive strict scrutiny. This law harms gender dysphoric kids because the statistics that we've cited in our verified complaint, as well as in the brief that we cited with this court, indicate that 90% of young people who are struggling with gender dysphoria before puberty work their way through it and realign their identity with their sex. But if one of those children go to a counselor and they specifically say, that is the help I want, realigning my identity with their sex, they cannot receive that help from someone like my client. Moreover, if they're continuing down the path of transition, then unfortunately they get locked into that path, and eventually it leads over 90% of the time, once they start down the path of social transition, it will lead to the route of medicalized transition, which the CAS report tells us comes with a lot of harm and devastation. And lastly, there should be no remand in this case for all of the reasons that I just explained. In addition to that, I heard Ms. Stevenson say that they were aware below that we were arguing for strict scrutiny and that they had an opportunity to put studies in. So all remand would do in this case is continue to prolong the ongoing harm that's happening not only to my client, but more importantly, the kids who are struggling with gender dysphoria.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
All right, well, that is that. I actually have one more Supreme Court case, but we're not going to do it today. A little bit of breaking news here. Further evidence of the Trump administration's incompetence. Earlier today, I got a news alert saying that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was going to be deported to Ghana. Well, guess what? DHS just said, never mind. The news article reads, after excuse me, after serving Kilmar Abrego, excuse me, 1 minute. Got to get some water there. After serving Kilmar Abrego Garcia with a notice of removal to Ghana, the Department of Homeland Security told his attorneys that the notice was premature and asked them to disregard the document. So they're sending shit out and going, never mind. In a post on X on Friday, the foreign minister of Ghana said the country is not accepting Abrego Garcia. He cannot be deported to Ghana, said Sam Obodzero Ablakwa. This has been directly and unambiguously conveyed to U.S. authorities. In my interactions with U.S. officials, I made clear that our understanding to accept a limited number of non-criminal West Africans purely on the grounds of African solidarity and humanitarian principles would not be expanded. The Department of Homeland Security previously said it planned to deport Kilmar Abrego Garcia to Ghana, according to a notice from the agency to his attorneys. Before that, DHS said it was planning to deport Abrego Garcia, who was wrongly deported to El Salvador and then brought back to the U.S. to Eswatini in Uganda. That must be a new country. Attorneys for Abrego Garcia will be in court on Friday for an evidentiary hearing in which government witnesses are expected to testify about the steps taken to remove him to Eswatini or elsewhere. Abrego Garcia, a Salvadoran native who had been living in Maryland with his wife and children, was deported in March to El Salvador's CHECKMATES mega prison, despite a 2019 order barring his deportation to that country due to fear of persecution. The Trump administration claimed he was a member of the criminal gang MS-13. I thought it was Trinde Aragua, which his family and attorneys denied. He was brought back to the U.S. in June to face human smuggling charges in Tennessee, to which he has pleaded not guilty. After being released into the custody of his brother in Maryland pending trial, he was again detained by immigration authorities who indicated their intention to deport him. Last week, an immigration judge denied a motion by Abrego Garcia's attorneys to reopen his immigration case. Yeah, this is like literally the height of incompetence. Sending shit out and then going, never mind.
Well, Stanley, one thing I was hoping you might talk about is the Nobel Peace Prize.
I've already talked about it.
And how that rebel against Maduro, that woman, man, she's a star, man. If I was
She's a what?
Trump, I'd have her over to Mar-a-Lago if I was Trump.
Well, Trump is probably trying to get it overturned.
No, Trump has praised her in the past.
Right. Well, I mean, this peace plan that he's doing, it needs some time to actually develop into a peace plan. They're just in the initial stages of it.
I'm talking about Maria Machado.
I know what you're talking about, but there were all kinds of people saying, hey, he should get the prize today for what he's done this week. And, you know, the thing is that this is just at the initial stages. Why did people think he was going to be getting the prize? I guess that's my question.
Well, you can't really be getting the prize when, like, I've been watching the Portland protest and some of the Chicago protests, they do look like an insurrection. But Portland,
okay, no, they don't look. They do not look like an insurrection. Nobody's trying to overturn a government.
Yeah, so there's no call for that, or no
well,
call
I actually think that Trump has provoked a lot of this. There really is no reason to deploy the National Guard. And Everything, because we were actually watching Portland Andy yesterday for a little
Oh, you
while.
were? That's my
Yes.
bro.
Right. And what he showed didn't seem to be particularly violent in Portland.
Well, they were before, is the thing.
You mean in 2020?
Well, can I explain something, Stanley? Like, I think the federal agents on the ground can handle themselves, you know, and they don't need a bunch of National Guard there or anything in Portland or Chicago. I think federal agents are very well equipped to handle themselves. I mean, we got the ATF, we got millions upon millions for
Hell, they had
federal
people
agents.
air assaulting from helicopters. That might have been a National Guard helicopter. The thing is I can actually see some of Trump's side. And Trump's problem is really it's his method, it's his demeanor, it's how he does things. He could probably get away with deploying the National Guard if he weren't such an asshole.
Well, it's just
Because I think it's a good I think it's a good argument that if the local police won't cooperate, then hey, we need some folks to protect us. If the local cops won't, we need the National Guard. I mean, there are ways to present this where, the president wouldn't sound batshit crazy and just outright vindictive.
Well, you remember in the one big beautiful bill, I forget how much was pronounced for more federal agents, like ICE.
Yeah, well, see, that's a short-term,
all that.
that's a short-term solution with long-term problems built in. Okay, because at some point in time, you're not going to need those 10,000 extra agents. At some point, you're going to get immigration under control. What do you do with all the extra people? They're not using their brains. They're just trying to look good in the short term.
Hopefully they're saving money.
I think in the end, I think 5 years from now, there's going to be a massive layoff of of ICE agents.
So a judge has denied the Trump administration's request to delay the deportation case against Kilmar Abrego Garcia. The government asked for the delay because of the government shutdown, but the judge disagreed, saying she felt duty-bound to continue the case because of how important it is to immigration policy. The Salvadoran man was deported to El Salvador in error last March, then returned to the U.S. in June to face criminal charges. He's tangled up in multiple cases, though, from human smuggling charges in Tennessee to his immigration case, and in Maryland, he's fighting the government's effort to deport him to a third country. My next guest will represent Kilmar Abrego Garcia during his next hearing on Friday. Simon Sandoval Moshenberg joins me now. Simon, as we said, the judge today did deny a request to pause proceedings and then seemed to focus in on the question of Kilmar Abrego Garcia's detention in Pennsylvania. Tell us what happened and what you're asking for when it comes to his detention.
Mr. Abrego Garcia has been in ICE detention for 6 weeks now. After the criminal court ordered that he be released in pending his trial on the pending criminal charges, ICE allowed him just 1 weekend with his family before they took him into custody. That was 6 weeks ago. The evidence that came out
and then
today
before
shows
that,
that
I guess he was in a prison in El Salvador.
And they were trying to use the government shutdown as a pretext to keep him locked up, but not actually do anything towards, deporting him or anything at all, right? Really, it became crystal clear that they're trying to use immigration detention to do what the criminal judge in Tennessee wouldn't allow them to do, which is to keep him locked up pending his criminal trial in late January.
So the judge asked the government to provide evidence at Friday's hearing about what steps they took to remove Kilmar from the country. What evidence, if any, has the government provided so far about its plans to remove him to a different country than his native El Salvador?
Well, since this case started all the way back in March, the government's favorite tactic has been to send lawyers into court who don't know anything, who have no information about anything. And that's what they did again today. And the judge was really quite upset with that. And so she gave them 48 hours. They have until Wednesday to file any evidence that shows that they're actually moving forward on deportation. And then she's going to hold a hearing on Friday in which we're going to ask for him to be released. This is a person who's already accepted to be deported to Costa Rica, right? Costa Rica has offered to accept him. Costa Rica has offered him refugee status there. And most critically, Costa Rica has promised that it's not going to redeport him onto El Salvador. Why isn't the government doing that, right? If their real goal is to just get him out of the country, just deport him somewhere, anywhere, he could be.
I can answer that question because he is literally, as a refugee from the United States, he's in a position to really affect the United States Greta Thunberg style. Once you deport him as a refugee to Costa Rica, oh man, he could become like a Nobel Peace Prize candidate, bad mouthing the United States.
No, face it,
Costa Rica
Stanley, he'll never be a free man again.
I'm pretty sure he will be a free man again.
I don't think
even if it comes to a Democratic president just fucking pardoning him, he will be free again because at this rate, at the rate we're going right now, MAGA will not win 2028 or even 2026 unless they step in and do some coup type shit. MAGA is literally on the down elevator right now. And I can guarantee you Trump is doing a little dance that economic data won't be released this month due to the shutdown. This economy is tanking. It's a slow motion tank. And if it's the economy stupid, MAGA's going to have some problems come the new year. Grocery prices are not going down.
But it's not, right? And why are they fighting to send him across the Atlantic Ocean, first to Uganda, now to Eswatini? It seems to me that the reason is most likely a punitive one. They want to use the immigration proceedings, again, to punish him in a manner that they haven't so far been successful in using the criminal proceedings.
So what are you concerned about if he's deported to Eswatini?
Well, there have now been 2 plane loads of
I don't even know where
Eswatini.
that country
the
is.
conditions there are very harsh. They're not at liberty. They're locked up. But more critically, Eswatini, the government of Eswatini has made very clear that they understand that the mission is not to hold people. It's just to redeport them to their countries of origin. Mr. Abrego Garcia was tortured in the infamous CHECKMATES prison when he was first sent there back in March and April of this year. And if he's sent back to El Salvador, it would be completely illegal, whether that's directly to El Salvador by means of a layover in Southern Africa.
Well, let me ask you a question. Why doesn't he just now? I know he can't do it now because he's detained, but why doesn't he just pack up his family and do a reverse border crossing?
So Abrego Garcia's case is probably the highest profile immigration fight of the second Trump term. The government in this case says it made a mistake. So how common, are these kind of mistakes in the deportation process, you think, at this time?
Prior to this year, they happened, but they were exceedingly rare. It has been, I must have received, since I started with the Abrego Garcia case, easily 20 emails from other immigration lawyers telling me that similar things have happened to their client, that they've been deported in violation of an order. It just seems that the government, in their rush to deport as many people as possible, in their huge influx of resources, is just being very, very careless and sloppy. They're deporting people who have stays of removal. They're deporting people who are in just pending deportation proceedings who've never been ordered deported by a judge. And they're deporting people to countries that those people have been ordered that they can't be deported to. Unfortunately, it's happening left and right.
All right, we will follow the hearing. Simon Sandoval Mosenberg, thank you so much for your time.
Good to be here with you.
So a judge has...
All right. Well, let's see here. We are at 3 hours and 38 minutes and down to 3 people in the chat. Oh, dear.
Already?
Well, yeah. I actually started at 7:45 for once. So what I'm thinking I might do is just go ahead and stop at the 4-hour mark and maybe do a show this evening. That's what I've been doing. Except yesterday, since I started late, I just kind of went all the way through. But let's have a look at this. And since I'm doing a Saturday show, I may not even do an evening show, to be honest.
That Columbus must be dismantled, but Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, the Pilgrims, the pioneers, and every other part of our history that involves some form of Christian or European descendant. The radicals want to destroy the West and everything that it stands for. Parents, please don't play their game. The 21st century critics of Columbus who topple statues and feign morality would not be able to do half of what Columbus did. Despite some miscalculations and misidentifications, and despite some errors in judgment, he was an amazing person who was born to accomplish great things, and the stories that are being told today are simply untrue.
Oh, what bullshit. So killing like 500 fucking natives was a slight error in judgment? The fuck is this silly woman talking about? This is a must watch.
What are we going to do about the story of Christopher Columbus? As a homeschool mom and a history buff, I get a lot of questions about Christopher Columbus. Parents are hesitant to expose their children to someone that they think is a genocidal maniac, rapist, murderer.
He
And
wasn't?
so they just try to hurry over the lessons about Christopher Columbus, but they, and
Flaming
possibly you,
leftist
believe this
lunatic.
way because of just recent decades of revisionist history. So what I want to do today is help unpack.
You know what? I'll be damned if I'm going to sit here and act like a homeschool mom as some fucking expert on Columbus. All you got to do is just get some historian's version of what Columbus did and make a judgment for yourself. And why is a homeschool?
Favorite book on Columbus?
Well, I've never read. I know all I need to know about Columbus. I don't need to read
A
about it.
lot of versions on it. Yeah.
Right. Well, all I'm saying is that I don't know why you would want to get that deep into detail over Columbus with kids you're homeschooling.
Yeah, it's weird, huh?
Well, I think it's unnecessary.
How we got here and what did Americans know and believe about Christopher Columbus before this revisionist history started. So I call it the twisted history of Christopher Columbus. I've been blogging about this for many, many years. And when I say that, I'm not
a Canadian. You notice how these white women are always like they're never on point. They always like, oh, I'm Mrs. Softvoice and I know what I'm talking about. It's like, no, you don't, cunt. You don't realize
Well, I mean, they're just
that went on.
those women are just imitating their daddy's husbands and their daddy's husbands, brothers, and other white males. So I don't know why it's disturbing.
referring to Columbus himself. I'm referring to the revising of a story that was set down in print long ago. I'm talking about why you can't just take a modern interpretation of a very old story and change it and repackage it and judge it by modern standards. I want to show you how to avoid doing that. So in the 21st century, as you know, it's nearly impossible to talk about Christopher Columbus in a rational conversation. The revisionist history population has done such a thorough job of making us feel hateful and bitter toward a man who they believe single-handedly committed genocide during his murderous voyage to the New World. But there is so much more to the story. So who do you trust? How do you know? Well, as I always say, first-hand accounts and primary sources are the most accurate way to understand all of history, and specifically Columbus and his men and their times and their actions. Columbus and his men kept journals and wrote letters. Columbus was a prolific journalist, and he carefully noted his highs and his lows. He wrote about his call to spread the gospel around the world, and he wrote about his miserable failings towards God and his country. He was honest about everything that happened. It's all there to read if people would just take the time. So I talk about Columbus every single year as a homeschool mom and as a history buff, not because I think he is some perfect godlike figure, but for two reasons. First, because his achievements were world-changing, and second, because his story, as we know it right now, illustrates just how many falsehoods Americans are willing to believe. So I want to go way back in time and help you to understand that Columbus's history as an American heroic figure spans centuries. There was a very long period of American history where Columbus was honored for his accomplishments. In fact, Columbia was the name first debated for our country, and it was informally called this for 2 centuries. Before there was the Statue of Liberty, there was another Lady Liberty, and her name was Columbia. Columbina or Columbia is the feminine form of Columbus. And before 1700, Columbia came to represent the colonies. And after the revolution was won, it came to represent liberty and the United States of America. Now, if you go searching
No,
the web,
Columbus wasn't from Spain. He was from Italy. He sailed for Spain. As a matter of fact,
he went down to Spain before he came over here with the Nina.
Right. Well, he basically
Santa Maria.
he was basically commissioned by Spain for the voyage, and he was originally trying to look for a passage to, well, basically a, a passage to India. As a matter of fact, in Barcelona, they have this really nice statue of Columbus.
for the history of this fact,
I think that might have been where he sailed from.
you'll find writers who tell you that the newly freed colonies were just scrambling for something non-British to call the country, and that they hastily adopted the moniker of Columbia because they didn't have anything better. I guess a memo went out because that's the standard internet story now, but that is not true. So let's just look at a short history of Columbia before we move on to the rest of the story of Columbus. In 1697, Samuel Sewall wrote of Columbina as an emblem of a new heaven in the American colonies. By the 1730s, the name Columbia became shorthand for the 13 colonies. I don't know if you're aware that England, Great Britain has always had the name Britannia. This is the American version of that, Columbia. In 1738, the term Columbia was used as a reference to America in a London magazine called Gentleman's Magazine. In 1784, after the colonists had won the revolution and were ready to begin building a new nation and a new government, they didn't want any American things called anything British. So King's College was renamed Columbia. In 1786, Columbia, South Carolina became the first United States city to be named in honor of the explorer Columbus. Leaders in the state legislature at the time were trying to determine where the state capital would be located and what its name would be. So they went back and forth between Washington and Columbia, and Columbia won by a vote of 11-7. In 1787, future President John Quincy Adams, who was the son of another future president, John Adams, gave his Harvard graduation speech and said, "Ye daughters of Columbia, your country calls." Also in 1787, there were 2 ships named Columbia and Washington that first set sail towards the northwest coast in that year. John Kendrick was captain of the Columbia, and Captain Robert Gray led the Washington. Do you notice how Washington and Columbia are the two names that are settled on most as the fathers of this country? So in 1789, the Columbia, the ship, became the
What is
first
she
U.S.
talking
ship to
about?
circumnavigate the globe.
Columbia?
Captain Robert
No
Gray
idea. You're the
discovered the
one
mouth of the
playing it,
Columbia
Stanley.
River in 1792.
Well, I just
So he
wanted, I
named
was
the
just
river
curious
after
to see what you
Columbia,
had to
his ship,
say.
after Columbus.
She's fairly famous in right-wing circles.
In 1790, the U.S. Congress established a 100-square-mile territory to serve as the permanent seat of the federal government. It was called the District of
I'm not
Columbia,
a fan.
and inside that district was the city of Washington. In
Oh, come on now.
1793, Hail Columbia was an Independence Day celebration song. By the Revolutionary era, Columbia had evolved into a neoclassical goddess, and
I'd
you will
rather
recognize
talk about
Columbia when you see her.
Tiffany
Hail
Silver.
Columbia became the unofficial national anthem sung throughout the 17 and 1800s. It is actually still the ceremonial entrance march for the Vice President of the United States. Columbia appeared in political cartoons, guiding westward expansion as the spirit of manifest destiny. She led the way westward in John Gast's famous painting, American Progress, lighting horizon as she soars above telegraph wires, railroads, and travelers. In 1893, you may be familiar with the Chicago World's Fair, but it was also called the World's Columbian Exposition. But sadly, this was going to be about the end of Columbia's reign. The Statue of Liberty, as you remember, had come to America in 1886, and she eventually took the place of Columbia as Lady Liberty. Uncle Sam also gained prominence, taking Columbia's place on war posters. Are you familiar with Columbia Pictures? They adapted the Lady Liberty as their logo, I think, in the early 1920s, and it still remains today. In 1931, President FDR officially replaced Hail Columbia with the Star-Spangled Banner as the national anthem. So that's just a little bit of history of where we get the name Columbia.
She likes to
Over 2
rewrite
million
history,
Americans live in
doesn't she,
54
Stanley?
counties, districts,
I don't think
cities,
she's
incorporated
rewriting it.
towns,
He's just
boroughs,
not.
villages,
He's
and
giving the history
census-designated places
of all
named
these places
after
called
Christopher Columbus.
named after
Let's fast
Columbus, I
forward to
guess.
today. Now, in over 130 cities and at least 8 states, the official holiday known as Columbus Day has been repealed. States no longer celebrate Columbus Day, and they include North Carolina, Vermont, Alaska, South Dakota, Oregon, Minnesota, New Mexico, and oddly, the District of Columbia. In place of Columbus Day, we all know most have instituted an Indigenous Peoples Day to honor the native
shut
peoples of
up,
America
white
from
bitch.
various locales.
You
So
don't
what
know nothing about
changed?
no
Columbus
native.
is one of the
Shut
most
the
clear
fuck
examples of how
up.
the masses have easily convinced us to accept a clumsy and revised history. What Americans and what a lot of the Western world think about Columbus illustrates a nearly complete triumph for progressive Marxists, not just in education, but society at large. The modern narrative of Christopher Columbus sounds a little something like this. Tell me if this sounds familiar. He was inherently racist. He hated Indians. He was the single most destructive force in the history of the world. He was a rapist. He was also an evil white male. And the modern narrative of Indians sounds something like this. They were minding their own business in their secluded part of the world. They were kind and loving. They were anti-war. They lived in peaceful community with all other Indians. They were happy, healthy, and safe before Columbus came. Mary Graybar wrote in her book Debunking Howard Zinn that Zinn describes the world before Columbus came kind of on a second grade level, that everyone was loving and sharing and kind.
No,
I'm
that's
sure
not
you've
what
heard all
Howard
these
Zinn
claims,
wrote.
and I wouldn't be surprised if you believe them and assume they're true. It's
No
preached as
guns,
gospel
no
truth by
swords,
well-educated
no
people,
knives.
and it's been repeated so much
Everyone was
in our
loving
generation
and
that it seems
kind.
to be the accepted true history, but
Yeah,
it's not.
right.
So where did we learn this? Unfortunately, this little book right here is the culprit. Howard Zinn. In his 1980 book, A People's History of the United States of America, he opens his reimagined history book with a whole new version of Columbus. He even calls it The Untold Story. But Zen's version is actually the original story with a lot of important facts purposely omitted. While he is quoting parts of Columbus's journals, he carefully selects the parts
I'm
that
sorry,
make
what?
Columbus appear to be a slaver.
Why do you
and
listen to bitches like this?
Well, sometimes you gotta to learn stuff. It's not always pleasant. I mean, if nothing else, I'm going to learn that I don't need to listen to her anymore.
Well, that'd be the best lesson of the day.
I mean, I listen to people I don't
Dumber
necessarily.
than a bag of hammers, man.
I don't necessarily listen to people that I always agree with. I'm just curious to know what her argument is. She's saying we are giving Columbus a bad shake. I'm trying to figure out why she's so interested in Columbus. I mean, he discovered America, or quote, discovered America 250 years before the start of the country. I don't know why she's so, other than what he did, I don't know why she's so obsessed. I guess I'm trying to figure that out.
Heartless overseer. He weaves a tale that makes Columbus appear as the genocidal rape.
Greenland before Columbus.
Okay, well, her main thing is not when America was discovered, it's why she feels people are trashing Columbus and they shouldn't be. And I'm just trying to figure out, why does she care? That's why I'm listening.
She's spreading a lot of false
that the masses now believe he was. In addition,
I
he
don't
paints the
think she
pictures
is.
of the Indians as a
I
peaceful
think she's
community of
spreading
friends
no
who live in complete
useful
harmony, who have
information.
never heard of murder or rape or theft. It was actually Zen who suggested renaming Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. But Zen's history book has become a standard resource for college students and professors, and it made its way into high schools across America. I've actually been contacted by so many people who
It's
say,
a
yeah,
good
we
book.
read that in our AP high school history classes. And then with the explosion of social media, his ideas have become the material for thousands of influencers, cementing revisionist history as fact in the minds of millions of
No.
purposely
See,
uneducated Americans.
this is
And
where
here we
these
are,
assholes
homeschoolers in
don't
the
really
21st
understand.
century, afraid
See,
to
people like her think that history is just like a list of facts. History is interpretation of events, and the events are facts. The events actually happened. History is literally, what do they mean? So what she's calling revisionist, she should just say versions of history I don't agree with. Zen, I've read Zen's history book. There's nothing in there that's particularly controversial, in my opinion.
discuss Columbus or to teach our children about him, because we have fallen for this revisionist history of a card-carrying communist author whose fake history has been debunked hundreds of times over. Parents,
I'm afraid.
we've got to be critical.
I'm afraid. I've never heard of anybody debunking Howard Zinn's history. Again, there's nothing that he made up in that history book. It's what it means. He basically, it's called A Worker's History of the United States. His point of view is a Marxian point of view. It's kind of like a people's history. It's like, hey, he's trying to write history from the point of a worker, some just worker, making ends meet. He's trying to write history from that perspective versus, some, Harvard historian writing a very erudite tome. He's trying to make history accessible to, the common man. She's going overboard when she starts talking about he's making shit up. He didn't.
thinkers. We must seek the
She
truth.
just doesn't like
Critical
his point of
thinkers
view.
look at the
Making
historic record,
shit up.
examine it in the context of its
No, I don't
time,
know that
and
she's
read the
making
stories
stuff
as
up.
they
She's
were
just
written.
talking about
While social
things that
media
don't really
influencers
matter.
peddle themselves off as historians, we cannot just allow them to snip the official narrative into pieces and then reassemble it into a more enticing story and call it good. If a historical figure was bad, we can truthfully admit that. If a historical figure was not bad, we should also be willing to truthfully admit that. But we are witnessing a movement that looks at all of history through this lens. Heroes, especially white European males, were always bad, and the underdog was always good. That's what happened to Christopher Columbus. But he's not alone. It has happened to pretty much any white European or American male in the past 500 years of world history, just to be clear.
Have you heard me tell the story of Ona Judge? Okay, George Washington, the father of our country, hunted a slave from the president's office. That's not revisionist history. It actually happened.
But because it's Columbus Day, it's a good time to start with the villain that the Marxists started with. You can see the dominoes fall from there. Jeff Finn Paul, in his book Not Stolen, which is a highly recommended book, puts it this way. They believe the only morally acceptable way to write history is to foreground exploitation of non-white people by white people. So our
Okay, see again, she is very artful. Okay, foregrounding the cruelty and the exploitation, that's not revisioning that's not revising history. It's where the emphasis is. Apparently she's not that articulate. Okay, if it happened, it happened. Now, what you highlight, do you highlight Columbus because what he did was, kind of arduous? What he did was basically, quote, found the new world? Or do you emphasize all the natives that he killed, either by disease or just outright, killing? Do you want to emphasize that? Both are true. These people want to criticize how somebody writes a book, their point of view. She didn't say any of it was fake. That
She
Columbus
ain't
killed.
She ain't
That
writing
Columbus.
no book. She's just running her mouth.
Okay, well, I don't. That brings up another thing. John Galt, especially, and CT is just kind of following along. This thing about John Galt saying that black people don't build anything. What the fuck has he built? He owns a few buildings and abuses his tenants. What the fuck has he built that is worth anybody, giving awards out for? Why is it always these people don't think books are worth anything. They don't think black people built anything. They're just really a problem to the black community. John Galt is like the biggest, these anti-black blacks are literally a bigger problem than the most racist of whites to the black community. And no one seems to be able to go up to John and tell him he's a piece of shit, except for me. And that's very curious.
Yeah, I just ordered this book that explains how Billy the Kid was the good guy against the Santa Fe cult and all that shit. Like, there's all these Masons and like a small town cowboy couldn't make it there anymore because the Santa Fe ring was gonna kill them all and they control everything. Yeah.
Okay, what is this you're talking
Not
about?
a conspiracy, Stanley.
Is it a Zane Grey novel?
No, it's here. Let me go find it in my note. I have a note here.
Well, while you're finding that, we'll go ahead and slog through this, I guess.
Biblical worldview actually matters when we are reading history. As Christians, we can actually look to the scriptures to help us form our thinking on all topics. In this case, it's important to remember that the Bible talks about sin. Each human is born into sin, all skin colors.
Well, wait,
all
where does this come from
all
in a
humans
discussion
every culture.
about
The Bible
Columbus?
says that no one is without sin in 1 John 1:8. There is none righteous. That includes the Indians of the North and South American continents. It also includes the white European males who came here. They did not bring some European systemic racism because there is no such thing. Racism does exist, but it is sin in the heart of man that produces racism. It's not limited to certain societies or skin colors or time periods. Columbus and his...
Wait, did she just say that racism comes out of like the biblical idea of sin? No, 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 no. It's economics, dear. Yeah, no wonder America's going down the tubes. We got people raising kids, people like her raising
men
kids.
were fallen humans just like you and me. They had lofty ambitions like you and me. And unfortunately, their humanity collided with their lofty ambitions. Before we go further, I want you to ask yourself, who is the dominant group that maligns Columbus's achievements by calling him a rapist and blaming him for single-handedly murdering millions of Indians? It's the same group that screeches for the right to murder unborn babies, and the same group that is mutilating the bodies of children in the name of trans identity, both in secret and in the open. Their concern is fake. It's false outrage. They aren't concerned about what happened to the Indians. They just need an outlet for perpetual outrage. James Lindsay talked about this on my last podcast, which is about the Marxification of education. And he says that the issue is never the issue. The issue is always the revolution. He talks about perpetual revolution.
You know what?
Perpetual
all she had to say, she should have said James Lindsay at the very start, and then I'd know.
Sounds like Antifa, perpetual
Then I would.
revolution. That's what these anarchists want. They want perpetual revolution, like these communist shitbag Antifa motherfuckers.
He's a moron.
That's what
And
they
James
want.
Lindsay is a moron. And anybody who believes that there's such a thing as perpetual left-wing revolution is a moron.
Well, isn't that what Mandami is? That's like your new
Nope.
leader now, right, Stanley?
Has he taught? Has Mom Donnie talked about? Has Mom Donnie talked about a revolution for New York City?
Well, look at what he's talking about.
What is he talking about?
City-owned grocery stores and.
So that's a
no
revolution.
Rent. You don't have to pay your rent or none of that.
So that's a That's a revolution.
Sounds like perpetual poverty to me. What it sounds
Okay,
like.
but she said perpetual revolution, not perpetual poverty.
Same thing.
No, I'm afraid it's not the same thing, 12 man.
As soon as one revolution dies down, whether they succeeded or not, they
Well, they're
move on
two
to
different
another
words for
revolution.
starters.
So we should, and we do, acknowledge the wrongs that were done to many Indians by European settlers. But we should also face the reality that it is much more complicated. You can't generalize an entire people, whether Europeans or Indians, with one adjective. Within each group were hundreds of little groups doing and believing vastly different things, just like today. So let's examine Columbus's story, some of the myths that are told as fact, and see if they're actually true. So I will not argue that Columbus and his men were holy, righteous apostles. I want to be very clear about that. But they also were not evil tyrants bent on subduing an entire civilization and destroying its inhabitants. So let's go back and look at the story of Columbus without the modern twist. First, how do we know? How do we know what Columbus's intentions actually were? His journals. He wrote it down in all his journals, and he petitioned many rulers of Europe for their
Okay, take
help
it easy.
with letters. He wrote to them about his plans and his ambitions. His goals were always to find a new route to the Orient, to convert the natives of the lands discovered to Christianity, and to hopefully find gold to help pay for the wars that Spain had fought against the Muslims. Long before he set sail in 1492, these were his well-documented goals. Christopher Columbus did not just randomly hop on a boat seeking a civilization to destroy. His story, like all parts of world history, were part of a much bigger story. You see, while he was spending years learning about the art of map making and navigation, thinking about the shape of the earth and planning a route to the Indies, Spain was in the midst of a very long war against Islam. Centuries of war, including the Crusades, had been fought to keep the Muslim invaders back from Europe. The Turks, the Ottoman Turks, who were the Muslims of the time, had blocked up trade routes to the east, cutting off access to products that the Europeans had come to depend on. King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella of Spain were waging war in their own homeland against the Turks. Dr. John Eidsmoe wrote a book about Columbus and Cortez, and he says this: in 1469, Queen Isabella of Castile married King Ferdinand of Aragon, and together they united Christian Spain. Through a series of battles, the Spanish Christians took city after city, freeing Christian captives from the dungeons, but at the same time imprisoning Muslims. Eventually, they won control of all of Moorish or Muslim Spain, except for the city of Granada. Located amid snow-capped mountains in southern Spain and protected by the Alhambra, possibly the most magnificent fortress ever built in a Muslim land, Granada was a formidable city indeed. The armies of Ferdinand and Isabella besieged Granada for 6 months and then offered terms of peace. If the city surrendered, those who chose to leave would be sent free of charge to Africa. Those who chose to remain had to acknowledge Ferdinand and Isabella as king and queen, but would be allowed freedom of worship and the right to be governed by their own laws, administered by Moorish rule. The Moors accepted, and the Emir of Granada emerged from the walls and presented the keys to the city to Ferdinand and Isabella. In a triumphant procession, the Spanish army marched into Granada. Cardinal Mendoza raised a great silver cross over the Alhambra, and Ferdinand and Isabella knelt in the city square to give thanks to the God who, after 781 years, had evicted Islam from Spain. One of those who marched into Granada with Ferdinand and Isabella was Christopher Columbus, and the date was January 2nd, 1492. World history is a huge, huge story, and within it there are thousands and thousands of smaller stories. And this is very important to understand about the story of Columbus. This victory for Spain was also a victory for Columbus when he finally found a sponsor for his voyage to seek a new route to the Indies. The Spanish king and queen were so grateful to God for freeing them from the Turks that they showed their gratitude to God by funding Columbus's voyage. It was very common in these times to do a public act of thanks to God for situations like this. And so their public act of thanks was to give Christopher Columbus the money and the ships he needed to make this voyage. Part of their mission and Columbus's mission was to spread the gospel of Jesus to any indigenous peoples they encountered, and to hopefully acquire gold to help pay for the Turkish wars. Now, Marxist historians will downplay Columbus's strong Catholic faith, as well as his skills as a navigator and sailor. At a time when sailors feared the open sea and carefully sailed near the continents, Columbus was one of the few navigators who dared to cross an open sea to an unknown destination. Armchair quarterbacks today act like this is no big deal, nothing to celebrate. Don't listen. The first part of Columbus's journal describes the voyage and the fears of his men that they would never spot land. In fact, his men were on the verge of mutiny when land was finally sighted. As they landed at the first island, the natives there were curious, a little hesitant, but somewhat welcoming. Columbus called them Indians because he thought he had reached the Indies or the Orient. He notes the differences between the different tribes on different islands, and this is a very key thing to notice. Every island had different groups of Indians, and they all behaved differently. This is why it's important to read the journals for yourself and to think critically. It was not a single race or tribe of Indians that Columbus encountered. It was multiple different tribes, some kind and friendly, some unfriendly, and between the tribes themselves, there were varying levels of peace and war. By some, the Spaniards were received with kindness and awe, and even an attempt at worship. With others, the Spaniards had to quickly flee for safety. Some of the tribes fought for an alliance with the Spaniards to protect them from nearby warring tribes, and one chief even wanted to build a statue of Columbus. How?
See, this is literally the dumbest way to talk about Columbus. Okay, if Columbus is the main character, why are you focusing on the Indians? Again, this is how these low impact homeschoolers fucking obfuscate and bury the lead. Okay, let's talk about what Columbus did, not what the Indians did to him. You know, you can talk about the Indians, but they should not be the main impetus of, they were not the main drivers. Okay, Columbus did not, they were not Columbus's puppet masters. It's the opposite. So let's keep what Columbus did in the main focus. Now she wants to tell you that some of the Indians weren't friendly. I guess she's trying to make excuses for Columbus. Just tell us what the fuck he did, and maybe you can tell us why. But don't be talking about the Indians and some were good and some were bad. This is not about the Indians.
How ironic is that? Columbus had brought many gifts, and with each encounter, he presented these gifts.
Okay, well, you don't
ask questions about their local.
Okay, well, what is her narrative specifically? If she is trying to counter the Marxist narrative, and by the way, what is the Marxist narrative on Columbus? I had no clue there was one. But if she's trying to counter a narrative, what narrative is she using besides an uninformed narrative?
Location, sought the great Khan, believing he was in the Orient, and looked for hints of gold. But according to Howard Zinn and his devout followers, Columbus was an embodiment of colonialism and all that goes along with it. Rape, murder, enslavement, warfare.
What she is failing to do is concentrate on Columbus and what his mission was. Columbus was looking for gold, okay? And he was convinced that gold was there, and he eventually forced Indians to go and mine for gold. So of course he was an agent. Dude, these people weren't out discovering America and places like that for the fun of it. It wasn't like the voyages of the Star Trek the voyages of the USS Enterprise, where they're just out there doing a 5-year mission for science. They were looking for gold.
That's not true.
It is absolutely true.
That is not true. The initial mission.
It is absolutely true. He didn't have Indians mining for gold.
He did, but that wasn't the intent of the mission. He sold the idea.
Okay, the intent of the mission was to find a way to India.
Exactly. So
okay,
when he
okay, exploitation is what these colonies were about. Okay, just because he was looking for a way to India, he was looking for a way to India to exploit them for spices.
So number one, they traded for spices, and they did trade with the natives in South America and the Caribbean for They traded all kinds of shit.
Okay, they also exploited, did they not?
What do you mean by exploited? Like they
Okay,
traded
I
with,
don't think enslaving I don't think enslaving Indians to go find gold is anything short of exploitation.
the main Pizarro, Columbus
Okay, I
wasn't
don't care about the Maine. I
I'm
can
trying to give
acknowledge
you,
that. I can no. Stop trying to tell me what I already know. Okay, two
well,
things
what
can
do you
be true. Two things can be true at once.
go
Can
ahead.
they not?
Yeah,
Okay,
but
I'm
Columbus wasn't
sorry.
one of the people. Columbus wasn't. So Pizarro,
Did
Cortez.
Columbus not enslave Indians?
No, Columbus traded with
Yes,
Indians.
he
Discovered
enslaved Indians.
Cortez showed up in Mexico and literally gave everybody the fucking flu.
Okay, why are we talking Cortez now?
Well, Cortez was later, but he was the one that
Okay,
did that.
why are
Not
we
Columbus.
talking Cortez when we were talking
I'm telling
Columbus?
you, Columbus showed up. Columbus made 3 different trips over to the Americas, of which he
Okay,
discovered
and did Columbus not enslave Indians looking for gold?
No, he traded.
Yes, he did.
Okay, he did bring Indians back to what he called Indians. He did bring indigenous Americans back to Spain, but he primarily went there to open up a trade route, and he sold it as that. He went back, and then he literally was persecuted for 15 years and really not acknowledged. And that's why the America Vespucci came over. And that's why it's called America. It's not called Columbia.
Okay, let me help you out. Okay, and this again is a
Why are you
down
being
and
so
dirty.
aggressive, by the way?
Hold on. You were telling me stuff, so now let me tell you stuff. All
right,
I
go
did
ahead.
was Google Columbus and gold. Christopher Columbus's voyages to the Americas were significantly driven by the pursuit of gold, a quest rooted in the belief that he had reached the wealthy Indies of Asia as described by Marco Polo's travel. Upon landing in the Caribbean in 1492, Columbus was intrigued by small gold ornaments worn by the indigenous Taino people, which led him to believe vast gold mines existed on the islands.
Yes. So the point is, he didn't
Okay,
go there for gold.
no. Don't you gloss over
We're
this.
having a
Don't
conversation
gloss
right now.
over this.
Go ahead. What do you,
Did I not say? Did I not say? Did I not?
Go ahead.
Did I not say Columbus enslaved Indians to go looking for gold? Now, he may not have known he was going to find gold when he got there, but as soon as he got there and saw it, he quickly added another mission to his opening spice routes. Okay, this fucking obfuscation of known fact just does not work on me. It's too easy to Google this stuff.
So number one, your statement was that he went there for gold.
Okay, well, you know what? You got me. You got me on that one. You got me on that one.
Thank you. So oh shit, almost dropped the phone. So that's number one. Number two.
Okay, except, can you read what's up on the screen?
Yeah, okay, so what you said was
correct. Can you read what's up on the screen?
No, I can't see what's on the screen. It's too small.
Okay, let me read it to you again. Christopher Columbus's voyages to the Americas were significantly driven by the pursuit of gold.
Once there was gold discovered and he saw them.
Okay, that's not what this is saying, though. Are you saying this is wrong?
Yeah, so he was trading. So when he went there, he went to several islands, and then one of the islands he saw people wearing gold, and he was like, "Holy shit, there's gold!" And that's when he got excited and said, "We
Okay,
must
and
have a ton
I'm
of it."
saying that's not necessarily what this is saying. It literally doesn't say that. It says the reason, it says the voyages. Now, maybe not the first voyage. Okay,
No, the second voyage, he said there's
I
got to be
think
another.
we could get away, but he made 3 voyages.
Yes. So once he saw gold, he was like, they must have a ton more, right? And then when he went back, he was like, we got to get to the gold. So that's when the whole idea. And by the way, there were 100 people. Once they found out in Spain, Portugal, and Europe, there's gold. All of a sudden, all the kings of Europe were willing to
Can I
finance
ask
the
you a
trips.
question?
Go
How
ahead.
does that make what he did any better?
So I challenge when you say, I mean specifically what he did. What do you mean by that?
Well, he enslaved people to go mine gold.
I don't know if he did that or not. I find that hard to believe.
Okay, well, you know what? There are plenty of history. Well, you know what? That I don't even know where to go with that statement. Okay, if you don't know what he did, why are you even talking about it?
So I've heard that. Also heard that.
Okay, have you read it though?
I probably have over the years, but I don't. Here's my question: How?
So you think the books are lying?
No. How did he take slaves and force them to go into their own homeland and mine gold?
They had weapons. They had superior weapons.
So you don't think that it was their own tribes that did that by deal making?
If it was their own tribes, it was basically tribes collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like that.
Okay, but how does that make it any better?
I'm not saying it's better, but what I'm saying I'm not saying it's better, but so I think one of them is
okay. No, let me just cut you off here, because what you're trying to do is the same. What you're trying to do is the same thing that the far right Thomas Sowell brothers try and do. It's a whole bunch of but Africans did it too. Okay, if the Africans are collaborating with the slave traders, yeah, they're bad too. But the thing is that if the white slave traders had not shown up, then you know what? It would have been Africans alone to blame. Okay, if you know anything about how Europeans, Portugal was the first to sail down the west coast of Africa, and basically they were driven by gold. Okay, Portugal and Spain were driven by gold to fund their wars.
Yes, I agree with that.
Portugal especially.
Okay. Yes, that's totally true. I've never disagreed with that for 1 second. I've always
Okay,
said
so you
it's all
cannot tell me that gold was not on Columbus's mind when he crossed. Okay, Spain and Portugal were crazy about gold to fund their wars against each other, because Spain and Portugal fought quite a bit, and also to fund wars like crusades and just trying to fend off the Ottoman Empire.
And
gold was like the biggest deal to Europeans.
I've said it many times.
So you're not going to convince me that Christopher Columbus did not have gold fever the first time he crossed.
I think that as soon as he saw it, he was like, man, they must have a lot. Let's get it. Of course. I mean, to fund the trip, it's a lot of money. And in his own country wouldn't do it. He was Italian. They wouldn't do it. He went to Spain. He went to Portugal. The Portuguese wouldn't do it. So,
No. The Portuguese were the first to go looking for gold based on stories they heard in Northern Africa.
But what I'm saying is, to commission that trip for the 3 ships, right? They don't just say, here, go check it out. He had to go sell another government on the idea that, hey, I can
So
go
what?
to India on this.
Italy was not the Italy we know of. It was a bunch of little city states.
That's right. Yes. But he's an Italian, so he initially went to the Portuguese.
Okay, but
and then
that happened
Spanish.
all the time.
Yeah, but so my
That
point
wasn't
is,
it wasn't unusual.
can I just finish what I'm saying? He sold it as, and they're spending now it would be $100 million to go and cross the Indies.
Okay, why does any of this matter?
I won't. Okay, that's fine. Then this is why you can't get a fucking word out. I can't even finish the thought.
Okay,
Like,
you know what?
with you, but
This is what, and let me tell you what annoys me. Okay, people will take 2 hours to make a 5-minute point.
It's not a 5-minute
I'm
point.
asking you questions. Why is it important that Spain employed Columbus instead of Italy? I don't even understand why that's even important.
So I didn't call in to really have this conversation. Number one, I just
Okay, well, why did you call in?
Because my statement is this: this woman has been, the woman has made several claims about Columbus. I agree with some of them. Like, he's not just an evil devil, and she's combating the Marxist narrative that he is.
Okay, the Marxist narrative, dude. I've read Howard Zinn. He never says Columbus was evil that I remember.
Well, when they're ripping down statues and the
Okay, dude, Howard Zinn did not rip down statues. Do you know how old the people's history of the United States is?
I don't know. I mean, what does that have to do with the conversation?
Well, she's been talking about it extensively.
Yeah, but when she's
mentioned Howard Zinn, she's mentioned Howard Zinn several times.
The Marxists generally believe that Columbus and that pretty much all the Europeans, pretty much everyone that's ever lived in Europe, really, are just the devil and the oppressor class.
No. Okay, I think you're being hyperbolic.
Perhaps a bit, but I do think that I've talked to people that are Marxists. I mean, right now, here's an example. Let me.
So, do those people represent all Marxists or just their personal opinions?
No, generally they believe in an oppressor and an oppressed, and that's why the Gaza thing's going on. That's why Israel's
even
the oppressor.
Okay,
even
that is a simplification of what Marxists believe.
I totally agree with it. It is a simplification, but generally speaking, they believe you have people with power, people without power. There's a good and bad, and the people without power, for example, the Native Americans in the United States, right? Oh, they were just innocent people going about their business, and
they were innocent people. They were definitely innocent people. Okay, this narrative, this fucking far right narrative that dude, it is so you people, and I say you people want to go in and talk about how bad the Marxists are when you're just as bad.
No, I'm not.
Who says that, dude? The Indians, who gives a fuck if the Indians were innocent or not? They were interfered with.
So they
and let me tell you what you don't even know what you're saying. There's a whole school of thought out there that basically justifies Europe taking over Native American land because, number one, they weren't making efficient use of the land. And number two, hey, they were bad people anyway. They were savages. They need to be civilized.
Okay, but
who gives a fuck if the Indians were doing their own business before they got interfered with, and the Europeans thought it was their God-given right to civilize the savages and to make efficient use of their land. Basically, it was eminent domain on a continental scale.
Yeah.
So you will definitely piss me off when you go, the Indians were cruel too. Who gives a fuck? How is that relevant to Europe doing what they shouldn't have done?
Because you're grouping the Native Americans that were here, by the way, from about 30,000 years ago onward, they were in the United States.
Okay, again, you're not getting my point.
Go ahead.
Just
No, I
because,
did get your
just
point, but you're wrong.
because,
And I'm telling you
just
why you're wrong. You won't let me
because,
talk. You won't even let me
dude,
talk.
I know, fuck no, I'm not going to let you spout bullshit.
Well, okay. No, it's
Okay,
not
stop
bullshit. You don't let
telling me
finish.
stop telling me that the Indians were bad too. What
I'm
does
not
that
saying
have
that.
to do with anything?
Just because they look alike doesn't make them a people, okay? But to you, they're a people because they look alike.
Dude, just like I'm grouping all Europeans together, I'm doing the
Yes.
same thing with the Indians.
So okay, so give me the groups then. You got black people in Africa.
No,
You got-
I don't need to give you the groups
You got the
because it has
Europeans,
nothing to
you
do.
got
It has
Asians.
nothing to do with my argument.
Yeah, I'm trying to refute your argument, but you don't let me say what I was going to say, unfortunately.
Okay, well,
Okay.
dude, don't be asking me questions. Look, don't go all granular when I'm not making a granular argument, and I'm not going to be granular. Europe took over Native Americans' land and basically either enslaved them, killed them, or tried to convert them to Christianity, basically to civilize the savages. I don't need to get more granular than that.
Well, you're stating something very broadly that is not that
Yes,
easy.
I literally just said
Because-
I don't
and
need
it's
to get
because you're-
granular.
Yeah, it's you. So you're talking about the last 500 years. You're not talking about the Clovis culture that was there before.
I'm literally
That
talking
was-
American history. I'm talking pre-American and American history. I'm not an
Yes.
expert on world history, European history,
Well,
or anthropology or paleontology.
It is American history, but it is American history. If you consider what is now the United States American history and the people that were there prior to Europeans, there were people
Dude,
in
I
America.
don't need to consider their history.
So you're saying
what
just in
I'm
the
concerned
last,
about, what I'm
since
concerned about,
1492. Okay, go ahead.
what I'm
Since
concerned
1492.
about, what I'm concerned about is the contact between Europe and who, the Tainos and the other types of native people. I'm interested in the contact and the takeover. I'm not interested in their history.
What's interesting is that, and this is one point, but it's not. But just because all the people, like the people in Canada, look different than the people in South America, right?
I
But
don't
they
care
all
about
came-
any of that. It has nothing to do with my argument.
Your
You're
argument is
bringing
very
things.
specific.
You're bringing things to the table that I'm not even talking about.
The point is, the Europeans came here, and just because they happen to be white or look white,
Okay,
mean they
this
didn't.
isn't a
Okay.
race argument.
well, it actually is because you're grouping the Native
No,
Americans.
it's
as
actually
one,
not.
Even though,
It can,
even though
it
there
will
were different waves
look,
from different places.
Look, this will inevitably become about race. But what I'm saying right now is that when Columbus came over, you cannot convince me, and shit, you would be wrong if you said that Columbus was just looking for a way to India. They were
Initially
colonized
was.
by 1492. By 1492, colonization had already started.
Colonization of the Americas started 10,000 years ago.
I'm talking colonization of Africa.
Okay, so just Africa, which was
You
also
do
colonized.
realize that Columbus had already been to the Canary Islands. He knew intimately. As a matter of fact, Spain and Portugal
Islands-
had already fought wars over places like the Canary Islands and some of those islands off the west coast of Africa. Colonization of Africa was already in its initial stages by 1492.
Okay, so that's fine, but my point. Guess who colonized Africa before the Europeans did? Guess who colonized
Okay, I don't give a
Europe
fuck
before
about the
Europeans
Arabs. I'm talking Europe. I'm talking Europe. Not talking about the Arabs. That's kind of a different. It's similar, and it's kind of in the purview, but where we're talking Columbus, I'm concerned with Europe. I'm concerned with the Americas, and I brought in Africa just because I wanted you to know that colonization was on Columbus's mind because he had already worked for Spain as far as colonization had gone.
Well, his initial trip was to get to India, and maybe he was going to colonize.
Okay, I need to tell you that wasn't his first time at sea. I'll just put it that way.
Of course not. But I'll just say this. Initially, Europe was colonized by Africans in multiple waves. Okay, if we go before 500 years ago, which is just your common timeline, Europe was colonized.
You would be
by
wrong.
Africans.
Initially, Europe was colonized, at least as far as I'm concerned, by Rome.
Listen.
Absolutely, they were. Rome had already made it up to England. They'd made it to what is now France and Germany. The Gauls.
Prior to that,
Rome did quite a bit of colonization.
Yes, and Africa colonized Europe before Rome. 10,000, 20,000.
Okay, Africa
40,000,
hadn't made it above southern France, and it wasn't really Africa, it was the Ottomans. It was the Ottomans, so it wasn't just Africans. As a matter of fact, it was hardly sub-Saharan Africans. It was a lot of North Africans. You could probably even get away with calling them Arab or Arab influenced. What, are you in the car? Well, Richard, you're gonna game when you get home from work. Well, hopefully you have your dinner prepared before you start gaming. So anyway, let's get back to this young lady. You know, I honestly do not understand why I get pushback for literally telling what happened. And this particular lady here wants to call it revisionist and all this stuff. People talk about white guilt. You start talking about what Columbus did, but it wasn't just him. You know, the Indians were bad people too. Who cares? We would never know what the Indians were doing had the Europeans not gotten here and interfered in their affairs. It's no problem, Ryan. I know you were probably in the car or something. I figured that, or got a phone call or something.
Control, conquest, and genocide. This is from a tweet that it resembles thousands of similar tweets, and I'm sourcing it here for you. But this is the narrative. I'm sure you've heard it. The funny thing is, none of these things were inherent to Columbus and his men. The Indians already had rape and murder, enslavement, warfare, control, conquest, and genocide. Oh, and they also had cannibalism and human sacrifice. Through sign language and observation, Columbus learned about a very evil tribe known to him as the Caribs. This is from his journal, October 11th, 1492. These people, the Caribs, raid the other islands and carry off all the women they can take, especially the young and beautiful, whom they keep as servants and concubines. They had carried off so many that in 50 houses we found no males, and more than 20 of the captives were girls. These women say that they are treated with a cruelty that seems incredible. The Caribs eat the male children that they have by them, and only bring up the children of their own women. And as for the men they are able to capture, they bring those who are alive home to be slaughtered and eat those who are dead on the spot. They say that human flesh is so good that there is nothing like it in the world. And this must be true, for the human bones we found in their houses were so gnawed that no flesh was left on them, except what was too tough to be eaten. In one house, the neck of a...
Now, see, listen to this woman. And listen to her. Look, In reading this, Columbus is trying to justify his actions, and this woman is just basically buying in to, oh, well, Columbus was there and those Indians, they were so bad. Well, of course he had to do something about it. Dude, bottom line is that Europeans interfering in the Tainos or the Carib culture, dude, that's literally a cap. Okay, they wanted resources, and basically they were there to civilize the savages so, the exploitation of resources and people could be easier. Describing how evil the Indians were, trying to make yourself into some hero when you're really not a hero, that's just bullshit. And then when you call these people on it, they want to say that's revisionist history.
Man was found cooking in a pot. They castrate the boys that they capture and use
So
them as servants
fucking
until
what?
they are men. Then when they want to make a feast, they kill and eat them, for they say that the flesh of boys and women is not good to eat. 3 of these boys fled to us, and all 3 had been castrated. I don't know if you picked up on this fact, but they raped the women, had babies by them, and ate those.
Again, number one, we would never know this had the Europeans not even been there to interfere. And look at her. She talks about applying modern values to what the Europeans like Columbus did. Look at her applying her modern Christian values to what the Indians were doing. Okay, yeah, by her standards, they're bad. And maybe even by any standard, what they were doing was cruel and barbaric. But she's doing the same thing for the Indians. She's accusing the quote Marxists of doing with Columbus. Who cares what the Indians were doing? It really shouldn't have been Europeans' business, but they made it their business. And it wasn't just purely because of their Christian values. They basically wanted to colonize the place, get it under control to make extraction of wealth cleaner and more orderly.
Babies when they grew up. This is one thing that the Columbus haters rarely mention: cannibalism and human sacrifice. Howard Zinn and others will take.
Okay, why the fuck would they care about the human sacrifice? They care about what Columbus did, not what the Indians were doing.
Take Columbus's words grossly out of context and claim that he found the Indians easy to enslave. The truth is actually quite the opposite. He repeatedly stated that they would be easily converted to the holy Christian faith through love and kindness, and not by.
Oh, he bought that, huh?
Force. Further, everyone in Spain was considered servants of the monarchs. When Columbus stated that the Indians would make good servants, he was stating that the Indians would make favorable citizens of their majesty's
Yeah, right.
government, because Spain was claiming these islands for their kingdom. During this first.
Listen to this. It doesn't matter what he meant by servant. Spain was claiming the islands to colonize. That is the story. Oh, my Lord. She's basically, oh, well, he didn't mean like slaves. He meant they would make good subjects because Spain was claiming the islands. Motherfucker, the problem is that they were claiming the islands. That's the actual problem.
Exploration voyage, one of the 3 ships, the Santa Maria, ran aground and had to be abandoned. Since there was not enough room on board the 2 remaining ships to sail everyone back to Spain, Columbus had to leave some of his men behind. So he left them on one of the islands and told them to build a trading fort and await his return. The next year, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella sent him back with many more men and ships. However, there were men in this new crew who did not share the monarch's or Columbus's goals or views of the islands or of the Indians there. This is where the trouble came from. But of course, it's all laid at the feet of one man, Christopher Columbus. So let's
Okay, has she ever heard of the buck stops here? If Columbus was the boss, of course it's going to be laid at his feet.
examine a few of the modern claims. Columbus was a racist. When you read the numerous descriptions
All
of Columbus's
Europeans
journals,
were
you will
racist.
find that he esteems the Indians very highly based on appearances alone. Example, of the Indians on Cuba, he said this: "A better race there cannot be." On the next day, he repeated, "I believe that there can be no better people nor better land anywhere on earth." He praised them for their beauty, intellect, and gentleness. This is in his journals
Oh.
on December 24th.
So if you praise someone for their intellect and their beauty, that means you're not a racist? Well, thank goodness for that. When Joe Biden called when Joe Biden called Obama clean and well-spoken, he wasn't being a racist then.
And 25th of 1492. Columbus was an enslaver. First, please remember that the Indians themselves practiced slavery and had servants, as did the rest of the world.
Yep, whataboutism. Please remember that the Indians did it too.
So the Spaniards did not introduce slavery to the Indians. Howard Zinn claims that Columbus said they would make fine slaves, but that's actually false. Columbus said they must be good servants, and it is translated this way by multiple historians, including the respectable Hakluyt Society and Samuel Eliot Morison. Zinn further claims that Columbus boasted this: "With 50 men we could subjugate them," as if that means that they would enslave them. That quote is out of Columbus's journals, but in context, you find that Columbus was talking about the need to fight if the natives attacked them forcefully.
Okay, I'm sorry. But subjugate, it might not necessarily mean enslave, but it could.
The natives had only very primitive weapons. Columbus did take back some of the Indians to Spain with him after his first voyage to learn the language and to be acclimated to the old world. Sadly, most of them died on the voyage. Columbus was a murderer and committed genocide.
Sadly.
First, let's look at terms. Genocide is a term coined after the Holocaust that means the deliberate and systematic destruction of a racial, political, or cultural group. In 1494, a man named Peter Martyr, who was a historian of Columbus's day, said this: "As Columbus had never maltreated the natives, the inhabitants, both men and women, gladly brought him gifts, displaying no fear." You won't find genocide anywhere in Columbus's journals or the writings of his contemporaries. Some of the Spaniards who were under Columbus's authority actually rebelled against him and did all kinds of evil deeds to some of the Indians.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, but the buck stops here. He was in charge of the whole thing. The blame gets laid at his feet, just like the glory gets laid at his feet. He didn't go out and conquer, the natives himself. He had help, so he gets all the glory, but he also gets all the blame. That's how leadership works.
What's often left out of revisionist history is the inconvenient fact about cannibalism. Contemporary sources of Columbus's
How is
day
that an
state that some
inconvenient
islands and
fact?
tribes had been completely wiped out by the cannibalistic tribes. That's genocide. After the Spaniards arrived, there were occasions of ruthless behavior. Factual history does not deny this. Columbus does not even deny this in his own journals. But as I said earlier, each tribe of Indians, each group of Spaniards on each individual island encountered different circumstances. There was no single rule.
You know what? This would never pass any sort of thesis or dissertation. Bottom line is stop talking about what the Indians were doing and justifying, some of Columbus's actions. I don't think you can justify them. This whataboutism. I'm going to start going double W.
There was no decree of enslavement and murder. What we had was Romans 1 on full display: envy, greed, perversion, and death, because they did not honor God in their hearts. Columbus had his authority rescinded, and the governors of the islands after him were cruel to the natives. They disregarded Queen Isabella's command to not enslave or mistreat the natives. Columbus himself had a history of following Isabella's command, and his own previous behavior tells us that he would not have treated the natives as those subsequent governors did. In fact, Columbus wrote to the king, quote, "I'm informed that since I left this island, 6 parts out of 7 of the natives are dead, all through ill treatment and inhumanity, some by the sword, and others by blows and cruel usage, others through hunger." There are far too many details for me to share in this podcast, but there is a way for you to know all of it. The primary sources are numerous. It is a lazy American who will believe internet memes and debunked history when the facts have been recorded in print for centuries. Columbus was accompanied by several other men who also kept journals and verified his reports. Autobiographies and multiple eyewitnesses tell us the entire story of Columbus and what happened on those islands. Choosing to ignore this history is choosing to believe a Marxist lie. When someone tells you that they have a version of history that is reimagined or rethinks it, just run. Don't give them any time of day. Instead, read the primary sources. Read the journals. They're easy to read. There's literally no excuse for ignorance. I grew up homeschooled, reading books based on primary sources. This is one of them. In this children's book that was published in 1976, it cites 5 different editions of Columbus's journals in the bibliography, plus 3 books by Samuel Eliot Morison, and all of the books in the bibliography were published before 1974. Of the children's books that were cited in the bibliography, none was published after 1966. This is the kind of book that you learn the actual history from. It's because I grew up outside of Zen's sphere of influence that I was surprised at the lies Americans were believing about Columbus and many of our American forefathers. This is also why I started a company called Knowledge Keepers Bookstore, reprinting American history books from 3 centuries previous. I have actually published Columbus's journals in a 7-volume book that includes a biography written by Edward Everett Hale in 1891 when they were celebrating the 400th anniversary of Columbus's voyages. And it includes a 1906 edition of Columbus's journals. This has over 700 footnotes that explain everything in the journals. Trust me, they're not hard to read. It's not over your head. It's not just for academics. Multiple sources over 400 years are cited in the journals and letters. You will be amazed at tidbits of information included in these footnotes. I was blown away at all the little rabbit trails of information that I learned. And along with my book on Columbus, I've created a free study guide for homeschoolers to use it with any history curriculum. So I'll share that link below. But at the end of the biography in this book, there's a quote by Edward Everett Hale, and it says this: "Columbus met with many reverses and died, one might almost say, a broken-hearted man. But history has been just to him," remember this was 1891, "and has placed him in the foremost rank of the men who have set the world forward. And outside of the technical study of history, those who like to trace the laws on which human progress advances have been proud and glad to see that there is a noble example of the triumph of faith. The life of Columbus is an illustration constantly brought forward of the success which God gives to those who, having conceived of a great idea, bravely determine to carry it through. His singleness of purpose, his unselfishness, his determination to succeed have been cited for 4 centuries and will be cited for centuries more among the noblest illustrations which history has given of success wrought out by the courage of..."
You know what? I'm actually going to stop this here. Ryan, are you still out there? Because actually, this question of yours is a good one for once. Give me one sec here, folks. I want to listen to this right quick, and that'll give me a chance. I got to type something. I got a text I need to answer.
I'm assuming.
No. She had the controls and let me up, maybe, but she wasn't up there. She just had the control.
Okay.
Because I didn't see her at all. All I saw was him. So that makes sense now. Because when I was up, I didn't know I was up. That's why when I got up and he said what he said and he walked off, it was another guy on the panel. I didn't see her or talk to her or anything. So she might have let me up.
Okay. Yeah, she kept saying that yesterday. I'm like,
Oh, so by the way, this is if you'll notice the title of the show, Knightish Checkmates the Throat Goat. So, Knightish and John Galt have locked horns over the past couple days, and this is Knightish's, I guess, some reaction to his encounter with John Galt yesterday. But in my opinion, and I think I said this earlier on this show, CT protects John. I think he kept putting Knightish in the back. When Knightish would get to cooking, he would be put in the back by CT. I think I would bet my money on Knightish 100% of the time going up against John Galt. John Galt is just he really isn't that capable in the middle of a heated roast battle. Almost no one is. I think I could probably hang at least for a little bit, but even I would think twice before I get into a heated roast battle with Knightish, mainly because let me just say, I don't have the background. I don't, most of my roasting are going to be like 7-letter words, and don't bring a 7-letter word to a 5-letter word fight. You will lose every time. I've learned that over the years. Why would I be talking about the Ghanaian Empire? Was there ever a Ghanaian Empire? I don't recall. But if you want to go and look, I've got a couple books. We can talk about the wars and stuff like that. There were always wars. Remind me of that if you want to get that deep into West Africa, which it's not really something that I've studied a lot, but I do have books. We can talk about, especially down around what is now Angola. Those tribes were constantly warring. So anyway, this is, but I want to talk to you. This question here, you want to see a show on atrocities of the super kind and compassionate. Dude, I'm not doing a show on the Ghanaian Empire. Everybody is a descendant of a colonizer, blacks, whites, Indians, Chinese. Why do you always blame Europeans? Well, because I tend to concentrate on United States history is why. Blacks had nothing to do with the founding of the United States of America, at least not in the planning of it. So that's why. So let's get back to this.
I've never heard of her before, but I never heard of him before either. So
No. He has his own channel. He calls himself the Urban Landlord, and he had a team over there. He's like I don't know if you know Black Man Unfiltered. He had like a network of people. So it's him. It was Stanley, and it was Portia. They had all different shows on there, and another guy whose name I can't think of. So he just like over there on Black Man Unfiltered, he got Mandel. He has JT. He have a bunch of people over there. So that it's kind of like it's always a show after a show, back-to-back shows or whatever else, but it's all up under one umbrella. All them shows on Black Men Unfiltered is Black Men Unfiltered Network. And all them shows over there on John Galt is that John Galt Network. So I was over there complimenting the man. Now, the reason he popped over here one night is because Sin 7 Sin said, John is a landlord. He could tell you such and such and such. So I went over there because Sin 7 Sin said whatever. And then he came over here one day and said, yeah, all you need to do is, get your Airbnb, rent out the rooms, and woo. And then I complimented him that day. He took that to say he came over here for no reason. No, I was redirecting people over there to your channel. It was 3 people watching the day I was there when me and you was together that day. I watched plenty of shows.
It was probably my
At the
show.
peak, I think you got 12 people. So when I got 70 people,
Brett?
and I sent 70 people, how is that not doing nothing? I got 100 some people, and I send you 100 some people. Right now we got 44 people. I just came on.
I appreciate when you just show up in my chat.
Yeah, I try to, support other content creators. So I hear what he's saying, but he just hate Black people, and I'm just one of them. I'm just a Black person. I didn't do nothing to him. I really and you know this. I'll roast you a little bit. I'll troll you a little bit, but I'm not. You see how angry that man was? Get this motherfucker. How much? I said $500. Fucking chaotic. Go say 1,500, and then he has to take that back. No, man, cut it out. Stop yelling like you rich, sir. I would have been impressed if you spent 1,500.
Me too. That would have been a level of hate I haven't seen in a long time. You hate somebody that much. That's crazy.
Like when I got permanently banned for life from your show, LA?
I mean, I ain't doing shows no more, so they ain't saying too much.
I know, but it's still funny.
No, because I didn't take it personal. Either money is business is business.
I know.
I got a new show. Whenever I start doing.
All right. Well, you know what? Let us move on. Ryan, this is vaguely, and I'm thinking maybe I'll just do a whole show on Charles Mills tomorrow. You and this homeschool lady, Ms. Truesdale, want to basically shift the blame. Basically, let's not say shift. Let's just say you all want to justify some of the things that, say, a Columbus did by basically saying, well, those Indians were brutes anyway. They were savages. They were eating each other. They were enslaving each other. So, what does it matter if we did the same thing the Indians were already doing? Well, I don't know how 2 wrongs make a right, for starters. And number 2, the Indians weren't, they might have been cruel. That's just kind of human nature. But I don't think they were exploiting whole continents. Once again, Columbus wasn't out for a joyride and happened to run in to Hispaniola and debarked and was going, hey, what's the best restaurant around, or where's a good place to get some lodging for a week. Okay, they were out to colonize, and if not colonize, they were out there to exploit. Okay, the reason they were looking for a passage to India or wherever it was, the West Indies, or to the Orient, was so it would be a shorter trip to trade, ostensibly. But I don't think it would have stopped there. One difference, what Marco Polo found was an actual established culture and civilization, at least by European standards. They weren't finding that level of culture and organization and that sort of thing in Africa, even though Africa had some pretty sophisticated kingdoms. As a matter of fact, um, Portugal and damn it, what is the first place that the Portuguese wound up establishing themselves? Damn it, I guess I'd have to look it up. I don't have it at the top of my head, but bottom line is what Columbus found was exploitable, and that was the first thing on his mind. This explaining, but the Indians were doing it too, that just doesn't hold water with anybody who's trying to make a serious argument. Well, you know what? At least they kept it on their continent, and I just don't think that it justifies Europeans coming over and doing it better. European colonizers or explorers should have been like the Star Trek Enterprise. They should have had a prime directive where they did not interfere in the local affairs. No, Ryan, I actually have read history. That's why I shit on people who want to do history by whataboutism. You know it and I know it. Okay. And what you guys try to do, I don't care how the U.S. fits into world history. I leave it to world historians, and there are quite a number. I make no bones about the history I'm interested in, and it is American history. I don't need to fit the U.S. into world history. I'm not Thomas Sowell, and I have no guilt to assuage. That's literally why. See, on one hand, you will tell me how exceptional the United States is, and it really doesn't fit anywhere in world history because, we're so above it and so much better. But yet, when you start like getting down into, well, why was the U.S. exploiting this or that? Well, everybody did it. You need to figure out how the U.S. fits into world history. Choose a path and stick to it is really something that I would appreciate. What's up, Dirty Dude? What's up, Black Knight? So anyway, what I wanted to do, since I've been really thinking about it and trying to figure out how to do a show that wouldn't bore everybody to tears, I might as well just go ahead and bite the bullet and bore everybody to tears. Charles Mills, I've been talking about him several times. I even have the book loaded up on my Kindle on my computer. This whole colonization thing is a problem. And when you talk about, blacks colonized, Arabs colonized, the Chinese colonized, well, even white people will admit that they did it better than any other culture. And when Britain said the sun never sets on Britain, that was basically saying we do it better than the Africans or the Arabs, or Britain was saying we are the shit and nobody does it better. That's why I concentrate on the Europeans, because I agree that nobody did exploitation better. Okay, and trying to do whataboutism just does not work for me. So anyway, Charles Mills basically talks about colonization, especially. Well, he basically says we know about Locke and Hobbes and social contracts and all that stuff. He basically says, however, there is a dual standard when it comes to social contracts. There's one for whites and there's one for non-whites. Or let's just say, well, no, I'm going to say white because I think that's the word he uses. So I'm going to go through this right quick. This is basically the racial contract broken down. I don't know who did it. He might have done this, but I he's got a whole book. He doesn't, as far as I know, this isn't broken down. Probably somebody did a paper or something and decided to put it up on YouTube. But I'll just read through this right quick. The racialized social contract, the racialized social contract is the racial contract. Charles W. Mills challenges the universality of the social contract, arguing that it has been inherently racialized from its inception. This means that race plays a crucial role in shaping political and moral responsibilities between the state and individuals. Basically, the social contract is the norm. You've heard me talk about beauty standards and norms and stuff like that. That is the social contract, and it's specifically for Europeans. You could even say Europeans and non-Europeans, but since it's a racial contract, we'll stick with white and non-white. So he talks about Charles Mills' theory of racial contract. Mills proposes 3 key points in his theory of the racial contract: the existence of white supremacy globally and locally. So that way you'd be, if you look at white supremacy globally, yeah, America definitely fits into world history. Globally and locally, viewing white supremacy as a political system and conceptualizing it as a contract among whites. This is termed the racial contract. And the thing is it's literally something that whites are born into. And it's almost like a fish in water. The only time they notice a difference is when non-whites kind of enter into the picture, and they're just because of the nature of American culture specifically. Just they're taught about othering at a very early age. I remember my son, for instance, in kindergarten. One day he came home and he said, well, hey, Dad, so-and-so called me a mulatto. I'm like, really? This was kindergarten. It's like, how do these kids even know that complicated a word? So it starts early is the point. And, kids at an early age in the United States know white from non-white. Influence of race on Enlightenment political developments. I've mentioned this before. John Locke literally was a signer of the South Carolina colony charter. Locke had business dealings in South Carolina and the Caribbean. So, and he was like, the god of the Enlightenment. So, he had a hand in racial stuff like slavery. So, influence of race on Enlightenment political developments. Racial thinking during the Enlightenment period significantly influenced key political events such as the formation of modern nation states, European declarations of sovereignty, and the establishment of contracts for slavery and indentured servitude. Yes. Embedded racism in constitutional and legal frameworks. This is where CRT starts to come in, but we won't talk about CRT just yet. So Charles Mills argues that racial ideas became deeply embedded in constitutional and legal frameworks during the Enlightenment, establishing a racial polity, state, and legal system where the distinction between whites and non-whites was clearly defined. And that is 100% true. Just look at the U.S. Constitution. And it was kind of odd that for purposes of rhetoric, the founders, one of the founding principles was, hey, you know what? We don't want to be slaves, treated like slaves by, say, King George the Fifth or the second or third. No, he was King George the Third. So this is basically kind of the basics of colonization. When Jamestown was established, one of the major reasons Europeans felt justified in taking over Indian land is because they assumed that the Indians, it was like, hey, they're not making good use of it. They don't plow their fields or, clear their land or anything like that. You know what? God intends for, us to be good stewards of the land, and those Indians are not good stewards of the land. We owe it to God. We owe it to God to take over their land and make it productive. And as far as civilizing, those Indians, Ryan, you mentioned that, those Indians, they were enslaving each other and they were warring and they were raping and pillaging and eating each other. Well, you know what? The Europeans felt, well, hey, these are savages, all non-Europeans, all non-whites are savages, and it is our duty to do what we can do to civilize them, even if it means enslaving them. Slavery might be a good thing for these savages, and that's all included in this racial contract. And again, there's a social contract. Charles Mills says there is a separate contract for non-whites. That's the racial contract, and it assumes that white people are persons and non-whites are non-whites are not persons or sub-persons. I think that's the word he uses. So, and just based on my experience, so far I'm about halfway through the actual book, The Racial Contract. And I'm sorry, based on my experience and even the history I've read, it rings true. And it also says in the racial contract that white people, white culture, the actual social contract, the racial contract is literally like built into the social contract. It's just there. People again are taught what mulattoes are at a very young age. They know that. Well, I think the most poignant thing he said in the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, is really a case in point that when Europeans talked about equality, or when the founding fathers talked about equality, basically only equals deserve equality. All others, and the equals might not even be racial in nature. A lot of it has to do with class and wealth and property ownership and that sort of stuff. But eventually, when they say all men created equal, they really meant all people they consider men. And basically, blacks and a lot of non-whites were not considered fully men. Let's see, what are you saying? Many African kingdoms. Okay, so what, Ryan? Many African kingdoms did not colonize empires where the sun never set. Stop this fucking whataboutism. Many African kingdoms did not go and conquer Asia or come to America and discover America. It's just the way it is. And because Europeans did it, and they did it cruelly and exploited masterfully, they get all the blame. And I'm not going to loop players into the argument I'm making. I don't have a need to. Well, the Arabs, yep. And you know what? The Arabs almost wound up, dispatching the Europeans. They came close a couple times that I can recall. So that's the part of colonization that I basically when Columbus fits into this racial contract stuff. That's really the reason I brought this up. White people, white Europeans, and the Indians were others, and non-whites were others. Probably the only ones who could possibly be exempt to that would have been the Chinese that, and they weren't Chinese at that time, that Marco Polo found. And one thing that I find extremely interesting, Japan was one of the few places on Earth that was never colonized. Main reason is they jumped the gun and started modernizing because they saw the writing on the wall. So they were never colonized. And let's see, where do we go next? Well, I guess we could do this. I have one I'd dedicate this to Fred. You know what? I think I'm going to do that. Fred, I know you're going to like this. This is for you, Fred. You're going to love it.
You can't think race without reproduction.
The reason why this public health issue became criminalized was because the policy was focused on Black women.
I do not dream of work. They are gendered as laborers. Black women are at the heart of the history of the Atlantic world.
We can't look at
on a college campus. And
Oops. Also, make sure you support the show. And the Sovereign Beer Fund for the weekend show is now open. So contribute, invest, or whatever you call your support. And let's see here. Let's go ahead and start this up.
and what has it been like, and how is it for you? So what year are you? Junior, and you're a senior, fourth year?
Yep.
And
yeah.
you are.
I got 1 year left.
You have 1 year left, and you are a Junior also? Okay, cool. So here's my first question. In what ways are you conservative? What makes you, what would you say? Just as kind of a way to start.
I guess from the basic point of view of like conservative and liberal politics, and conservatives like small government, taxes.
Hold the mic really close.
Sorry, like less government, less taxes, like small, like that type of general idea. So that's one way I would consider myself a conservative.
And how about immigration?
Yeah, I'm very anti-immigration.
Undocumented illegal immigration or all immigration or
both?
Okay.
Legal and illegal.
Okay. All right. Robert.
In what ways I'm conservative?
Dude, that would make you conservative right there. All right, man. Yeah.
I'd say specifically fiscally, I consider myself very conservative. I do think that, you should be able to keep most of the money that you earn, the overwhelming majority for that part. I think I'm a lot more conservative in my personal life in regards to my values. I believe in a strong nuclear family, traditional Judeo-Christian values. And I'd say socially, I tend to be a little bit more liberal, maybe leaning libertarian.
Okay. Dennis, how about you?
I'm more conservative politically and religiously. For immigration, I believe that everyone should have a right to come here if they're doing it properly.
If they're following the laws.
Right.
Okay. And economically, similar things?
Yeah, I would like to
Robert?
keep most of my money.
I would say I'm conservative, definitely within my own morals. I do believe in very traditional values, and then along with like a ton of policies like immigration, abortion laws, smaller government interference, that kind of thing.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Okay, let me just start right here. When I said, hey, we're going to do a class on conservatives, have a conversation with conservative students, did you have any reticence about saying like, hey, yeah, okay, I'll do that? To what degree, or let me say, to what degree did you have reticence? Like you were a little bit hesitant to say, I'm not sure I want to be like out myself as conservative.
I definitely was a little scared to kind of like out myself because I don't really do that to my friends. 700 people. So there was a little like resistance to like joining this group today, but I'm like happy I did.
This group of ne'er-do-wells. So you don't out, it's interesting you say out myself to my friend. Are most of your friends not conservative?
Yes.
And what's it mean to out yourself? Like what do you see? What do you envision?
Well, I have just like with my friends at school here, it's I don't think any of them really know like where I reside politically, but like my friends at home are predominantly white and predominantly left-leaning, and they know my conservative values, and it doesn't really go well with them. So it's like that's something I don't want to try here.
Are you just one final quick question for you? Do you feel like you compared to your friends, let's say up here or even back home, do you feel like you're I don't want to put you on the spot in this way, but some people are more and less knowledgeable about these kinds of issues. Okay, do you feel like, are your friends knowledgeable about being liberals, or are they just liberals because it's mostly the cool thing to do? Or no, hang on, that's not a good question. How knowledgeable are your friends about their liberal ideas?
I think they're knowledgeable, but I also do think it is kind of like the cool thing to do. Because when I get to talk about my opinion, it's automatically invalid because I'm conservative. So I wouldn't want to talk to them about it just because that's not up for discussion, up for them. They know it's right. They know it's wrong.
Yeah. One final question. How well do you think they understand conservative values?
Not well.
Okay, got you. Yeah, I think that's pretty true probably across the board. Okay, hey, Dennis. Okay, I can answer for you, actually. The question was, were you a little bit reticent about having a conversation with conservatives, and for you, be like, no, you've already outed yourself in class on the first day. So
I really have no fear coming up here and speaking my mind. I believe the people that would not want to talk to me because I'm conservative wouldn't want to talk to me anyway.
Yeah.
So it really doesn't, have any effect. And just because you're liberal or conservative, I still have the same respect for you and your opinions either way.
Yeah, got you. Okay. Robert, how about you?
I would say no, not at all. I mean, people that know me personally, I feel like getting to know me know that I'm very open regarding who I spend my time with, who I hang out with. What I care about is if you're a good person, and if me being conservative is enough of a reason for you to want to walk away from me, then I think that says more about you than it does about me.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, I would say I like talking about politics in general. I'm an econ major. It's a pretty political major.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of political discussion. And in my personal life, it's definitely different than what you see on social media with like this big lie. Usually when I talk about what I believe in, other people tell me what they believe in. Pretty civil. And usually get something out of it too.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me ask you a question. When you said what you said about immigration, I say, is it mostly undocumented or illegal immigration, or is it? And you said any immigration, and people sort of. Okay, what did you take from the rumbling in the class? Like, how did you interpret that?
I mean, I understand it's pretty controversial, so I get that. Sorry. I understand it's pretty controversial, so expected it.
One sec here. Hey, CKJ3, thank you very much for supporting the show. Please, everyone, join the Admiral in supporting the weekend show. Like I said, I really want to talk more about this CRT stuff, but I'm hesitant to do it because I'm not that kind of expert. I mean, I think I could probably hold my own, but a lot of this stuff is just a lot of reading and talking with people. I do have friends who do know about this stuff. I hesitate to talk about it though. And maybe what I'll do is just, do it for an hour or two and then fuckery for the rest of the day. Cause I do understand that, during the week, I do a lot of news, and stuff that's not particularly fun to talk about, but I honestly think it's important. And I am also honestly, interested in this stuff. And, I do understand that not everybody's into it. But I do get a lot of people who say, you know what? I enjoy listening to the show, even if it's not for very long, because there are a lot of things that, I don't get a chance to read or know about. So, I mean, I think I do, to quote the great John Galt, I think I'm doing a service to Black people and all people in general. But again, thank you to the Admiral. Y'all support the host and support the show. Dirty, why do you think they're young dummies? Can you elaborate on that? I listen to what they're saying. I mean, these are young kids. They don't, they're not going to have fully formed ideas about their conservatism or the ramifications. Shit, they're still in college. They literally have not had a chance to test their youthful worldviews to see if they hold up in the wild. So I hesitate to call them young dummies. I think you're being a little mean there. Yeah, well, I mean, kids don't understand their own values. Look, I could honestly say I was probably a little bit, what CT would call a smarty arty, probably until I got in the Navy and, had to A, wise up, B, you have to be kind of serious. Fucking, a poetry book is not going to save your ass on a sinking ship. So you got to know when to do what and the right tool for the right job. So I'm probably, more conservative than I would have been had I not gone into the Navy. But I'm probably, I was never like a Marxist or anything like that. I just think, it's good for certain things, but like Marxism as an overall worldview just does not work for someone like me. Yeah, Egypt's in Africa. Did I say? Oh, Rome and Egypt, Europe was colonized by Africans. Why do you insist that Europe was colonized by Africans? It was Spain and a bit of southern France. And as a matter of fact, it was southern Spain. Why do you keep saying that Europe was colonized by Africans? Which Africans? I mean, that's even Africans is kind of vague. What type of Africans? Oh, are you really? You're Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Dirty. You rarely get into a bad mood, at least not online. So, man, I'm sorry to hear that. But you know what though, Dirty? It's hard for me to actually get mad at college students. Shit, I got one. Dude, if I got mad every time my son just pissed me off, well, if I let it ruin my day every time my son pissed me off, dude, I would never recover. I give college students some grace. So I understand why you might not want to, but I just, I'm just not going to call them. They are knuckleheads, but all 19-year-olds are knuckleheads. And to be honest, calling the Moors African, that's even a little bit of a stretch. They were they were heavily Arab extracted. Northern African, dude, let me put it to you this way. Because I've been to Egypt at least. Dude, if you're walking in downtown Hurghada, it's almost like being in America or in Idaho. If there is a dark-skinned African walking around, or dark-skinned American for that matter, you will attract attention. Most of those people are very Arab looking. You could go walking downtown Jabail in Saudi. It's a town on the Persian Gulf side. It's just like walking downtown, somewhere in Egypt. They are Arabs, not Africans. They're Africans because they might live on the continent, but their heritage is Arab, not necessarily sub-Saharan African.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, but anybody else? What did you rumble? Here, you guys, the two of you share that mic, and you share this mic. Yeah.
So what I made from it is the stance that he said all immigration.
No, Dirty. You know what?
Or at least
I've known you for a bit.
People would.
I don't, dude. If you're pissed off today, I have no doubt that it's for a good reason. So you're one of the most pleasant people I know on the internet. So, dude, hey, if you got pithy comments or roasts, feel free to do it here. It would be my honor to let you vent.
Want immigration in general, but more of following it to the law
Yeah,
and
yeah,
instead of coming over the border illegally.
Yeah.
I'm sure many of us in this room are for immigration in general. So that's why I'm sure there was a lot of rumblings.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, for sure. But for me, it's good. Like I want people. Here's this line up here. I want people on different sides of the line, and it's no fun to have a conversation if we can't do that. Okay, here's. I have a question. Campus conservatives, help us understand. This is the most general question I'm going to ask, and then we're going to do more of a deep dive. But help us understand what it's like to be conservative on the Penn State College campus. And you can start anywhere. You can go anywhere with that. We've already sort of jumped into it a little bit, but what's like the first thing that pops up that you?
Yeah.
Let me just interject this. I think I've known at least 2 Penn State graduates. One was a few years younger than me, and the other quite a bit older than me. And they were both fairly conservative. They were both like one was an engineer and the other was some sort of business major. They were both fairly conservative.
I mean, it doesn't really impact me at all, to be honest with you. I don't think anybody hates me because I'm conservative. I don't view any discrimination per se, but yeah, that's how I would phrase that question. It doesn't really have an impact.
Doesn't have an impact at all.
No.
Really. Uh-huh. Okay. And does it not have an impact for you though? Because
damn, look at you,
seem pretty comfortable
CKJ3.
speaking
You're
your
pulling
mind.
out all the classical
I would agree with
knowledge.
that.
So it might have an impact, but you don't even notice. You wouldn't even notice if it had an impact, right?
I mean, it could, but like I said, econ's a pretty political major. A lot of the kids that I know that are also econ majors, we talk about politics a lot, so it's kind of just like natural.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah,
I mean?
I got you. Yeah, and you're a poli-sci major, so we're gonna have a larger percentage of people who identify as conservative in econ, poli-sci, business. So it doesn't really impact you. What would it mean to impact you? Like how might it impact you if it did?
Honestly, that probably comes from within. Like if someone was talking to me and they said they're liberal and then I got mad at that, I just think that's like the dumbest thing in the world.
To be mad at someone because they're liberal.
Like for example, like in 2024, my dad voted for Trump, my mom voted for Kamala Harris. Never had any issues. They've been married for like 30 years. Like I guess just like kind of like in a sense how
man, she's cute.
Just another thing too about Delaware, it's extremely diverse. I've been around all types of people, so I guess it just kind of comes natural to me.
Yeah, 30 years is enough time for 2 people to really understand how they dislike one another. Yeah.
For some more context, my mom is actually a registered Republican.
Yeah.
And she hasn't voted for a winning candidate since 2004.
Yeah.
Think about how crazy that is.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah. It's funny, the other day we were listening to something.
Oh my God.
We were
Hold on here. So you're talking about like prehistoric man moving out of Africa into you call that colonization? Oh my God. Really? What were they going to colonize? If they're the first out of Africa, they have no one to colonize. Oh my Lord. You know what? Dirty, if you're still mad, can you respond to you respond to Ryan, please? Give him a mad response.
Lori and I were listening. I just want to go back to my 30 years comment. Lori and I were listening to watching the funeral for the memorial service for Charlie Kirk, and his wife was speaking, and she said, a lot of us, we have, people wonder how we had such a really good marriage and how we didn't fight very much, and my wife said, "Because you've only been married for 7 years."
Oh wow!
Like,
oh,
all right.
Yeah, okay.
How about you, man?
That's a show
help
title.
us understand what it's like to be conservative on,
wow.
on the campus. You guys can just leave the mics on.
I wouldn't say I've experienced too many issues at all, honestly. I'd say I went to a relatively liberal high school. I went to a magnet high school that most of the teachers were very openly liberal. I felt like my ideas were, quote unquote, under attack more there, but realistically, it's not that big of an issue.
Wait,
I mean,
hold
I
it.
feel
Did
like if
he
you
say,
truly
wait,
believe
hold
something,
on.
then you should.
Okay, son, a high schooler saying his conservative ideas were under attack. That's fucking bullshit. What high schooler even has ideas? Oh my Lord.
Be able to listen to counterpoints and be able to, think through them and then see if you counter them, see if your mind changes. That being said, I haven't really felt any animosity from professors here at Penn State. I've met people that I could tell, when they would learn, more where my values align or kind of get the sense that I was conservative. I've met some people, very few, that treated me differently. But again, I mean, that doesn't affect me.
Professors?
Students. Yeah, students. But again, I mean, it's a school with 43,000 people. You have people from all sorts of walks of life. That's, it's bound to happen.
Were you expecting that more so? Like, what did you hear about before you came to college? So you went to a pretty liberal high school, but what did you hear about going off to college?
I'll be honest, I heard a lot of BS, about how, you're going to this really, really liberal place and, everybody's going to like hate you for being conservative. I've met some people that do, but I think that's just part of being human. Doesn't really matter what you believe. There's people that hate me because, I'm a Miami Hurricanes fan, but it's the same, I think it goes hand in hand, with politics. It's just people will always find reasons to hate you, and I think it's part of life.
But when you say hate, you've had a few people that have hated you. Can you like break that down a little bit? Like, what do you mean? You mean they just said comments or? Like,
yeah, I mean people that make assumptions about who you are as a person based off of what you believe politically, and I think on one hand I do think that that's unfair, but on the other hand I think it shows a certain level of immaturity.
Yeah. Okay. So you were expecting more conflict or more struggle or more people kind of putting you in a box than actually happened.
Yeah, and I mean it didn't pan out that way.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to ask. Okay, Ryan, did you come up with this prehistoric colonization theory? Or have you read it somewhere? And if you read it somewhere, please, please, please provide me the link so I can read it too. I have to read this. I have to read this theory. I've never heard it called colonization before. But I mean, I don't know what to think. I don't know. I mean, one of the things about colonization is you insert. I mean, can tribes? I don't think you can call it a colonization if it's a tribe meeting another tribe. I mean, that's a very interesting way of looking at it. Very interesting. I don't know. I'm not the level of paleontologist apparently that Ryan is. That is a very interesting way of putting the out of Africa theory. They went out colonizing the Neanderthals, and interesting. I'd never thought of it that way.
Dennis, how about you?
I think you really have to look out for trouble if you're going to get it. Myself as a conservative, I'm sure if I was a liberal, I would be treated the exact same here. I really haven't felt any animosity towards any student or professor because I don't really just go out of my way and try and pick fights with people because of my political beliefs. And
Yeah, and you're really open because, like in this class, for example, you've spoken 5 or 6 times, and everything that you.
Okay, it's been a long time since I read about human migrations. I just recently watched a PBS BBC collaboration called Humans, and they didn't mention colonization. They didn't call it that.
Said has not half the time has come from a much more conservative perspective, not in a just conservative, like it's pretty clear where you're coming from, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, even if a class of 400 people, no one has come up to me and said anything negative to me, even though I've spoken my mind.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Huh. Okay. Did you expect that when you did you think people, hey, the liberals, if from what you see in the media and so on, did you expect more?
No, knowing my generation, we really don't look for conflict. Between each other that I've seen, and if they do, it's really like a self problem than anything.
Yeah. Okay.
But no, I really haven't noticed anything different because I'm conservative by being a liberal.
Yeah. Okay. And Jasmine, how about you?
I don't think I've noticed any impact on me being on this, being at campus. I don't think that me being conservative, like there's any effect on me. I think it's just like an internal fear I have. That like maybe I don't like share as much as I should. Maybe I don't like talk about like my beliefs as much as I do, just because of like
the internal fear is what you said earlier about your friends and so on. Just like that they will reject you, even though what you also said, what I think is, you kind of implied it, but I think it's really probably quite true, is that people judge you and they don't even know why they're judging you.
Yes.
Right? Like especially on politics, most people like, wait, what do you even know about anything, right? Like Donald Trump's policies. Wait, what do you know about Donald Trump's policies? You know what I mean? Like really, if I give you the microphone and say, hey, come sit up on the table and tell us what is happening in the Donald Trump world, how many people could actually, these like hardcore liberals could actually say something more than 20 or 30 seconds? So let me ask you, what did you expect? With that, hang on, I want to go back to my question. Okay, so understand what it's like. My question is, help us understand what it's like to be conservative on campus. And what I'm hearing from you is, I'm definitely more quiet than I would be if I were more liberal. I'm definitely kind of going to hide some views because I don't want any conflicts. That's what I hear from a lot of conservative students. Do you hear that from other conservative students?
A little bit. I'd say a little. I think the only difference is like I think being a minority is a little different and like sharing my views because like from like my high school experience of like coming out as conservative, a lot of it gets judged as like I'm whitewashed or I'm around too many white people or something like that. I think that's what my fear is mainly, is just kind of being labeled as something that I'm not.
So your peers so they're gonna think that, oh, is your mom's Filipina?
My dad.
Your dad's Filipino. Mm-hmm. Oh, so you got all this browning. You should be liberal, right? That's the expectation. Like, why aren't you more liberal?
Yeah.
Do you get that?
Yes, a lot.
Yeah. Huh. Well, a lot of people get that. There are a lot of yeah. Huh. Oh wait, let me ask another question. Think about all your classes. Okay, you talked a little bit about your classes, but how often do your personal politics, like your personal views, like intersect with what you're learning in the classroom? Like how often? First off, how often? hang on. I'm gonna ask a different question. How often what do your professors do or say that leads you to immediately put them in a box? Be like, okay, that person's liberal or that person's. What happens? Have you been able to do that with professors?
For
How
me
often?
right now, it's kind of hard to tell. A lot of the things that they teach are very apolitical, so they don't take either side.
And you're in poli-sci.
I'm in poli-sci, so it's really teaching more about the history. Maybe as I get further in the degree, that it might talk about specific topics. But for right now, it's more generalized. So it's kind of hard to be like, this professor is a liberal or a conservative. Very hard to tell whether, because they really don't have their personal beliefs printed in their classes.
Yeah. Huh. Hey, Robert, so you've been here. This is your 4th year. Have you had any professors here that have been like, boom, man, it's really clear that this.
Not really. I mean, I've had 1 or 2 that, I mean, you could tell they leaned left. But again, I feel like people's political beliefs are something that's ever changing. And I mean, it's so multifaceted. And something you can take a single topic, and obviously it's a complex topic, but like something like abortion, there's very few people that are actually 100% pro-choice or 100% pro-life.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's just an example of like how anything in politics that anybody believes is multifaceted, and there's a lot of different levels to it depending on the person.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's really fair to ever put anyone in a box based off of one conversation or just one thing that you heard from a lecture.
So do you listen for it though, to say like, oh wait, hang on, is this professor trying to kind of move me in this way or that way or something?
I mean, I'll listen for it, I guess, kind of automatic. Again, high school, I'd say is, honestly, my college experience has been nothing compared to the way my high school experience was. I'd say most of my teachers were very liberal, very left-leaning, and I wouldn't say I listen out for it, but I'm completely aware of it. I feel like, the more you hear somebody's perspective on certain things, that makes a big difference.
Hey, Joe, how about you? Have you had any professors who've been like, it's really clear where they're coming from?
Not necessarily. I think, like, the one thing that's interesting about econ is, like, I try to guess what it is, like, what political affiliation the econ professor is. It's hard to tell. Like, you really don't know.
Okay,
and that's a good thing, by the way. I would consider that a good thing.
You what?
I wouldn't guess a political affiliation by like how they teach or like.
Oh yeah. Okay, so this is a bit of a problem here. Hang on, I want to speak to this. Can I speak? What camera am I on? We don't know. All right, put me on, dude. Here, put me on yellow. I'm on that one. All right, man. Listen, put me on. This is a bit of. I didn't set this. I didn't set the. I'm going to talk a little bit about other conservative students. I'm not setting this up, okay? Like, so if you have the idea that, professors were, jamming our ideology down the throats of students or whatever, I'm going to open it up to the class because I want to hear from some people who feel like that. You guys are all saying like, yeah, I can't really tell. And like that goes completely against this entire movement in the United States about changing the shape and the face of college education, at least in the classroom. Outside the classroom, it's a little bit different. Because outside the classroom, I got to tell you, I used to do, in this class, you used to get credit till I realized how many students cheated on it, and I just stopped doing it. But there used to be, this is pre-COVID, so many events that happen on campus. So many. Like, especially as the semester goes on, so in the course of a semester, maybe there would be like 60 or 70 things that happen. They bring a speaker in, they did a movie, this or that, whatever the case is. And so in this class, you would get credit. You'd have to go to an event and then write about it and submit that. And the reason I did that is because everybody kept coming to me asking me hey, can you send your students to my event? And I'm like, no, man, I can't send my students. Go recruit your own students. But we started doing this, okay? 9 out of 10, 7 out of 10 events were very liberal, man. It was like, come hear a speaker talk about the evils of ice or something. I don't know. You know, we didn't have ice back then in the same way, but you get it, right? It would be that. Like, oh my God. Or, you know, poverty and discrimination in schools. You know, it's like the speaker coming in for that. Or what is all, that was 7 out of 10. 2 out of 10 were just kind of nothing, you know, just like whatever. You know, but maybe 1 out of 10 was a little bit conservative, maybe even less than that. And maybe all semester there would be 2 speakers that would be really hold a serious conservative line. And it's because, you know, like the Republican students organization brought them in or something, right? Or Charlie Kirk's organization or so whatever it is. Otherwise, there's not much happening on campus outside the classroom for people to learn about conservative ideas. So what you're saying in the classroom, I will say, well, historically, for me anyway, I have never seen a lot of activity on this campus that was directed toward teaching people about conservative ideas and values.
I actually just saw a video recently. I don't know the organization, but they're religious. And there was a bunch of men, and they were teaching or trying to inform about abortion. So I would say that would be more of a conservative organization. And really, I don't think that happens much, but that's one example of what I did see.
Yeah.
That was conservative.
No, you're going to start seeing a lot more of it. And from my perspective, that's a really good thing. Because at the beginning of the semester, I would reach out each semester to all of the conservative organizations. There aren't very many, really, but there were 5 or 6. And I'd be like, hey, listen, man, anything you guys do on campus, make sure you tell me about it because I want my students to have the opportunity to go, you know. But really, it was not very much. Can that students just lean in that other way? Okay, I have a. So, students who are kind of like the student group connected to Turning Point and so on, right? They often report that when they have events on campus, they have a real hard time. Like, they have a tough time scheduling rooms. They have a tough time. Something also often gets in the way and disrupts the event. That's what people have reported for years and years, man. Do you guys can you believe that? Can you imagine that?
Maybe not from the university, maybe, but
well, a lot of it is they're working with other students.
Yeah.
And so, you know, these would be students who are going to be like, yeah, these guys, Turning Point. Yeah.
Well, we see in if you ever watch Charlie Kirk's videos, a lot of people will often disagree and argue for their points. And some people take it to an extreme and try and tear down his posters or cause violence. So I would say that those claims of hardship when trying to schedule events is accurate.
It's probably it does. Well, we don't know if it's accurate. You can't say that, but you could say, I can believe that.
I can definitely believe that,
yes.
Yeah.
Robert, you were going to say, or Joe, go ahead.
Yeah. I can believe it through like administrative point of view. The one thing I will say is like, I guess like, this was also the case in my high school too, but here it seems like among the student body, it's more conservative than the administration.
Yeah,
so
it seems like that.
So I can see them having issues.
Yeah, well, you know, the administration, I know it's hard to read it sometimes, but yeah, okay. So Robert, is that surprising to you that a lot of student groups would report that they?
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I remember last year, it was actually Charlie Kirk with Turning Point USA. He came here for a big event. It was a really big event. And I remember I happened to have class at the time. My class was ending at the time that the event started, so I was going to be like 30 minutes late. And I remember I showed up and basically there was no event, and it was because of protests on campus.
And they pulled the plug on it.
Yeah, and they completely pulled the plug on the event. And I doubt, that was
Well, the university,
administration from Penn State that did that.
If I remember correctly, they pulled the plug because they said they hadn't filled out their correct form. They hadn't done something they needed to do.
Right. And I mean, I'm not going to say anything, but I find that hard to believe considering that the event had already been planned for months.
It seems a little bit suspect.
It seems a little hard to believe, especially when there were open protests on the same hub lawn just on the other side.
Dude,
calling Charlie Kirk a Nazi, then I find that pretty hard to believe.
Yeah, well, I was not in the country at the time, so I wasn't here, but yeah, it didn't strike me either. Hey, what do educators need to know about being conservative on campus? Like, tell us, what do we, people who teach, professors, what do you want us to know about their conservative students? Because everybody, when you walk in a classroom, you have conservative students, and you have an obligation to give different, whatever it is. What do we need to know? Robert, you have the mic. We'll start with you.
I would say just make sure that they feel comfortable giving their opinions, and I think the best way to do that is to create a bipartisan seeming classroom. I think the best way to do that is just offer both perspectives without denigrating either one of them.
And what I'm hearing from you all is mostly people are doing that.
Yeah, for the most part.
But what I get from what you just said, this would be for somebody like Jasmine here. But you need to also maybe be really welcoming, like just be like, hey, I got to hear from some conservative students. Like this is like, if your conservative students aren't speaking up, that means you haven't really invited them. Like you got to get them in. You got to do what I'm doing right now. It's like, come on, man. But in here, conservative students speak, so it's a little bit different. Okay, so that would be one. How about somebody else? Jasmine, how about you? Like, what do you think professors at universities need to know?
I think similar to what Robert said, make it like a safe space for everyone. I had a professor who did I took a class last year in human resources, and it includes talks of like affirmative action, like rights within the workplace, etc. And he did a really good job at like talking about both sides of it, like being for affirmative action, being against it. And then that kind of made me comfortable because it was like an open discussion where everyone could talk because we all knew that it was a safe space.
So you knew also that, hey, I can take this side of anti-affirmative action, let's say, and I can really run with that hard, and that's cool because I have a space here in which I can do that, and I don't have to so-called out myself. Really. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. So like people have to be really deliberate.
Yeah.
I want to say that. I mean, just treat any kid the same way.
Wait, hang on. But you remember though, bro, you're the guy who is kind of like, yeah, well, whatever, it doesn't matter to me. I'm going to say what I want anyway. So, but thinking about somebody more like Jasmine, what would you say? I mean, now think about that for her, not for you.
From her perspective?
Yeah. No, someone who's more reticent, right? A little bit more reticent to speak.
Just like treat everybody the same. You don't need to give like someone special treatment.
Okay.
Like, dude, that's how I view it.
That's a perfect conservative response right there. Don't treat anybody special, including us, including me. Okay, that's fair. So don't do that. Dennis, what do professors need to know? What do you want them to know about campus conservatives?
That we're just like everybody else. Have an open mind if you're going to bring up politics, and I disagree with you. And don't be stuck in your ways to think that you're 100%.
Okay, let me help you out here, Ryan. I said yesterday, Thomas Jefferson. This is why I stick to American history, so I don't get bogged down in the bullshit of world history and what is normed, what is normal throughout human history. I concentrate on the United States because supposedly we are exceptional. Okay. Do not blind yourself with your own bullshit. Thomas Jefferson, many of the founding fathers knew that colonization, mainly manifest destiny, and American slavery were wrong. Otherwise, there would not have been comments made by Jefferson in correspondence and in notes on Virginia. There would not have been abolition societies. So don't give me everybody did it throughout history. By the time of the Enlightenment, they knew it was a problem. They knew it was wrong. And many of the founding fathers knew that by not getting rid of slavery at the time the Constitution was adopted, that there was going to be conflict at some point down the road. Okay. I don't get even, you save that it was normal and everybody did it for other people. That stuff does not work on me. Okay. And I also notice, Ryan, that you can't seem to answer simple questions. Okay. If you believe that it was a norm throughout history, slavery and colonization and all, then if it's the norm, my question is, does that make it okay? That's a yes, no question. And then I wasn't even talking about cannibalism or the stuff you keep throwing in. You keep throwing in extra, you keep moving goalposts, all so you can avoid actually having to answer yes or no to a question. I do not care about world history. I care about American history. And the American history of it is that America was founded as a slave state. And in moving across the continent, which was basically settler colonialism, it committed genocide. And quite frankly, I think you could probably make the argument that it was genocide. The Triangle Trade was genocide. About 1 million slaves died overall just in the transport. Talk about whiny liberals. I thought it was liberals who couldn't answer yes, no questions. You know what? Then Ryan, you need to make a better argument. Okay. When you start telling me that it's throughout world history, it is a norm. I didn't ask you if it was a norm. I asked you why. I'm basically telling you slavery was wrong. So giving me arguments like, oh, well, you know, some masters treated their slaves well. That doesn't work for me because you're concentrating on the slave owner rather than slavery and the actual slave. And in that case, the slave is forcibly, his freedom is forcibly taken away. I don't care whether the slave master was the best Christian on earth. Slavery is wrong. Mainly because you rob another human being of their freedom, if not their outright free will. Colonization is wrong because it wound up being exploitative and basically cruel. It can't be explained away. Okay, the idea that colonization was a good thing, it just doesn't hold water. Even the people who want to say that colonization was a good thing, I find them perverts. I find the idea perverse. And there are ways that you could probably explain that there was a good side to it, but at what cost? And yeah, I do honestly think you think that slavery was okay. And I'm not kidding when I say that, Ryan.
Right. Because
Okay.
no one's 100% right.
And you want, but you also, you want to be challenged.
Honestly, I'd rather change people's minds, but I know it's a very hard thing to do.
Yeah,
but if
yeah,
I
yeah.
could change someone's minds to think how I think, I think I did a good job.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing. To think more like you think, right? For me, I always say, every time I teach, I want to change people. Every time people walk in this room, I want to change their minds. So I want you to leave the room thinking new, thinking something different than you thought because of something that somebody said. So if you lean liberal, I want you to lean more conservative. If you lean more conservative, I want you to be more liberal. I mean, it's just that kind of thing. Wait, how about you changing your mind? Do you when you are in that position? How often are you going like, yeah, man, change my mind because
Well, I think I have an open mind and I'm willing to change when it comes to topics that I don't fully understand. If I'm able to get more knowledgeable about something, I'm willing to change my mind on it. For instance, we brought up DEI. I'm still a proprietor that it shouldn't exist, but I also believe that race-based hiring shouldn't exist, and putting your race on a job application shouldn't exist. No one should be judged based on their skin color. Everyone should be graded fairly based on their merits.
What about the other day though when I did that thing about $20 trillion that Black Americans they missed out on $20 trillion of wealth because of unequal treatment and stuff.
Right.
Where did you take that in your mind? Because you and I talked.
As a fairly conservative person, Ryan, hey, conservatives, like the Burkean type conservatives, hey, social norms are social institutions, and you say it was a norm. Yes, I think that you are okay with it. If you don't outright embrace it, you certainly would never call it wrong because norms can't be wrong.
Talked briefly after class, and I saw that you were running those numbers like, oh shit, like,
Right.
whoa, that's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, and it's very unfortunate what happened in the Black community. There's nothing that I can do to change that, though, so it's not really my fault.
Yeah.
Just because I'm a white guy. We looked at the numbers, and it also said over 234,000 is the average white income household.
Yeah.
And I don't have that much money, and I'm a white guy. So
not income, wealth.
Wealth,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I don't have that much money. I didn't come from money, so.
Hey, okay, so we've talked about this idea that. Wait, do you have a question?
Yeah, just about like changing your mind. Well, one of the big issues that I did change my mind about was Israel and Palestine. That whole conflict. You know, as a kid, a young kid, I'm like in 6th grade. I'm watching a lot of political videos. You know, Trump's pretty out there. It's like a pretty big topic, and my dad's conservative, so like I'm like, oh, like let's go see what the conservative YouTubers are talking about. And then you find Ben Shapiro, you find Steven Crowder, you find a lot of these guys. And I would say from like 6th grade until probably my freshman year in college, I was like very pro-Israel. And then I actually took an Israel-Palestine class here.
Hey,
and that class didn't like leave me changing my mind, but it made me.
Hey, I'm not going to even pass judgment. At least I understand why you think it's okay. I have said that I may not always agree with people's conclusions, but if I can understand how you reach that conclusion, I'll just go with it. And I mean, I can't say that you didn't explain why you think it's okay. Now I'm wondering why you don't think it's okay to say it's okay. Well, Fred, I used to watch William F. Buckley and the McLaughlin group in 8th grade. And that's as early as I remember watching it. I would never say that he didn't do it. Maybe he was watching them with his father. My father wasn't that much into those political shows at all. But I was. And so yeah, I think it's possible.
Want to learn more about it. And then I found another guy, Dave Smith. He is,
you know what?
He's Jewish.
I don't have a problem with arranged
And
marriages.
he like kind of, he was kind
I
of.
see nothing wrong with him.
For that issue of like maybe fully switch sides on an issue.
So for you, switching back and forth is a good thing.
I mean, I didn't like switch back and forth. I went from one side to the other, but yeah, I think.
But
yeah, have an
switching is
open
good.
mind. Yeah, have an open mind.
Keep thinking.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of examples of that in the media. Like, there's other examples I can go on and on about, but
Yeah.
just take too much time.
Let me ask. I have another. Hey, what has shifted in the past year with the four of you since Trump was elected, and we have moved? I mean, things are moving, man. It is like, this is like the fire hose that Steve Bannon said. You just got to take a fire hose to everything and just blow it all open. So, what has shifted for you in the past year? Now that things are moving along.
Personally, I don't think I've been affected. I think I can say that.
Do you feel a little more comfortable?
Yes.
But hang on. If Trump had not been reelected and Kamala Harris was here, do you think would you be a little bit more reticent to be up here?
A little bit maybe, but not too much. When Joe Biden was president, like it didn't have that much of an effect on me either. Like I wasn't like over the moon that he was.
Hey, I showed this.
I
showed this.
Okay, the day still
Is it
went on.
last night or the night
so
before?
the idea, I think what I'm wondering is, Trump being elected, and he gives us a big
CKJ3.
voice.
Yeah, this
to
was
a lot
hilarious.
of people
Actually,
who were
I might show it
kind
again.
of silenced, and I'm wondering if that has impacted. Robert, does that like give you more confidence in your voice? I mean, you're pretty confident. I can tell.
Appreciate it. I would say no, but I do think for conservatives that tend to be a little bit more like,
hey, what the hell are you doing, Ryan? I literally asked you, because it's a norm, does that make it okay? And you refused to answer. So I just assumed that, hey, since you think it's a norm, it's okay. What is it with these conservatives? See, SKC does the same thing. Everybody does it, therefore it's okay. It's a very Jordan Peterson way of saying it's okay without actually using the words. So when somebody tries to press you on it, you can just go, "Well, I didn't say that." You mean everybody did it, Ryan. And hey, you know what? If everybody's doing it, it can't be wrong. Trying to be slippery.
a little bit more shy or a little bit more closed off, not as vocal about their beliefs. I think it does give them a little bit of a sense of confidence, but I do think that it should also come from yourself, because I'm a strong believer in the idea that the people that aren't right for you, in your social circles, relationships, your personality, if you're genuinely yourself, whether it's, being a conservative or any other facet of you as a person, it's going to push them away if it's somebody that shouldn't be around you. And again, if you being a conservative or a liberal or holding any political beliefs is enough to push people away, then I think those people shouldn't be around you to begin with.
Yeah, I hear that. Yeah. So you got this.
Yeah, I actually don't like Trump at all. and I say this as a conservative, like Obama has much better deportation numbers than Trump ever has. It's like are you serious? Like this was your top issue, and like you can't get the job done.
Yeah.
And then also too, like, no more wars. It's like we're bombing Iran. China and Russia and Ukraine is still going on. It doesn't look like it's going to end. Like, I just think like he has failed big time in his second term.
Well, we're only in the beginning.
I know. There's still time.
Dude,
There's still time.
I'm just going to push back on that a little bit.
Trump
promised a lot. Man, this is the problem with someone who promises a lot.
He was supposed to be the one. He was supposed to be the guy.
Well, he might still be the one, the chosen one. I don't know yet. I haven't seen the halo emerge around his head. Well, I can't see it because of his hair. You know what I mean? So, like, maybe the hair itself is like the halo. But, but yeah, give him time, man. He promised a lot, so we still got to go there.
Like, for example, like, I want Iran to get a nuke because that guarantees no war in the Middle East.
Dude,
like, that guarantees it.
All right, I'm going to identify you as
I don't know about that,
my friend. You are radical. All right, all right. In spite of your flag, dude, it's that's all right.
Don't throw that label on me, bro.
All right.
Just fine. I'm just.
It's with a small R though. Do we have a question from the stream, by the way? Yeah. Do you have a question?
Not really a question, just a comment. I think our volunteers brought something up which kind of goes closely with me, to the point where I know you said you changed your view on Israel Palestine, and I don't necessarily think it's a very bad thing changing your views. I think everybody should have a strong sense of self, but I mean, I grew up in a very different scenario to, well, frankly, a lot of people, even a lot of Indians, because my mother is South Indian and my dad is North Indian. So I was kind of sandwiched between two people who have very like quite opposing beliefs. So I feel like because I was put into such different environments, I had to kind of just absorb different perspectives. And the more I grew up, well, I'm still growing up, but the more I grow up, the more information I collect. That's when I start to form my own beliefs. But I believe that I have certain core fundamental values, but my beliefs, I'm humble enough to know that I have an opinion on certain things, but I would still love to know other people's opinions on this. And I would like you to tell me why you think you're right, and I'd like to not convince you, but I'd like to tell you what I feel about it.
So that's what I'm hearing from all four of you, and
Exactly.
That's actually what I hear almost always from students. You know, you all are not unique in that. With the five of you, what you just said, like
Exactly.
I find that to be pretty common, actually. Hey, can we we have a question from the stream? What? You have a. Oh, because we don't have it ready? Just pick one. Yeah, go ahead. We have a lot of questions. I knew we'd. Does anyone in the class have a question, or who has a question from the class? Can I? Hang on a sec. Also, by the way, I do want someone in the class to respond to something. This idea of getting shut down, getting silenced. So the four of them are kind of saying, hey, we don't really experience that getting silenced, but there's a lot of people in here who are conservative. So I'm really curious if somebody else, if someone else has that experience. Okay, which figure, either historical or modern, do you consider embodied the best of conservative values? Man, who wants to take? You got this one?
The only person, Jesus Christ.
Oh, man. Jesus was a communist, bro. He's like, dude, feed the poor, help the sick, like house people. I mean, come on, man. Jesus.
You believe that you should do it yourself, not that people should take your money and do it.
Oh, I got you. All right. Well, there was no real government. Okay, the Roman. Okay. All right, okay, I got you.
He was actually pretty anti-government if you look at the Roman government.
All right. Okay, all right, there you go. So, wait, in other words, Christians. So, what I'm hearing from our conservative colleagues up here, your conservative colleagues, is that Jesus wants you all to be communists. All right, so there you go. All right, go ahead, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Daniel. I volunteered first class about MAGA. I remember Professor Sam told me to try to step over the line. So I have a question for Joe. Can I ask you, like, where that immigration stance stemmed from?
Whoa, that's a good question.
Yeah. So
you got to keep it short here too, because you could go on for 10 minutes.
I can come at it from both sides. I think immigration's a tool that the elite use to devalue wages. You see that with H-1Bs. You saw this illegal immigration in agriculture. So I think that's one way. That's one reason I'm anti-immigration. Also, too.
Wait, can I just give some support to that? What's your ancestry?
My grandparents on my mom's side, they're from Scotland.
Okay.
And then on my dad's side, they're Italian.
All right. So even if we go back to most of the white people who immigrated into the United States, most of them were used to depress wages, right? To as tools of the elites and the wealthy to depress wages and to divide the population. So it's been very true of white immigration in the country. So
Also, we do live in different times. The Industrial Revolution, you just needed hands.
Yeah, that's right. But they needed hands that had no power, and they couldn't organize, and they wouldn't organize, and people were used. So the idea that people have that white people were really welcomed into the United States, no, immigration was used as a tool to divide and conquer, and to a degree that more so than today, by the way. All right, wait, I'm going to just hold that on that. You only got one response there, bro. All right, is that good? Just because. All right, all right, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Kyle. I'm an English education major. I like to consider myself more independent, but if I were to take one of those political tests, I'd probably lean more conservative. But to say what you were saying earlier about like professors being openly liberal or conservative, I definitely have had professors that were more liberal, and they use like what's considered like woke language and stuff like that. Stuff that I've heard in the media, saying that college is definitely like this super liberal place, which I don't.
500 years,
that hasn't been my experience, but I've definitely like thought twice, using the language that the professor may use, just so I can get like brownie points on like an essay, and just like if I am saying something that's not culturally relevant, like I don't want to lose.
This dude's lying. English education, and he's a
reading
conservative.
Your professors and going like, yeah, this person is maybe trying to be a little bit transparent, but not trying very hard because they're using certain language. So I'm reading them where they're at, and I'm going to respond in my work with them. I'm going to respond in a way that matches where I think they are ideologically.
Right. So I could see if conservatives are like scared, like that you were talking earlier about being completely open.
And what year are you?
I'm a junior.
And how often, how many classes or how many professors? So that's like, you're going to be like 10 professors a year. That means you've had 20, and this year another 5 probably. So it's like 24, 25 professors. How many do you think you would identify in that way? Of the 20, let's say 25.
At least half.
Really? Half?
I'd say that education and English, I've taken a lot of literature classes. Like they are all very openly liberal.
The English is definitely going to be the key.
Yeah.
Does that surprise you? The English professors or instructors are much more. That doesn't surprise you?
I don't know. I don't take an English class.
Sorry.
It doesn't surprise. Wait, hang on. Here, doesn't surprise you?
I feel like it's kind of just like like a stereotype of like certain professors or certain majors like bullying a certain way.
Yeah. For sure, English, man. It's gonna be like
One of my English professors I had here talked about dead naming, and I had no idea what that was.
Wait, talked about what?
Dead naming.
Debt?
Ryan, CKJ3 in Stanley, and and Fred, we've all been in the military. We see bullshit. When we see bullshit, we know it. So don't be trying to bamboozle people about observation and endorsement. Dude, I asked you very directly, does you pointing out the norm of colonization, does that mean you approve of it? And you could not answer yes or no. See, Stanley thinks that Ryan doesn't know the difference between a 2-letter or a 3-letter word and a whole sentence of tap dancing. All you had to say was yes or no, but you had to write a whole soliloquy.
Dead naming.
Oh, dead?
Yeah.
Naming?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I was so confused.
Do you know what that is? What is?
Oh, okay. You learn something new every day.
Oh, damn. All right. Oh, you're like way out front when you're doing that. I gotta start using that. Dead naming. All right. It's dead naming, right? So there, yeah. Okay, I got you. All right. That's pretty wild. Cool. That definitely would signal left. Bro. All right. Do we have another question from the stream? All right. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Lily Lee. I am Republican. I'm not Joe Republican, unfortunately, but I am Republican. And I just want to answer your question because you were kind of asking if you ever felt like it put you in a little bit of a box. And I think I've noticed like a lot of places where I work, at least up here, they're kind of all very more like liberal. So it's kind of hard sometimes just communicating with people, even like bosses and stuff like that. I think sometimes it can kind of, not in any bad way, but I think you're kind of surrounded a little bit more by liberals up here. So I notice I can't always kind of speak my mind. And then I do also remember you were mentioning about teachers. And I remember kind of in the summer, there was a teacher I'd been taking a class with, and you could kind of sense that she was a little bit more liberal. And I noticed I was writing my papers a little bit more Republican originally. And I don't know if it was bias or anything, but kind of like the grades shifted when I kind of made them a little less Republican and maybe a little bit more liberal. So I do think sometimes, and I think it's more of like a person thing, not always like the entire group, but I think that could play on both sides. Like I'm sure there's been times where there's a Republican teacher where somebody could feel like maybe if they said it a little bit more their side, but I do definitely think there are times that you can be boxed in a little bit. So I kind of saw whenever you asked the question, I had maybe like a little bit stronger opinion on feeling a little bit boxed in.
Yeah, you can feel a little boxed in. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's not surprising actually, really. I mean, I want to acknowledge what you're saying here because it really is important that you didn't know, but you felt like, yeah, I kind of like backed off of my more conservative ideas. And I felt like the response was a little more positive. But, it's a summer class, so it's like it's pretty short. So you don't know, but you felt that. And the fact that you felt that is really important because the professor, whoever the professor was, wasn't clear in the class about saying, hey, we need a lot of different points of view here. Like, do not. Yeah. Because if that would have happened in your grade, you felt you would have performed better, you would have been like, well, clearly it's not because of my views, because the professor's really wanting these different views. Yeah.
I had a question, sorry. I just wanted to circle back to the comment made about DEI and how like the check boxes for race should be taken off completely.
Yeah.
I think I'm sorry, I
Dennis.
don't see them. Dennis said that first, and then she agreed. Since we have a woman of color
All
up there,
right.
I just want to know
Looky
how would that be
Ooh,
beneficial?
I love her
and,
voice.
Like, what would
Man, she
help
is. That voice
anything?
All
alone
right.
is
Do you want
hot.
to pause it? Do you want to pause it so we can like sort this out? Because I think that
What's
we
to
have.
sort out?
It's a communication issue, and it's.
Oh,
not,
is it really?
Do you? I mean, come on, man. Like, so you and I have talked 100 times, maybe 500. Early in the morning, families. So you honestly, like, you know me somewhat, and from a moral standpoint, do you honestly think that I would endorse or think that that's even reasonably okay? Seriously, you know me well enough to know
But
that
you
that's
know
not
what?
something.
You know what? I hear. Yes,
So you think that I think that
dude.
any
Why
form of
would you
human
bring?
subjugation?
You know what? Why would you bring up that it's a norm? Okay, let me give you my reasoning.
Go ahead.
One of the statements you made was that we all come from, colonizers at some point in distant history.
Yes.
Okay,
we
you
do.
took the pains to go farther than any other person I've literally ever met in my life with the colonization thing. You literally say colonization has been going on since prehistory. Like, people were coming out of Africa colonizing. And by the way,
yes,
there were two out of Africa movements. The first one,
more than that.
right, but the point is that at some point in time there was a first movement out where there was no one to colonize. But I just do not. I put that link to this documentary series called Humans in the chat. I've watched a couple of them, and they're talking about journeys, where the tribal move, with the animals, or, where the food sources are. I've yet to hear them talk about Neanderthals being colonized by Homo sapiens. I don't know. Maybe that might actually be something that would be like, hey, yeah, that's colonization, but I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. I mean, a lot of times if you're moving out of one area and you encounter another tribe or something like that, you may actually be wanting to take over that area of land. But colonization, I think colonization involves a little bit more government. I think you actually have to be out of the tribal phase of of human existence.
Neanderthal and Denisovans, which is another early human, it was actually a genocide. There's none left, right? So,
okay, listen to what I'm saying. I don't care about any of that. What I'm saying is I'm not absolutely sure that Homo sapiens taking over Denisovans or whatever they are. I don't think that counts as colonization. I think there's some criteria that need to be met before you can call it colonization. And then the next thing is you bringing up norms, like colonization is a norm, slavery is a norm. Well, you know what? That sure sounds like tacit approval to me.
No, it doesn't sound like tacit approval. I mean,
it does to me.
If you were to put yourself in a time machine anywhere in the world, really, I mean, I think there's only a few documented places. I looked this up years ago where they didn't have some type of subjugation, right? And it's still going on. So it's like a human thing that's around the world, but it doesn't mean it's right.
Okay, so you're excusing it.
No, I'm not. Because
Okay, when you say it's a human thing, you act like, hey, it's going to happen whether I think it's right or not.
No, I'm not saying
it's
that.
Tacit approval.
Okay. If I walk
into has your mother, when you were growing up, didn't your mother ever tell you if one person jumps off the bridge or if everybody's jumping off the bridge, does that mean you have to also It's literally the same thing. If everybody colonized since the dawn of time, then apparently, hey, the English are going to do it too, and it's okay.
So my belief is that you were indicting the English per se and saying, hey, the
Absolutely,
English are
I am. Absolutely,
Okay.
I am.
Then you have
And
to
all the
indict
Europeans who participated in it. And you know what?
Yes.
It's even more complicated than that. I don't think it was right, but I'm certainly willing to go, hey, those were men of their times. I'm actually willing to do that.
Okay,
Now,
so
many of
at
them,
least you'll do that.
hold on, I'm not done yet. There's a caveat at the end.
Go ahead.
Many of them, because of they were men of their times. Hey, you know what? They knew better, but hey, you know what? They didn't have. They did what everybody else was doing. What
would
I
argue-
truly find, what
sorry.
I truly find reprehensible, is people in 2025 making excuses for them. That's
So
what I find reprehensible.
I haven't done that. I haven't done that.
I
But
didn't
I
say
will
you
say-
did. I said
know, I
people.
know.
I did not say Ryan.
I think sometimes your argument is based on what you've heard from other conservatives and not me, right? So my
Okay,
argument
well,
is not
I
that.
heard you. I read you. I read what I read. You said it was a norm.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean I endorse it. Like child sacrifice.
Okay,
and
then
other
why bring it
practices-
up as a norm? Why even mention that it was a norm at all?
So the initial conversation was about
Because I don't
people.
I don't buy the argument that it was a norm. By the way,
The initial conversation was about the natives that were in the in America and Columbus, right? And that's what I
Mhm.
was basing it on. I was saying, listen, the people that were there, right? They were colonizers as well. And they were colonizers
okay,
because
stop right there. So let me deal with that. My response is, so what? It does not make Columbus any better or any worse.
so he beat the guy that beat the last guy, right?
Okay, so your logic is if Columbus hadn't done it, someone else would have?
My logic is that the people of that era might made right. And here's why.
Who
Okay,
cares?
Let me
What
finish.
you're
Okay.
doing is justifying what Columbus did.
What I'm saying is, in that era of time, that
Oh.
everyone was religious. Come on, let me finish. Like, I'm not judging the Aztecs for throwing for child sacrifice. Their brains at that time told them, and their belief in their God, right, was that this was an okay thing
Ryan,
to do.
why are
They
we
were
even
ignorant.
talking about the Aztecs? The topic is Columbus.
I can't believe that you are using your 21st century mind to pass
Okay,
judgment.
I can't
on
believe.
all of
Hold on
history.
one sec. Let me take this phone call.
Okay. All right. So I'll just speak to anybody listening. I don't endorse any of these things. However, people of different eras believe different things to be true. And all the peoples around the world had a belief in some type of God. So when you went to war or conquered your neighbor, which every country in the world or peoples, tribal group, country, and I'm talking every continent, said, if I beat my neighbor, it means that my God is real and their God is not real. So might made right, and it was acceptable to engage in that because if you win, it means that your God is the real God and their God is the fake God, or not a real God. So therefore, their morality was based around that idea. I don't believe that. I think I don't endorse any kind of human subjugation, exploitation, or injury. I think that I have a right to my body and you have a right to yours. Okay. However, I'm trying to say that over time we've evolved and our brains have evolved and people have become educated. And now we see the folly and stupidity in that thinking. So the point is, the people of that time would have argued and said I was an imbecile and didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. And again, so when we describe these people in history, we literally are using our 21st century brains and
Okay,
going, oh,
Ryan, I'm not doing that. I'm literally saying, you are using your 21st century brain and talking about the Indians when we're talking about Columbus is not only whataboutism, it's besides the point. I'm talking about Columbus and you want to talk about the Aztecs.
Okay. So if you asked if it's wrong to do that to other people, the answer obviously is yes. And I don't know who the fuck Freddie is, but he's commenting and he's talking about Denisovans, etc. My original point was, tell me who's not a colonizer. The first people in America weren't colonized. They were first here. So then do we not procreate, right? Is that it?
I'll be right back. I'm listening.
Yeah, go ahead. All the other groups that came here, the Clovis culture was exterminated by the people that were throughout the Americas. The Clovis were here. So do we then say, hey, 10,000 years ago, when the other people came through the Bering Strait, so are they good or are they bad? No, it's what people fucking did. And so now though, what happens is here in the US, we indict the last alleged conquerors, which is the Europeans from 16 and 1700, because I certainly am not a conqueror. I just was operating within a system like everybody else. But we tend to do that. And if we look at history, we see that, yes, they did a good job at conquering for sure. You had ships and technology. However, the European would have never known that the Aztec were doing that if they didn't. It wasn't their land, CKJ. See, that's the problem, is it wasn't their land. It was the Clovis's land, and the Aztecs took it over. But then the Mayas and Incas were involved, obviously, too. So, yeah, the Europeans, whom you seem to really have a problem with, because they were the last conquerors, I guess. But see, everyone's done this throughout history, and no one can acknowledge that, because it's all about victimization. And that's the truth. Right? The European would have never known that the Aztec were doing that if they didn't set foot on the land. Yes, but it wasn't. It's the current people with land are the people that have the land. The Aztecs conquered the people that were there before. The Europeans then conquered the Aztecs. The Mexicans got rid of the Spanish. By the way, the Mexicans.
Okay, Ryan.
Go ahead.
You're doing a whataboutism. Okay, you're justifying what Columbus did.
It doesn't matter. It's a whataboutism. Yes.
Yes, it absolutely matters for the sake of this argument. If I'm condemning, if I am condemning European colonization, telling me that the Indians did it too is whataboutism.
Well, I'd like to just condemn all the people in the Americas that came across the Bering Strait post-Clovis that were here first.
All I can say
I'm glad the Europeans beat the conquerors back. They beat the shit out of all the people that were here. Because they were conquerors too. So I'm glad. And
all I have to say, Ryan, is that might make you feel better. You might actually think you're making an effective argument.
Oh, it's the truth.
But it's the truth, but it's an irrelevant truth. When I'm talking European colonization, the response, well, the Indians did it too, dude. That lets me know that you're not even serious. What you're trying to do is deflect criticism of Columbus. You're trying to spread the wealth.
No, Freddie says, did the Aztecs come from a different hemisphere? Like, that matters. Like, why the fuck does that matter?
It actually does matter. It literally matters.
Why? Why does it matter?
Well,
Why does it matter
mainly
where they came
because
from?
they were already here.
No,
And
the last
I
group
know
of
what you're
conquerors
trying
were
to
here.
do. You're trying to out Thomas Sowell. Okay, you want to go all the way back to the land bridge that the ancestors of the
Why do you want to
Aztecs.
stay within 500 years? Why do you want to stay within 500 years?
Because we're talking precursors to American history is why.
Why can't you just state the
I would
reality?
argue that Columbus, we don't celebrate Aztec Day. We celebrate Columbus
Biden
Day.
wanted to. Biden certainly
Okay,
did
I
want
don't
to,
care about Biden. Look at you already trying to move the goalpost.
Half the shit. It's not
We
moving the goalpost.
celebrate Columbus Day. He is the object of critique. You celebrating Aztecs is wonderful, but we don't celebrate that here.
Well, let's celebrate what he did that was good, right? Did a lot of good stuff.
No, let's not celebrate what he did was good, because I want to talk about dude, at best, it's neutral. He did some good, but his bad stuff was just as influential as his good stuff.
Yeah, well, I would say that I agree. Let me ask you a question. Here's a good one for you. Did Hitler, worst guy in the human history, right? Worst guy in the world. Actually, Stalin.
You know
and
what?
Mao
I wouldn't even go that far.
No, Stalin and Mao. Mao's actually got everything.
Dude,
in my opinion. You got 20 million.
I'm
versus
not
6.
willing to say Hitler was the worst in history.
He's up there. I mean, well, that's what most people say. Did he do anything? Did Mao do anything good? Did Hitler do anything good? Were they bad people? I tend to say they were bad people. But
okay, well, I would put Columbus in the same boat as Hitler.
I don't know if that's. I don't think he's systemically.
I mean, Hitler thought he was doing the right thing as well.
Yes, he did, and so did Mao, and so did Stalin, and so did many people.
So all I'm saying, are you trying to compare Columbus with Stalin?
No, what I'm saying is Columbus did bad things. Certainly, he also did some good things, and I think if we
come on now, so did Hitler. Hitler had paintings.
The only thing I know he did was the Audubon, and that's the Audubon was pretty ingenious. But
I think we're kind of moving away from the topic. The critique and the criticism was Columbus. We don't celebrate Hitler Day, at least not in the United States, at least not as a federal holiday.
But my point is, he was Hitler for whatever. Columbus was a man.
Okay, all I'm saying, I think my main argument, the argument that Columbus was the type of hero that needed to be celebrated, I just don't know. I'm pretty neutral on that. I think he did as much harm as he did good. I think that I would much rather celebrate Grover Cleveland Day than Columbus Day.
Well, I personally, Grover Cleveland, I don't know what he did. I mean, probably not a lot, but maybe he did a lot. I don't know.
Well,
but
for one thing, he had 2 terms and they weren't contiguous. Trump is only the second president to accomplish that.
Yeah, I think, or no, he was a nephew. Never mind. I will say that I think that Columbus did he kind of opened up a new era, so to speak. I would say he went back and said, "Hey, man."
Well, you know what? If Columbus hadn't done it, someone else would have.
Man, that's true. That's true. We don't have America Vespucci Day. We don't have Magellan Day.
Well, we named the continent. We named the continent after him. He's got his due. Every day is Amerigo Vespucci Day.
Yeah, but I guess my point is he was a man of his times, and I think that in our here's another thing that people don't think about, right? These people were uneducated, generally speaking. I'm talking average man in these times, right? They had no education.
Well, I would venture
They
to
were
say probably 70 to 80%, if not a higher percentage, weren't educated. Not in the way
even
we think of education.
even higher, like 97% probably, right? And I'm talking anyone in the world, right? As we become educated, the facts are this: you gain empathy. The more education you have, the more empathy, the more compassion you have as a human being. So when we see people that do child sacrifice and they believe in these crazy things that we all see now are ridiculous. They also believed in using leeches to suck the blood out of your body. They believed the heart was in the brain, certain cultures. You know, they weren't savages. They were doing the best they could, but they also lacked education, empathy, and those types of things. You know, might made right at the time in the whole world. That this is just what they believed in. And they were also uneducated and lacked empathy for sure. They didn't see each other as humans, half of them. And this is everywhere. And I'm not saying Europeans. I'm not saying Asians or Africans or Latin Americans. No, the whole fucking world. So I don't endorse any of it, but I think the fact that you said a man of his times is the key. They were men of their time.
Okay, but Ryan, what else did I say? I said I'm willing to go with the man of their times argument. What I find much more troublesome is someone in 2025 defending it.
It's not a defense of it. I mean,
it comes off as a defense.
It may come off as a defense. You may perceive it as that. I'm not putting that. I'm not trying to communicate that it's in any way defensible, right? But that was my point about the abortion, right? Like people in the future will judge us for our morality and go, I mean, if you think about the process of an abortion, like think through it. They pierce.
Okay, abortions have been, you know what? Just like colonization has been around forever, so have abortions.
I totally agree, but I think we will
Okay,
be
so
morally
stop
judged.
this bullshit about 500 years from now. Of course, it's been around forever. I don't think that's a good argument. Like I said, I think defending the indefensible and not understanding that whataboutism doesn't work when we're talking about a specific European. Okay, and by the way, you'll never convince me that a lot of Europeans knew it was wrong. There were priests, I can't think of the priest's name, who basically wrote an account of, what's his name? You were talking about Cortez. Dude, there were priests writing about how horrible Cortez was.
Yeah. So
the bottom line is this argument, even the man of their times argument is a little suspect, but I can live with it. But having someone in 2025 only wanting to concentrate on the good and ignore the bad, I find that more problematic than Columbus. I find that more problematic than Columbus himself.
I find it, Stanley, your entire focus though is on there's current slavery, right? But you focus on American slavery.
No, I don't care about current slavery. I literally talk about American history.
Don't you feel that some of this is just to combat the anti-black blacks? Like some of it, right?
No.
You have to concede. Some of it is.
No.
Some of it.
No, none of it is.
I mean, sometimes you'll talk to me to other people that you dislike online. So I think some of it.
Okay, let me put it to you this way, Ryan. I only seek to impart the knowledge that I have to correct the wrongs of the anti-black blacks. Okay, when somebody tells me, and I hope T probably knows that I don't agree with much of anything she says. The people who want to say that that their families were here before the Indians in America, like blacks are like native to America, I find that laughable.
Well,
and well, I can trace my family all the way back to the 1500s. Plus, there's a statue with Negroid features. That's not evidence. That's not evidence of. That's not dark-skinned people because some explorer describes dark-skinned people, that means that my ancestors were one of those people. No, it doesn't.
Okay.
So
Stanley.
I find all kinds of problems out here. I
Stanley, do you
find
hear
all
me?
kinds
Stanley,
of beliefs kind of problematic.
do you hear me?
Yes.
Damn, I thought I got 2 calls back to back. Fucking I 86 them. I thought I lost you. I heard everything you said though. Right. So I agree with that. I think that there were people here. I don't think they were from Africa, though. There might have been one shuttle across.
Well, see, I don't even entertain that theory. I don't
But I don't think
engage
they
with it.
populated the place. I don't think they populated the place.
Okay,
There might have been-
I think there is a remote possibility that going from east to west, Africans might have made it to South America.
Maybe. Not.
But
and
you know
there
what?
is
There has been no evidence of that.
Yeah, and there is some Polynesian DNA in like Chile, but they don't have any hard evidence either. So, but there
Well,
is some
yeah, but I
Polynesian
mean,
DNA.
now we know that there were that Melanesia, they were island hopping all the way down to Australia. We have Melanesians and Micronesians. They were island hopping. There's no real islands to hop crossing the Atlantic. There are some, but I'm never going to say that. Hey, those folks never made it from Africa to the Americas. I'm just saying there's no evidence, and there's definitely no evidence of these people need to take a 23andMe more than I do.
well, I don't know if there's any like with the DNA test they've done, and I read about this shit all the time. Like it's in my news feed, probably as much as you read, politics. I read a lot of prehistory, anthropology, human migration bullshit, right? Evolution, fucking, way back. Just because I find it so interesting. I would be an anthropologist if I could change jobs, put it that way. There is some Polynesian DNA. Most of the DNA is from Japan, Siberia, that's within the country, within the United States and South America. And some Polynesian. There's no African DNA, but it doesn't mean they didn't make, jettison across, even though it's a long fucking way. I mean, it's so long.
Well, I don't know.
Polynesians made it to Hawaii. Like, that's far as shit if you look at a map. It is fucking far.
Oh, I know.
It's far. Like I don't know how the hell, like, was it a wayward, did they get sucked up into the jet
Probably
stream?
by accident.
I mean, it is so far. Like, there's a lot of islands like Vanuatu, Pelew.
But you know what? Navigating by stars, you can do it consistently.
You can, yeah, you can. But it's just, I don't know if they made it all the way to South America. Like, then you got Galapagos there, which is the next link there. But it's far. But there is some Polynesian DNA, so it's like maybe. But and then 12th Man seems to think that the Europeans came over to.
Yeah, I just he's as bad as those who think that. Look,
no evidence.
Bottom line,
No evidence.
This is what I suspect. These people who believe that there was that slavery. I don't have slavery in my background because my people were already here. You know what? I think that it is some weird, like, I don't want to be identified with blacks. To me, that sort of mythology is equal to a Caribbean coming or an African coming over here saying, I know black. You know what? That's the same thing to me.
I will say that the genetic diversity in modern Africa is tremendous, right?
Well, that is evidence that's one of the pieces of evidence of out of Africa. The more time you spend in a place, the more genetic diversity you're going to get.
That's right.
Yes.
That is probably the best evidence that, Homo sapiens, at least,
There's also there's fossil evidence. You can also take DNA and you can trace mitochondrial DNA back by, like, that's how you can tell where people were migrating, right? And
right.
haplogroups.
There was a guy who's like his like mitochondria, it was like 3,000 years in the past. It was like some extraordinarily old number.
Yeah.
My father was telling me about.
Here's an interesting fact. R1b is a haplogroup that was in the Middle East. They then went to like England and West Africa. And I'm talking
Okay, but that's not the Romans settled in England.
No, but I'm talking fucking 20,000 years ago, like way, 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 way back. And so you end up with this R1b haplogroup. So, like, technically, that means you're kind of related to that group, right? If you really look at some of the haplogroups and the migration, people are far more related genetically than the fucking skin color. And that's why I said, like, we are really, there's a perception of race. It's bullshit. It's not even real if you look at things by haplogroups, right?
You know what? I keep telling the race realists this. There is no biological foundation for race.
Yeah. I can be closer genetically to you than you are to another person that is your same skin.
Well, but that's kind of a known fact. You and I will be closer genetically than two people in Africa, possibly.
Yes, and that's why these people walking around and you know what, this dude comes up here. What's his name, man? He thinks I know he comes up, Stanley. You know him, and I can't think of his name. I know him too, and it's a
who of Aaron
who's
C.
Now, who's the guy from Estonia? He's a black dude. He's from Estonia. Damn,
Estonia.
He's from okay, so he's a black guy. I think he's Somali, and he moved to Estonia, which is right next to Russia.
Oh, you mean Vanta?
No, it's not Vanta. It's
oh, no. He's not in Estonia. Duale. He's in Germany.
Nah, he's in Germany. It's not him. It's another guy. I'll remember him. It's not. But so he thinks that he says that black people evolved from Homo straight from Homo erectus, or I'm sorry, like another human derivative.
Right. Well, he might be doing this polygenesis thing.
It's like, what are you talking about? Like, that's not fucking
well, there are
factual.
people who think that man popped up in different parts. It's called polygenesis, which hasn't been proven. There's like some very there is like a wisp of some of a theory and some evidence that supports polygenesis, but the overwhelming is the out of Africa, and mostly because of the genetic diversity. I mean, you have to be there for fucking ever to get genetic diversity.
Yes,
it will blow your mind that two Africans can be farther apart genetically than a European and an American black. It's astounding. But then there was a lot of miscegenation.
Well, you got to figure, you're talking 500,000 years, maybe 600,000 since the first quote unquote sapien, right? And so, when you spend, 450,000 years in the same place, Africa, there's a lot of time for diversification. And then you get one group that walks out for, there were multiple waves that came out of Africa through the Middle East. Some of them went right, some of them went left, like Europe, Asia, they went back and forth. So, some groups, through tracing it, some groups ended up in, near India, and they went to Europe. Some of them went to Asia, went to Europe. Some of them went up towards Europe and went to Asia. So at the end of the day, which, by the way, it's just so interesting to study this shit. And it's wild. So
I don't find it that interesting, to be honest. Hey, Fred, are you talking about my point about polygenesis? I was watching this documentary that I was talking about a little bit earlier. This BBC/PBS documentary. And there is a theory based on some evidence about polygenesis, but I can't remember the specifics of it. And like I said, it was just a drop, like a minuscule, like a little like inkling that, hey, there might be something to it. But compared to the overwhelming evidence, of out of Africa, people don't even talk about it. It just so happens that, it was specifically about paleontology that it even came up. So let's get back to these young folks.
By the way, this guy Sam, I think he does a real good job.
No, he does an excellent job.
Yeah, I mean, he really gives the kids perspective, and they are kids. Like, someone made a comment like, these are kids; they're fucking children.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
And look, Penn State is a good school. Okay, so in theory, most of these kids are they're gonna skew pretty bright. It's like going to it's like going, dude, I met this kid that went to high school with my son. He wound up he was going to Emory, but wound up coming over to Georgia Tech. And the last time I'd met this kid was my son's senior year of high school. Well, it turns out this year they're actually rooming together. They're like four people, like three of them know each other from high school, and one other guy that they all know. So it's four guys in this like dorm suite thing. And I'm sitting here talking with this kid. This motherfucker, he wanted to go to Emory to do biomedical engineering. Well, he decided, you know what? I think what I want to do is I want to go to Georgia Tech, do chemical engineering, and go to med school.
He's a pretty smart kid.
By golly, he's probably going to do it. I'm sitting there just talking to him like he's another fucking adult. Dude was just all there. And I've met, a couple of my son's roommates. Dude, me as an old guy, now they're probably humoring me. I fucking sit there and we're talking about computers and shit. These 19-year-old kids, I have better conversations than in some of these conversations. Not this conversation, by the way. But I'm having more fun talking to these kids than I do on some of these YouTube panels.
There's they can be very mature, but I do think what's interesting about this class is some of them sound like adults, right? And some of them are. I think that's the good thing about the class is it kind of reframes the student and says, hey, I know, almost like, hey, I know you've learned certain things from your parents and your school and where you come from, but I'm going to give you perspective, because so many students, he gives tremendous perspective to all the kids, right? So, because people don't even, like, the crazy thing is, if you're from Idaho, you have you're like, what's his name, Uncle Fatty, like, he's got white supremacy around him. If you're from inner city Baltimore, you have things imprinted on your fucking brain, right?
Right.
Everybody has these things coming in, and he does a great job at saying, hold on a minute, hold on a minute. You know what I mean? So I think it's really good.
That is one of the positives about these kind of big-ish state schools. Dude, I'm from Savannah, Georgia. I traveled around the United States on vacation with my parents, but dude, when I was in college, I had a Puerto Rican girlfriend. Dude, I joined the international club. because she was into that sort of stuff. So I was meeting people from kids from Africa,
It's pretty cool, isn't
dude,
it?
no, it was awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty
I
cool
had a
stuff.
buddy of mine, who wasn't a part of the international club. I just knew him from the dorm. Dude, this motherfucker, he had most of his relatives were in England. So, sometimes on the weekend he lived up in Fannin County, Georgia. And you go up there today and it'll be like little Utah.
No shit.
You could be the only black person, in the grocery store at any one time, which is perfectly
funny.
fine. I don't care. Georgia's pretty good. But anyway,
I
we'd go
gotta
up
tell
there.
you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was about to say, you know what? We'd go up there on the weekends sometimes, and his father had a cabin in a valley. And man, we hop on these fucking dirt bikes and just tear, around those country roads and shit.
Yeah.
I remember one time we were doing it in the rain and I slid into a ditch. I came like 6 inches away of laying that damn thing down on my left leg. My parents didn't even know I was up there. If I'd broken that leg, oh my God, I'd have been in so much trouble.
I got in trouble for riding dirt bikes.
My
too.
point is, and I didn't get a chance to do it, but he's like, hey, my uncle has a dairy farm in England. You want to go over there for a summer? Dude, sometimes going to these colleges like that is not a bad substitute for travel. You're going to meet such a diverse group of kids.
Look, I'm going to tell you, and you were talking about this on another show, okay, the other day. You were talking about the fact that the country, and you were talking to somebody about you don't like the word black community. I think you were arguing with Snake, but you said, listen, the country really is like 11 countries, right?
Yes.
And I'm going to tell you right now, I was just talking to somebody else, a coworker, and we were just shooting the breeze. He's a black guy, he says, and I said, look, man, he made this observation, and I was like, you're totally right. We got a guy works with us called Big Country. He's just a fucking, we call him Big. He's like, hey man, he's more similar to Mike, the black. He's more similar to the black guy, Mike. Like the white guy, black guy, both from the South. I think culturally, the South.
Is he from Texas?
Big Country's from like Deep Woods, Carolina, and Mike S is from like South Carolina. They're both from a similar, but culturally,
dude, upstate South Carolina, dude.
They're very similar.
There's some dudes from the woods up there.
So the comment was about the black community. I think Big Country and Mike are more similar culturally. They're both from towns that are similar. They both love fucking barbecue and talk about the shit all the time. I'm like, I don't want to talk about fucking barbecue. Then that white guy is from a New Yorker that's white, or a black guy from New York is to Mike. So I think that this 11 country idea you said, I totally agree with that. I think that it's a culture thing from the areas.
I brought it up and I don't know that I can blow it up. Dude, I'm not making this up. I read this book years ago, and he's got another book in the same vein, but it's called American Nations.
Yeah, I totally agree with
and,
totally agree with
but it's fascinating in that I don't know if you can see the cover here, but basically the way the country grew from east to west, like there's the Deep South, there's El Norte, which basically encompasses Texas all the way over to California. There's the far west up where Fatty's from, First Nation up in Canada. Mostly it's just Indians who live up there. There's New England, of course, but Yankeedom, he calls it, which is New England all the way over to Ohio. This Literally, and he did the research for this. He's actually really famous now. He did the research. And even if you go, if you ever need a book, it's not a real heavy book, but it does incorporate some history and some sociology and stuff. I highly, highly recommend this book. I'm pretty sure they read it in some college courses. It literally changed my view of America. It literally changed my view of American culture. And blacks are a
I kind
part.
of agree. I agree with that. It's like it's a bunch of countries, and the people in those
Well,
countries. Not
now it's loosely. I mean, he calls them nations, and nations tend to be kind of what's the word? Homogenous. But see, he doesn't
yeah,
do
yeah,
it by race. He's looking at culture.
yeah. No, I agree. I think that race is secondary or whatever, and it's almost like the word for pop. If you go to Ohio, they say pop. You go to West
Correct.
Virginia, they say pop. Like, so there's certain enclaves of a people that were there, right? And then they say Coke in the South, or they say some, soda, so it's like, yeah, I totally agree. It's like this
And
population is this way.
Fred, I totally agree with you. And I lived up in Rhode Island for quite some time, for a couple years. That's not really quite some time. Dude, I'll never live in the Northeast again if I can help it.
It sucks.
I am more comfortable fucking I was more comfortable in upstate South Carolina with a bunch of fucking rednecks. Dude, my fucking brother-in-law is a fucking redneck.
Yeah.
I fucking get, dude, those are my people.
It's funny.
Someone made the joke that my son is gonna my son is black and white and plaid because I found my inner plaid up in those mountains, up in those hills.
That's funny, man. Well, like Mike Simon is, I don't want to say his last name, just Mike he hunts. They talk about the same, him and Big Country are like, they're boys, right? They talk about hunting. I don't talk about hunting. They talk about the same shit, right? And music wise, there are differences, but not crazy differences. Like, they both kind of listen to similar shit. Usually older music because they're older guys, but it's crazy because it's pretty much the same mindset, everything. Like, they don't like the man, you know what I mean? They kind of got a rebellious streak to them, and then you come up here, people are different, and you go to Boston, people are different. So
let me add a little bit more for Fred.
Yeah.
Look, now I did a lot of extrapolating from this, but it's also based on my experience. Okay, black people are firmly a part of the United States. And I'm even going to argue culturally, especially in the South.
Yeah.
You've heard me say this before, that Northerners love black culture but hate individual blacks. In the South, they like individual blacks, but they hate black culture. Okay, we are firmly ensconced in American culture, and I get a little blistered when people want to act like that black culture is a parallel to the broader American culture. Well, there is no broader American culture. There are cultures, and I just basically like to say, let's look at American culture like a mosaic. Okay, if you zoom in on that mosaic, you're going to see the component parts. If you zoom out, it looks like one big picture.
Yeah, I agree.
And the bottom line is the John Galts of the world. And this is why I go in on the anti-black blacks. They are more fucked up than the white racists, in my opinion. They are the biggest problem in the quote black community, not the Be Braves.
Yeah. I almost see it like music. So like, there's a bunch of different heads, but music is music. And so like, I like blues, old blues, right? My favorite artist, old blues artist, is a guy called Blind Willie McTell. Okay.
I know.
12
I've heard
string
the name.
Okay, so he was Georgia blues. I like a lot of the early, like, pre-rock and roll, quote unquote. But if you look, people been handing this shit back and forth, playing together, right? American music, and I'm talking the blues specifically. They've been handing blacks and whites, Woody Guthrie and Lead Belly played together, right? They lend back and forth this stuff, right? A lot of the fucking instruments, like the Scotch Irish, had an influence. And so now we're way ahead of that. But if you really think about it, like it founded the whole American music scene.
God
Everything.
damn it.
Elvis fucking Presley.
This motherfucker
went
just
to a
came
black
out with
church.
a new book I'm gonna have to buy.
Oh, there you go. But Elvis Presley went to a black church and went to black revivals, right? So he largely was influenced by that. And when he had troubles, he went back and hung out with like BB King and shit. Like he so I feel like, I feel like that music is a great thing, that we're all the same fucking thing. We're American, and we borrow from each other. I believe that. I think that's what makes us good, is that we can do that. We can take from everything and make the good. That's my belief. So,
Hold on one sec. Hold that thought, because you're talking about Elvis Presley and music, and that just reminds me of something I read this morning.
Hank Williams borrowed. Yeah, go ahead. Hank Williams borrowed from Woody Guthrie. Woody Guthrie and Lead Belly, who was a black blues artist, played together. I like Blind Lemon Jefferson also. He's another good one. But anyway, so I just going back to the origins, though, they also learned from others, and they've been handing this thing around forever. So, Freddie said he's a blues man. Freddie probably likes the new stuff though, Chicago blues and shit. I like Delta blues, Georgia blues.
No. Don't you ever. Fred is a cornucopia of interesting,
He likes the old stuff?
Interesting stuff. No, he's a culture guy. He's actually really good.
That's cool.
Believe it or not, as much as I hate to admit it, I've had to just in the last year fucking admit I was wrong about too many things to both him and SKC, for that matter.
Okay, well, that's
because
I'm glad
we've known each other. We've known each other pre YouTube days.
Yeah.
There's give me one sec. Let me grab my Kindle.
Freddie said, yeah. Hey, if it's got electric guitars, then I don't want to hear it, Freddie. I don't want to hear it. I want to hear the old shit, acoustics. It sounds half country, that kind of shit. So that's what I like. But Blind Lemon Jefferson, Blind Willie McTell, and the funny thing about it is, Blind Willie McTell is really my favorite. I think he's got the first guitar riff in history during Statesboro Blues. By the way, if you listen, you hear him start to get down. The only modern artists I've heard reference him are Bob Dylan and Eddie Hendrix. I'm sorry, Jimi Hendrix. Eddie Hendrix. Jesus, that's much later. Are Jimi Hendrix and Bob Dylan talk about Blind Willie McTell? So, just an interesting story, and he was a musical genius, my opinion. So anyway, but yeah, cool stuff. So, but now, Freddie, I will say I don't like jazz at all. I dislike it. I think it sucks. And my soon-to-be son-in-law, John Lee Hooker's good too. I like him. So, not that old.
Wait,
John Lee Hooker's
one of
good,
your daughter's getting married? The teacher?
Yes, she's getting
Oh,
married.
really? Well, good job.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't do much. I mean, other than cough up a bunch of money, and that's it.
Well, do you like him?
He's not me, but he is like in other words, he's not. He's very kind to my daughter. Like he's a mechanic that mainly works on like European cars. He's kind of specialized, but he's not. I don't know. He's not very entrepreneurial, and I wish he was. But it's okay. Like he's very kind, and she's happy, and that's all that matters to me. So he's a good kid too. He's a good guy. So
Have
good
you
set of
met his
morals,
parents?
Yeah, his parents are cool. I mean, we don't. They're just. I don't know. I think they party too much, but other than that, they're decent people. He works at like an auto dealer, and she is a stay-at-home mom, I think. So, but my other daughter is going to be engaged soon to a guy that's going to Peabody. He is a professional bassist. He's getting a master's degree. He's probably going to be a college teacher. He's actually a math wizard. He got like a 1520 on his SAT, so he's very smart, but and he wants to be a fucking teacher, a college teacher, so music teacher. But he's at Peabody Institute, which is pretty renowned for music, and he plays bass, and like stand-up bass, like
Right.
he's a big jazz guy, which I don't care about jazz, but I've seen him play out. I mean, he's pretty good, but looks like he's going to be a college professor, so. And
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
So my stepson just became a state police officer last year, and which that's pretty cool. He's a state cop. Just got through the academy, and he's now a state police officer. And my stepdaughter is a cook that's actually a mom now. So, but Freddie said he's a jazz guy. I can't do jazz. It's different. I don't know why I can't. I don't like trumpets and shit in the band. I don't really like bass.
Jazz doesn't have to be brass instruments. You do realize that, right?
I do, and it's just a different sound. I don't know what it is, but it's not where I'm at, but yeah, I like the old. It's so weird because I like the old blues, but I'm not so much on the new electric blues. I like the country blues, so to speak. Which, by the way, is really Georgia was a real Mississippi and Georgia, like the South is where really the origins. Yeah, piano. I like the piano, but not jazz. Like not. I like a good solo piano, I like when people do piano and sing like Billy Joel kind of, but not incorporated with jazz. I don't even know why it's different musically. I don't understand music, which people have tried to explain it. I just don't think I have any art genes to me, and I don't fucking get it. He was trying to explain timing, metric, like 1-2 time and 3-4 time. I'm like, I don't know I don't understand that shit. Like, give me a diagram. So, give me a fucking diagram. Look, Freddie's mad. Come on, Freddie. How many people are going to talk about Blind Willie McTell up here on YouTube? Okay, very few. Come on.
Well, before we get back to this video, I just want to say, y'all don't know how much, and I'm not fussing, but people just really don't understand how disappointed I am in the John Galts. I just expect, and I expect black people to be better than a John Galt.
Well,
I just do, and John Galt is just kind of like the archetype, but I am very disappointed. To be honest,
I mean, so the other day you had Sharon Bracey on the show.
I think Sharon. I'm disappointed in Sharon Bracey.
I mean, look, if you want legitimate YouTube reality, it's 90% of it is just fucking people talking shit. Okay, just going on a show.
I'm learning this.
Talking shit. Like there's no. I watch a guy who's an engineer. He talks about bridge construction or bridge failures. He's legit, right? I watch a guy called What's Going On with Shipping who talks about the shipping industry. He's legit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
All the political commentators are full of shit. Most of them, you know. I mean, Charlie Kirk. A lot of his shows were just fucking. It's entertainment more than it is legitimate.
Well, it's entertainment, and that, dude, I don't have a problem with that. Look, again, as long as I can follow your argument and understand how you got to even a conclusion I don't agree with, I don't have a problem with the disagreement. I have a problem with the fucking lack of critical thinking. Okay, for instance, this thing that, black people are actually indigenous to America. Same with the white people are indigenous to America. Dude, showing me a stone sculpture in your family lineage back to the 1500s, that's not enough to convince me that there was no slavery, basically. Or there were black people here. And see, they all want to be coy about it. The explorers who came here, there were dark-skinned peoples. Okay, well, blacks aren't the only dark-skinned peoples. Have you ever seen an Australian Aborigine?
Yeah, they're quite dark. Also, Southeast Asian.
It's like, dude, they're darker than most African Americans.
Yeah, that's true. You know what's funny is and you talk about blonde hair, right? There are various Polynesian tribes which are
correct.
Dark,
yeah, I've seen them.
Blonde hair all day long, and they don't know for sure, but it's likely the fish diet, has something to do with that, right? And because they're primarily eating that. So, hey, Hablo Pacheco, what's up, buddy? Happy Friday.
Well, I thought he had forgotten about us.
Yeah, he's busy, man. He's got law bullshit. So,
hey, Juan, we missed. You missed. We were listening to Childs versus what was it? Childs versus. Oh boy, I'm getting old. The Supreme Court case where Colorado outlawed conversion therapy for they don't want licensed healthcare professionals or mental health care professionals using conversion therapy. So you missed it.
Stanley, I was going to ask you, and it's somewhat off subject. I see things like this. So there's a thing I read that said that when you have a large part of your population that's young men between 20 and 40, right? Mm-hmm. They tend to make a lot of war. And if you
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, it's just
you either have to marry them off, like you need to get them settled down with families. I was talking about Yugoslavia and Marshal Tito, and I looked it up today and couldn't. It was a story I heard years ago, might have even been in high school, where Marshal Tito, Yugoslavia, had a bunch of warriors, that, they were done with World War II and all that jazz. And he just kind of marched them in and killed them all, because they were going to be, they were going to be a bunch of young men without a purpose. And he just, it was kind of volatile days back in that Soviet bloc, Eastern Europe. And he just didn't want to be cooed.
Well, I apply it. I'm like, in America, we haven't had a conflict, a true conflict. And I'm not talking like Iraq. I mean, if you look at the numbers of men that went to Iraq, we lost 5,000 people in the Middle East. In Vietnam, we lost 70,000. In World War II, we lost 500,000, right? We largely haven't had that. And I think that's why there's such fucking infighting amongst the American population. We haven't had anything to like polarize us and bring Americans together.
No, I don't agree with that.
Dude,
if it takes some sort of war or an apocalypse to bring people together, that's just a Band-Aid.
I think we've evolved this way, man. Like if you think about it, dude, we, like like I said, I think that we are all. There's just been conflict forever amongst this tribalism everywhere, right? I think the humans almost evolved this to where the young men are so jacked up that they're looking for a fucking fight. And
Okay,
I
well,
mean,
give
I think
me
it's
give me what's the excuse for Trump?
well, he is the polarized part of one, and you got the
Well, no,
polarized
you're
part of the
talking
other,
about
man.
young men. What's his excuse? Because he's not a young man, but he has some young man ideas.
I mean, Trump is a look. You know, I'm not a Trumper. You know, Trump is a person that showed up that said, "Hey, I can play off these grievances and utilize them for political gain." And I will say that it's not whataboutism, but politicians do it. He's done a pretty good job at. I mean, you got to give him that. Is he's been able to convince a lot of fucking people that he's the next coming. You know.
Yeah, in
So
my response to that is that it is actually he is just basically a symptom. The actual disease is in the voters.
I don't disagree, but I don't. You know, the thing about Trump is, and I'm not a guy. Like I said, AI could be my president. I don't give a shit. It's policy driven, everything. So for me, you know, I like some of his policies. I don't like others, and I don't even care about law that much. Like you're really big on the law. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about the law. You know. So you know, but I think for certain people like me, Trump may serve a purpose. My mother is a good example of. My mother will vote for any candidate that's pro-life. They can be pro-nuclear war, and she'll vote for the pro-life candidate. There's no deviation. I'm telling you, that's her. And some people are like that. So some people are policy driven. Some people are voting for Trump because they think that we're going to be a world power like we were in 1960. You know, like globally dominant, make America like the most. I think that's what "Make America Great Again" means: is make us the most kick-ass nation in the world. Do I think that's feasible? No. Do I think that we are going to be? You know,
Okay,
I
but
think there's.
dude, when have we not been a kick-ass nation?
I mean, we weren't the dominant nation 100 years ago. England was really
Okay, no,
pre-World War
no, no, no,
One.
no. You mentioned since the 1960s. I'm going to go post World War II. When have we not been a kick-ass nation?
Well, since then we have, but we have lost power for sure. Like we were 50%
Okay,
of the
well,
world
what did
economy.
you think? Did you think places like Japan were going to be down forever?
No, I knew they
Well,
wouldn't,
not
but
you. I mean, you plural. Look, we're still a kick-ass country. I'm sorry, but nothing lasts forever.
yeah,
We helped, hell, we helped rebuild most of these countries.
I know we did.
Japan, Europe, Germany, they wouldn't be where they are if it weren't for us. England.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, England's fucked. I think they're going backwards. All of Europe is just dying, man. They've done. That's what I was trying to tell you the other day in the email. Like they've made many blunders. They
Look,
haven't
Europe,
invested in
Europe will be
technology.
fine. They'll figure it out. But all I'm saying is I'm sorry, we are not 10 times better than every other country on earth. We're only a couple times better now. America is America because of our creativity. And dude, you know me, I'm not, some rah-rah kind of guy, but dude, I was in the Navy. I've seen excellence. And I've seen fucking excellence from 17-year-olds.
I don't
When the
know if
when the
we're.
rubber met the road, we were fucking awesome. So
Yeah,
I think we as Americans are focusing on the wrong things. We need to be focusing on parenting. We need to be focusing on a quality education from from K through 12 and beyond. We've gotten
I mean, I
away
can't
from that, in my
totally
opinion.
agree. I agree tenfold. I mean, that's where it all starts.
Excellent
you know?
excellent parents are going to yield excellent results. Not all the time, but most of the time.
Most of the time. No, I'm with you there, man. It all starts there, man. It all starts there. And
And you might have to sacrifice, dude. I've told this story 1,000 times. People just want to go, Stanley's just whatever. But dude, I literally sacrificed, I literally sacrificed a fucking sex life for my son.
You did.
I did not have women in and out of there. And to be honest, like I told my sister, on my deathbed, I'm going to be the only person in history to ever wish that he had fucked more women. Everybody else is going to regret. I'm going to regret what I didn't do.
I don't think so.
But, it is what it is.
I think you're going to look at your son and his family and say, I did the right thing.
I know I did the right thing. Parents are supposed to sacrifice.
You're going to look at your grandkids, you're going to look at your son and go, I sacrificed, but it was worth it. Even though it was tough. I mean,
dude, look, the thing is I'm just not inclined. I'm sure I could have just picked some woman up at the grocery store or something. I'm just not that type of person to begin with. But dude, hey, my son's a sophomore at Georgia Tech, and he's not doing that. His school is overmatched for his abilities. He's doing fine.
Hey, he's doing good. Well, I got to hand it to you. Like what happened with your wife, and then after that, up until when he went away, like that is something. That's commendable. That's very commendable. You just said I'm gonna hang in there, and I know very hard.
Dude, it was like my wife will fucking come back and haunt my ass.
It was fear.
But then you also have to understand, Ryan, you have to know my parents. There is no motherfucking way. Like shit. Dude, me fail? They'd have come and gotten my son. They'd have taken my son if I were. Oh fuck! You don't know my parents. No, they would have been like, motherfucker. We got it. You obviously are incapable.
Damn. You know what's funny, man?
My
school. They're old school, dude. That's my grandparents. Look, my dad left my mother. Okay, you know my story, right? So just basically walked out, didn't pay child support. We were broke as a joke, and my grandparents on that side didn't let my father into their house because he did that for like 5 years. He wasn't allowed to come to their house, and their own kid.
Wow.
Like, and my father was like maybe 30. I guess he would have been 32-ish, 30-ish. I don't know. But they were like, no, you're not coming in our house because you abandoned your children. And I just think back in the day, they weren't like, I think them old school moral people, like your parents and my grandparents, like they weren't fucking around.
The thing is though, they would have been horribly disappointed. Dude. Hearing my parents say something like, you are incapable, we are willing to step in. Oh, motherfucker, that would have destroyed me.
Yeah, it would have hurt.
There was no motherfucking way I was going to fail. Now, there were a lot of times I thought, oh, God damn it, this shit is too tough. But, my parents were there. I mean, I talked to my mother. I told the story about my son in second grade. I was getting calls from the teacher. Like a day I didn't get a call from the teacher was like a day that I slept better. And, my mother's a retired teacher. My sister was teaching at the time. My father-in-law is a retired teacher. Dude, I was like, every day I'm like, well, what do you think I should do? Dude, I thought I was going to be overmatched, but it turns out the teacher was new, and it was really her, not so much my son. First grade, never had a problem. Never got a call from the teacher. Third grade, never got a call from the teacher. It was his second grade teacher. She was new and just didn't know how to handle her class. But anyway, I don't want to dwell on this, but I'm telling you right now, this is another thing I don't see in the John Galts, and I'm just gonna fucking be very blunt, dude. Those motherfuckers aren't sacrificing for their kids.
Yeah, I don't know.
I go to the goddamn mat for my son, and have done it. And you know, I might catch some shit. Oh, Stanley, you haven't had pussy in so long. Well, motherfucker, you know what? I'll catch it on the flip side. But I got a son that I guarantee you, if he keeps doing what he's doing, motherfucker's gonna be making six figures out of college.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. That's where
So,
it was at, for sure.
well, I don't really care about the money. I care that, you know, he does something that keeps him productive and engages. And you know what? If he wants to make six figures and live at home, whatever. I'll eat better because I'll make him buy all the food.
There you go. There you go. Well,
The
money's nice. That's for sure.
He can cook.
Yeah. Well, I got a school teacher and a daughter in the ministry, so you know, money wasn't even in play there. So, but
Well,
you know, that's okay.
yeah, but the thing is, look, if he decided to go teach, you know, with his background, he could go fucking be some IT guy for some school system, like the Carrollton school system. You know, if he decided, hey, look, I don't want to go work for Google or somewhere, I'm happy right here and at the Carroll County School Board being their head IT guy. You know what? He's not going to he probably won't make, you know, six figures. But you know what? It's not that expensive to live in Carroll County, Georgia, and there's good fishing and the weather's good.
There you go. And he's happy. If he's happy.
Well, the bottom line, look, like I told him going from high school to college, look, you want to put the work in on the front end. You know, when all these colleges, dude, we were getting brochures from like Caltech and University of Chicago. These were schools that were interested in him. And I told him, look, you know, it's better to be able to reject some schools and have the one you want rather than, you know, be in your senior year chasing a grade point average. So anyway, I don't mean to make myself sound all saintly and all, but dude, parenting, it's everything. Especially for me, because I didn't get married. Dude, I had my mountain bum and my surf bum days. You know, by the time I met my wife, I was honestly happy to settle down.
Yeah, you were done. I'm with you. And you know, look, you said something like you've given up, you sacrificed getting laid for your son, but
well, it sounds kind of crazy.
Look, I'm not a one night stand kind of guy either, though. I get it. Like it's not. It was great when I was 20, sure, but you know.
Oh,
once you
fuck
get a little
yeah.
older, you know, when you're 20, but when you're fucking
dude, it took me 5 years to. I'm gonna be honest. Her death came out just totally out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I can honestly say it probably took me 5 years to fucking just like. I was in shock for probably 5 years.
Yeah,
It was like, man. Dude, it was bunker mode. It was me and my son against the world.
Yeah, that's right. You didn't get nothing up. You won't regret anything on your deathbed. You look at your son's family and go, you know what? I did exactly the right thing. I did what I should have done, and I did sacrifice, right?
Well, I think 60 is still pretty young, and I'll be okay.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I was home last summer, at home when Savannah. Like my father still lives in the house that I grew up in. We've had the same fucking phone number for for 55 years. The same landline for 55 years. So anyway, I hadn't seen where I grew up across the street. There were 3 daughters, and one of the daughters was married fairly young. The middle daughter, who everybody thought I was going to wind up with, her daughter just graduated from the Naval Academy. So, she's done really well. And the youngest daughter, dude, I was like, oh shit, are we going to hook up or what? It was like, I hadn't seen her in like 20 years or something like that. So I walk across the street to talk to her. Oh, dude, she fucking gave me the hug. Dude, I'm like, damn, if you keep this up, we might have to find a place to be right now. But you know what? I hadn't seen her in so long, and she was maybe 10 years younger than me. She's quite a bit younger. But shoot, next time I go home, I might go knocking on that door. And I've known her since literally she was a little girl. We used to mow her father's lawn.
Well, don't give up your YouTube time. Actually, why not? You can. If she likes you, then it's worth it, So.
Oh no, I'm not. Whatever happens, happens. I'm not forcing it.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is I'm not dead yet. That's really my point.
Yeah, I get
and you know what? It's gonna be all the sweeter. Shit, motherfucker, my son has a girlfriend and I don't. That's the irony.
That's funny.
This dude flew out to San Francisco, and I'm like,
yeah, you
he's
said
like,
that.
well, I'm going out to San Francisco for a few days. And I was thinking, dude, you're gonna be getting some pussy, and I haven't, and I'm not. What's wrong with this picture?
That's right.
What is wrong with this?
That's right. Well, in time.
Well, that's all right. He's young.
Yeah.
Dude, hey Ryan, Ryan, I was in my son's room because I'm using his room as my YouTube studio since he's not here. So there was like a pile of clothes here. It's a pile of clothes.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, yes. I was going to say, what's he think about your YouTube personality, your YouTube life?
You know what? He doesn't listen to the show. He has no clue.
No shit. That's funny.
At least as far as I know. Dude, those kids don't give a fuck about YouTube.
Well, no, I know. It's interesting because like all this shit's recorded, right? Like I thought about that and I'm like, if I get hit by a Mack truck, there's literally hours of me, right, out here on the internet that my kids are, I just thought about it, like fights with Solid Snake, like, right, fights with.
I don't think it'll surprise him.
I used to fight with B Brave every time he was on CT's panel. My time on CT, it's just interesting that we kind of got this online life. And it's kind of marked for history, right? So, it's just
you know what? I think my son would probably just shake his head and go, "Yeah, well, whatever."
Yeah, it's funny, man.
Hey, I've said it would not. I think my son is actually more conservative than I am.
Is he? That's interesting.
I am not kidding when I say that I've literally never talked politics with him. Because I just want him. There's some things I don't do, and I don't want to be one of those parents. My daddy voted Democrat and his daddy voted Democrat. Motherfucker, fuck that. Make your own decisions and don't do what your daddy did. That there is nothing more annoying than to hear people talk like that.
That's right. I agree. And you said it, like, you want your son to have a brain. It's the most important thing you could give him is a brain. I heard you say that.
Correct.
And yeah, it's not money, it's a brain. I agree. It's imparting the ability to be a critical thinker on your children, so. But, and my daughters are both more left leaning than I am, but I'm not like a hard right guy. I'm more just fiscally. It drives me fucking crazy that Washington D.C. does not understand how to do a budget, and I think it's because the time when I was really broke that I had to budget every fucking penny.
Right.
And I think that's what drives it. It's like I had to live this way and literally eat ramen noodles, and be broke as shit. And other people had stuff and I didn't have it. So I think the fact that these politicians are so bloated with the budget, it just drives me fucking crazy. And that's everything for me, really, So just see it as so irresponsible. But my daughters are a lot more left leaning than I am for sure. So,
Well,
but
young people tend to be.
I mean, socially, I'm pretty left leaning myself. I don't give a shit. So, we were talking the other day, like, trans, okay, who gives a fuck? I don't give a shit. Dress how you want, act how you want, do what you want. I have the right to think it's weird. That's okay. Like, as long as you're cool with that, then fucking rock and roll, man. So, but yeah, I don't know. So I'm pretty left though. A lot of people don't know that. So I'm certainly
Well,
on the
I
social
think
conservative.
that I think middle of the road. Look, the right tool for the right job. Okay, there are ideas that make sense on the right that should be implemented. As I've said, I honestly don't have a problem with a lot of Trump's goals. I have a problem with the method.
Well, there is no method. It's just chaos and
Well,
stupidity,
then
honestly.
that's even worse. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with getting immigration under control and getting criminal, people who come here and commit crimes. There's nothing wrong with that. But if American wives have to be thrown to the ground because they're upset because their husband's being taken away, dude, Americans shall not be harmed or barely even inconvenienced. I'm not having that. You make
I'm
exceptions
with you.
if Americans are going to be harmed, if American children are going to have to go with their deported mother and be deprived of an American childhood. You make exceptions to that, and I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck what you have to do.
It is interesting because a lot of the Trump stuff, like, American jobs, manufacturing leaving, like, he's right about the shit. Unfortunately, execution wise, it's just the dumbest fucking that's the amazing thing. Like, the shit he says is there's a large bunch of people that lost jobs. And, dude, I'm gonna tell you, man, I went to the Baltimore
Those
Museum.
federal workers vote.
Well, forget the federal workers. I went to the Baltimore Museum of Industry, and I'm going to tell you right now, Baltimore, my city, okay, you should have seen it. And I'm telling you right now, man, actually, the black businesses, this will be near and dear to your heart, right? Black Park Sausage was a black company that started, and he eventually sold. He's a black guy. There was a whole meat packing union of just black people, man. So, like, blacks and whites, everybody's working in Baltimore. It was a growing city in the 50s, right? And it was all industry, man. It was a huge, so many companies were started in Baltimore. Westinghouse, all these companies. Bethlehem Steel was the largest steel producer ever existed. Even to this day, they made more steel than any place in the world. Gone. GM, gone. Park Sausage, sold out, gone. All gone. So Trump's right about that. The execution, I don't know if he can pull
Well,
off.
I'm gonna.
The policies are fucking stupid.
You and I might have to talk about that. I don't know. I think there's some things that should be manufactured here, like pharmaceuticals and microchips.
Yeah, no, yeah, sure.
Steel is nice, but not so much. I think we need
Listen,
to deal with some nuclear. We need to fucking, deal with getting some nuclear plants online.
yes, for sure. They have none in the pipeline, by the way, not one.
Well, we have
So
to do something to keep up in this AI race. They say how AI is going to require all of this energy, but yet we're not building any of the infrastructure that
not
Okay,
one
is
well,
bit.
I can
going to
tell you
to
right
run it.
now, one of the things we're not doing is it should be all hands on deck with energy sources.
Stanley, how about the Navy? So our shipbuilding, we got a couple places, no commercial builders, and literally you got to have like it's a national security issue when you don't have a steel making and a shipbuilding industry. By the way, Bethlehem Steel did both, closed,
Mhm.
and it's a national. It becomes a national security problem. Like China's
No,
making,
I don't. You know what? I
you
didn't
know,
even think about that. They don't
oh,
really
you got to.
build. I'm not sure they use a whole lot of steel for, these ships tend to be aluminum these days. But
Well, you
I mean,
got
we
you got to
probably
make.
do need to have at least one or two shipbuilding places, and the
Right.
steel and the other metals. We need to have at least a couple. And by
Yeah,
the way, my first ship was in the yards when when I met it.
yeah,
The
yeah.
yards are a special
A lot of
place.
them are.
Was it being redone, Stanley? Like they was giving
No,
it a
it was
makeover?
maintenance. They're like maintenance cycles. Ships go into the yards every, what, I can't remember whether it's every 5 years. There's a maintenance cycle for ships.
Right.
Yeah, we got. I mean, that's a national security thing, but I mean, I don't want to make. I always say it. I don't want to make T-shirts here, but like you got to make the national security stuff, and then the high end stuff that we make money on, like biomed. Like we make a lot of medical machinery that we sell all over the world. The chips for sure. So, and we've largely just let a lot of that go, or gave it, or the IP is now in China. They make it for 10 cents on the dollar. So, we're the most innovative for sure, but I mean, we're not thinking long term. So, and I think China, once they have the top end, right? Like once they're the top end of everything, we're going to be like England, man. We're going to be fading into history, I think. So we got to get it together. So Trump's got the right idea, implementation. I don't think the Biden policy, the Biden industrial policy to bolster the businesses is smart. Like just tariffing isn't enough. So, tariffing's okay selectively. Like
I just got a news alert.
Yeah.
Trump has started laying off federal workers.
I don't know how. I thought they blocked them.
No.
As a DC guy, I will only tell you that the state that I'm in and the whole area is just definitely nervous. So, like, oh shit.
Well,
So
even
it's
if
gonna
you get laid off, don't you still get the back pay because like it's unemployment, right?
No, that's furlough.
That's not a guarantee.
Yeah, and they always pay them when they come back, and that's furlough. Like my nephew is.
Well,
an
no,
executive.
whoa. Before you go there, they're already challenging the need to back pay. I did a story a couple days ago. That's going to go to court.
They've
They're
always back
literally
paid them.
Russ Vaught, the OMB guy, literally says that he thinks there can be a loophole where you don't owe the back pay.
No shit. Well,
Oh yeah,
it's
Trump is a major asshole.
Well, usually, like I have friends. Obviously, I'm in DC, Baltimore. You know, there's a lot of federal and even contractors that usually they're like, "Hey, it's a fucking vacation," but if that happens, they're going to be pissed for sure. My nephew's at the NSA, and he's now.
Oh, really?
Oh, he's furloughed. Yeah, he's like, man, he's not doing anything. So he's been there for a couple years. They actually recruited him out of high school and paid for his college at Maryland, and now he's like 25, I guess. Well, you ought to hear the deal. Like he was a freshman in college, getting 40 grand a year, and college. And then each year he made another 10. So as a senior in college, he's making 80 grand. This kid, right? And then he gets out and he has to stay with NSA for till he's 28, and then he can go private sector if he wants. But I'm like,
well, look, dude, but that's the same. That's like a military thing. I had a buddy of mine, one of the best officers I've ever known. Oddly enough, he came in Navy enlisted, and somehow or another he wound up at the Naval Academy. So he was prior enlisted, Naval Academy. The motherfucker kicked ass. He just he had the respect of the enlisted dudes in his division and on the ship because he came from their ranks. But when I met him, he was already in 03, and he was on his way off because what was he going to do? He was something. When I went to my second ship, the Gulf War was over, but he was going to do some special forces bullshit. And I don't even know what. He was a surface guy. He wasn't a SEAL or anything. But no, motherfucker, he was one of the gods on the ship. These junior officers that came to the ship as ensigns, O1s, and they leave as like full lieutenants. They really run the ship. They're like middle management. And you'll get like I wound up being, on my last ship, I wound up being you have like 3 or 4 guys who started as ensigns. You'll wind up like full lieutenants. I once told a department head, he wasn't my department head. He was a fucking 03, but he was a senior 03, and I was a junior 03. And he wasn't my direct boss, but he was like, well, Stan, I need you to do something. And I'm like, no, I don't think so. So he looks at me and he goes, well, you know what? I'm your superior. You know what I told that motherfucker? And my boss didn't say shit about it when he heard about it. I looked at this dude and I said, you see your collar? They're railroad tracks. Well, look at my collar. Those are railroad tracks too. I'm not doing it, and walked away. And I could have fucking gotten in a bit of trouble, but you know what? My boss didn't say shit about it. The XO didn't say shit about it, and the captain didn't say shit about it. So I got away with it. And dude, I've always been this kind of asshole. I'm like, dude, motherfucker, man, I don't care. I don't care if your position.
You've never been an asshole, bro. Come on now.
Dude, you know what? But no, dude, I was right. That's why they didn't fuck with me, because I was right. And I wasn't going to do something that I didn't think needed to be done.
Yeah, dude, there you go. If you're in the right, you're in the right. It don't matter your rank. So, and your boss had your back, so it's even better.
Oh, my boss never even brought it up.
He had your back, man. You said that Stanley's an asshole, but he was right.
Oh, dude, right? I told you that story, didn't I? Yeah, they threw a going away party for these, for the 3 or 4, lieutenants who were doing, their time on the ship is off, is done. Some are going to new commands, some are getting out like I was. So my captain, I'd never met the captain's wife. So the captain introduces me to his wife and goes, "Hey, honey, this is Stanley Cross. I love him. He's an asshole." And I was like, "Dang." I'm like, "Well, captain, well," he thought it was hilarious. I didn't so much. You don't ever want to meet the captain's wife for the first time, and that's how he describes you. But you know what? The bottom line is, he kind of meant I was the enforcer. Like nobody was gonna fuck with me.
That's cool.
He
Hey, I
tried.
think that's awesome.
He tried. No, he tried to get me to stay. That's what he thought. I'm like, no. I've made the decision. But dude, he's like, "Hey, look, are you sure you want to leave?" Like, yeah.
I'm out, you motherfucker.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I gotta. My wife just came out, so I guess I gotta go.
Aw.
Yeah,
Well, give her a hug for me and 12th man.
absolutely. All right, I'll see you guys. Take it easy.
Salute,
See
my
ya.
friend.
Take it easy.
Yeah, be good. See y'all, guys.
Hey, Ryan, I'm doing a Saturday show tomorrow, so look for me. So let's see, where are we? Let's see, oh shit, I'm over 8 hours. Well, we ought to at least finish this video, I guess.
Official.
Oh, and this girl
like,
right here, she is a cutie.
What would
And her voice
help
is
anything by taking away
sultry.
people
Dude.
identify their
Yo, let's do a class on this. Okay? Let's do a class on this. We'll do a whole class. Okay? That's a really cool question. We're just going to come back and do a class on it. Yeah, this is worthy of whoever the professor wasn't clear in the class about saying, "Hey, we need a lot of different points of view here." Like, do not, yeah, because if that would have happened in your grade, you felt you would have performed better. You would have been like, "Well, clearly it's not because of my views, because the professor's really wanting these different views." Yeah.
I had a question, sorry. I just wanted to circle back to the comment made about DEI and how like the check boxes for race should be taken off completely.
Yeah.
I think I'm sorry, I
Dennis.
don't see them. Dennis said that first and then she agreed. Since we have a woman of color up there, I just want to know how would that be beneficial and like what would help anything by taking away
Whoa,
people
dude.
identify their
Yo, let's do a class on this. Okay? Let's do a class on this. We'll do a whole class. Okay? That's a really cool question. We're just going to come back and do a class on it. Yeah, this is worthy of a whole class. Okay. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Yep. Wait, first, can you put the question from the stream up? And then we'll go to you. Okay, give it 1 second. Okay, Jennifer from Indiana. Indiana, a very conservative state. How do we keep ourselves from assuming beliefs based on if someone identifies with a more conservative or liberal way of life? How often? Okay, I'm going to shift the question, Jennifer, a little bit. How often does that? Are you all thinking about that? Like, are you making assumptions about people here on the campus based on whether they're liberal or conservative?
I think it's inevitable because naturally we all have our own like predispositions and our own beliefs that we kind of go into conversations or just go about our daily lives, like our personal biases. But and I think that's kind of inevitable for everybody. But
this is literally where America has gone off track. I remember, 30 years ago when I was in college, actually it's more than that, more like 40 years ago. I had plenty of friends who, if I were to classify them now, would be liberal or conservative, but politics literally never came up in college. Who was conservative politically, who was liberal it was more like arts. It was more like, were you more arts or were you more science? Or engineering?
Stanley, the colleges used to teach critical thought, and I don't think they do that anymore.
Sure they do.
And one thing that I was noticing, like in a couple of colleges I've been to, all the students were behind their desk with their book and their pencil or pen and their paper. They weren't just slouching all around like that, like they are in this video. They're just kind of slouching around. They're not taking notes or anything.
Well, they have computers. And not only that, they also have videos of this class.
Well, I was talking with Grok the other day, and he was
Talking
saying
with
that
who?
this
You were talking to your
Grok,
AI?
yeah, to my AI.
Okay, and now how is that? Well, please continue. What did Grok have to say?
Well, he said that reading books stimulates the brain more than like all this screen time and stuff like that.
Well, yet every time, how many times, and I'm not saying you've ever done this, to be honest, but how many times have I heard John Galt, Solid Snake, fucking Be Brave? I tell them, hey, look, here's a book I can recommend, and they just fucking cackle. Like, you learned it in a book. I don't need a book. Motherfucker, books do more. And I agree. Books literally discipline your brain, and you have to focus. Good readers have mental focus. There's no way you can read a lot of books and not have mental focus. So it's more than just informational. It's also kind of like, mental track practice. But you know what? These anti-black blacks and these fucking racists I keep running into on YouTube, they don't think books serve a purpose. It's all YouTube in street interviews. They're idiots.
Well, there's something about just kicking back and reading a book, even if it's the Bible or whatever. And
Well, the problem is you think you're kicking. You think you're kicking back, but see, that's the beauty of books. You think you're kicking back when you're actually very focused. Whether it's the Bible, whether it's any other book, you think you're kicking back, but motherfucker, you're focused on reading the book. It's literally mental focus.
Yeah, good for the brain.
And that's why people like John Galt and Be Brave and many others have flabby brains. They don't exercise those motherfucking brains. I am kind of fucking with you.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
like even like going outside in the fresh outdoors and breathing that air while leaning against a tree and just reading a book about Billy the Kid or anything is stimulating to the body, and it helps prevent dementia and Alzheimer's and stuff like that. It actually helps grow your brain when you read books.
right.
So anyway, that was my conversation with AI the other day, Grok.
Well, that is I didn't know you could actually have conversations. Who knew?
Yeah,
So
you could go on there like on Grok. If you have X, they got a free Grok, and then there's a Grok app, and you could just go there and talk to them about basically anything. Pull up
And why would you want to do? Why would you want to do that?
I don't know. I get bored. You're not always around to chat to, Stanley.
Well, being compared to an AI is definitely a compliment. Well, let's try and finish this out. And I got another video. Fuck, I'm at 8 hours. Might as well just take it to 12. I made dinner. I'm eating leftovers. I made
what's that?
penne. I made pasta with homemade marinara and meatballs. So I have that prepared. I don't even have to deal with dinner. And as you can tell, you know what? This is like the first beer I've had since last Saturday.
Oh,
and
wow.
I am mighty buzzed. It kind of crept up on me. I've had 1.5 beers and I'm already a little tipsy.
Hey,
Do
Stanley,
you think
have
that
you
part of it
looked
is
into
just
those?
knowing that?
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Into what?
Into those force factor meals, like it's basically fresh food, but it comes to your door in a box.
Oh, no. Why would I do that? I can get delivery from Walmart or Publix. I know what you mean, like the pre-prepared meals. Dude, I have time to cut up my own vegetables and stuff like that. I don't really need them pre-prepared. I mean, literally,
Just
if
a lot
you
less
are
work.
rich and living in like an apartment in the middle of the city, but you have to have the money. But yeah, I think it's an interesting service where they portion everything out. Dude, I love like just being able to just order what the fuck I want from Walmart.
Yeah.
Like literally. I had the penne pasta. I had a can of tomatoes, tomatoes like a 28-ounce crushed tomatoes. I mixed a pound of ground beef with a pound of like Jimmy Dean hot breakfast sausage. And then I make a pizza spice, just a bunch of spices. You just mix it yourself. So I added that along with, for the marinara, you got to have half an onion. And then I, sauteed the garlic and all this stuff. Dude, I have enough for last night, tonight. I'll probably not eat it tomorrow. I'll put it in a container and freeze it. Well, not freeze it. Pasta doesn't freeze well, but bottom line is I don't need
to cook too, Stanley. Like if you're single bachelor like we are, then you cook for 3 or 4 days. You don't cook for just the next meal. Like the next day,
but I also,
leftovers.
after a couple days, I want to just put it aside. Actually, for a single person, your crock pot is your best friend. Like I've been making these bean stews. Like I'll take black beans, for instance, like dry black beans, soak them overnight, and I've got like a 1-pot knockoff. So I can soak the beans overnight. Probably don't even need to do it, but it's how my mother taught me to do it. So you put them, pressure cook the beans for like 5 minutes and they're done. So you take, cut up some onions, cut up some garlic. I have half a center cut pork roast. I'll cube it up and then put it in there, saute it, maybe not. and I have literally like a black bean stew. I've got Saison. I've got, what I need to, give it a little bit of a Caribbean flair. That's like 3 or 4 meals. And I mean, when I say 3 or 4 meals, I'm like, I'm eating till I'm full and 3 other meals after that. If you like to cook, it is so much cheaper just to order groceries from Walmart or Publix or whoever delivers. Now, the problem with fresh food is you actually have to use it, because if you don't, it'll spoil. But plan it out. I've been doing home cooking, at a medium level since I was 25. So, that's fucking 35 years. I know what to get, how to store it.
Was you ever on KP duty in the Navy, Stanley?
No, I was a naval officer. We didn't do that.
Who were the ones cooking in the kitchen?
Those were mess specialists. They may be called something else now because it's been a while, but mess specialists, they were basically the cooks, the chefs.
You always called that KP duty.
The Navy, I mean, I'm sure there were people peeling potatoes and stuff, but no. I don't know that there was actually like a punishment of peeling potatoes. That's rather Beetle Bailey. I don't know that they do kitchen patrol anymore.
Hey Stanley, my headphones are about to die, so I'm gonna drop out and come back in just on my phone.
All right. Well, I'm gonna play this video, then I got one after it.
The difference between having assumptions in your mind versus judging the person without knowing 100% where their stance is on things. Because it's possible to see somebody and be like, I mean, just looking at it statistically, be like, okay, this person's more likely, if it's a white male, like, most likely going to lean more conservative than they do liberal. If it's somebody who tends to be a minority, even though the demographics on that are shifting a little bit,
Totally.
to look at them and be like, okay, they're most likely leaning a little bit more liberal, but not to judge the person for it and still be open to the possibility of, hey, maybe it's a Latino conservative, or maybe it's,
Black conservative, or
or maybe it's like a very liberal, very liberal white male.
yeah. Hey, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you remember the first time in this class that you were listening to me and you put me in a box somewhere?
Not really. I mean,
I'm not easy to put in a box. Okay.
Yeah, and I think you stick to a lot of fact. And I think if you do stick to facts all the time, my personal belief is that you won't really fall into either category.
Yeah.
I think really your personal set of values, whether it's like your philosophy on life or your religion, is going to be, the ultimate determining factor of whether you lean more right or more left. But I think if you just have facts, then you're not really going to be leaning either way.
Yeah, I got you. But you can interpret the facts.
Right.
Dennis, how about you? Was there in this class, you must have been sizing me up in some way early on.
Yeah, I believe you're more moderate when it comes to certain topics than being either more conservative or liberal, just of the discussions that we had. Because having an open mind about both sides is very beneficial, and that's what I tend to do.
Yeah.
But I tend to see you as more of a moderate.
Yeah. That's because I'm old, dude. When you get old, it's hard to not be moderate. You know what I mean? I mean, really, you just I'm going to die pretty soon, and relative to all of you, right? Well, some of you are going to die soon. You may not even make it to the end of the semester.
In the purple. God damn.
I'm sorry to break the news to you, y'all, but that's just how it is.
I'm glad I'm not there.
You get a certain age, and it just becomes I can't. It's just harder it's just a lot easier to be thoughtful and moderate.
Absolutely, dude.
I would say I would classify you.
Sam gets. Oh god damn! Look at that girl. She is a cutie. Look, of course, you don't have the energy to just spaz out all the time. It's easier for me to sit here and gawk over some girl I'll never get than to get that pissed off. Except for Ryan, he tends to bring up some shit that's just so weird and wrong. And I hope Ryan's listening right now. He's not here to defend himself, so that makes it easier.
It's like a radical centrist.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A
like,
radical
you know what I
centrist.
mean? Like,
Dude,
That would
you
be
and I,
me.
we're both radicals.
no, dude, I'm
Yeah.
not a radical.
Yeah, we got that. All right.
For Jennifer's question from the stream, I think we need to stop assuming everything that we know. Like, just to stop assuming everything about people just because they feel a certain type of way.
I guarantee
doesn't mean
you
they
he's
feel the
prior
same way
enlisted.
about every single
Look at
topic.
that
Yeah,
haircut.
yeah, exactly.
Even liberals, like I don't put them in a box because typically they agree with me on certain topics as well.
Dude, totally, man. If we put people to look, first off, I don't even know what it means to be liberal or conservative, to be honest with you. Like, I don't even know anymore. It's just so complicated. Everybody is complicated. And all right, yes, ma'am.
I have a question.
Hold it close. Yeah.
Here? Okay. I have a question for, I'm not sure if I got your name, but the girl. I was
Jasmine.
wondering. Jasmine. Sorry. Your hair was covering your. Sorry. But if you could touch on, as a Filipino descendant, or a child, are you an immigrant, if you don't mind me asking? Or no, are your parents immigrants?
Wait, say that one more time.
Are your parents immigrants?
Oh, my dad is, yes.
Your dad is? How do you feel about the kind of sometimes intense perspective that the Conservative Party has against immigrants? And like particularly like his comment, how did you feel when he said even legal immigrants?
Well, that's like his opinion, and like that's not mine, so it's different in a way. Like I can see him and just be like, okay, that's his opinion. My dad immigrated here legally, and that's why I am definitely like for legal immigration, and that's definitely why I'm against illegal immigration. But like hearing like conservatives say that anything bad about immigration, that people shouldn't immigrate here, like doesn't bother me because that's their belief.
Yeah, that's fair. All right. I think most people don't. I'm surprised at the number. Wait, hang on. Can we go to the next? You have to answer this question from Idaho, another very conservative state, by the way. Damn, all the conservatives are tuning in. All right. Is it more difficult to date on a college campus as a conservative?
Personally, I find conservative women more attractive.
All right. I'm not going to ask.
That was a joke. Calm down. Calm down.
Anybody? Does anyone want to take it?
I find like conservative men more attractive.
Yeah.
But I feel like you would do the same if like you were a liberal. Like I feel like you'd kind of try to find your own type.
Yeah, you're gonna be more drawn to some. So there are more liberals on a campus. First off, the vast majority of people on a college campus, they really don't even know what they believe. They might identify one way or another, but to Paul, most of the people in this room don't hardly know what they believe. I mean, they have some little handle on it, but that's the nature of it. I didn't know what I believed till about 15 years ago. And so it's just, yeah, so there are plenty of people, conservative, liberal, but the idea is that it's more difficult to date.
I also think it is a little bit more difficult to date because of like my conservative values, like traditional values, like believing in like a nuclear family, like this is what I want for my future. I would put in that aspect as like definitely difficult to find someone who shares the same beliefs as me.
Yeah, I got that. Whereas if you were at a Christian college or it just would be a lot easier.
Yes.
You're much more likely to find a range of people. Okay. Yes. Because we're part of, this is like a big it's a drinking culture, it's a hookup culture, it's all sorts of things. It's like, come on. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so anyone can answer this question, but I just wanted to know what you guys think about why there is so much a divide between the left and the right. Even in Trump's last presidency, we didn't see this much of a divide where there was so much violence and hatred, I guess I would say. And it's always been the left and the right fighting for the same thing, like the White House, the Senate, all of that. So why do you guys think in this time period there is a lot more, I guess I would say, radical
'Cause Trump's a
views
dick.
and a lot more division between the left and the right?
So to answer the question about like the Senate and the House, that's just politics. They're gonna try and fight for their side because they want their support from their voters. However, in terms of like us as individuals, heavily believe like social media and the news is a big proprietor of the division. Because we will see on either side, whether that be Fox News, right leaning, or MSNBC being more left leaning, they will promote their topics a lot more frequently and try and demonize the other side.
Yeah, to the people who they think are watching them.
Correct.
Yeah,
I think that if there was less demonization of each other and more of a understanding of where they're coming through, I think that would be more beneficial.
Yeah, I got you. I got that. Yeah. Huh. Hey, can we bro? Hang on one second. Can you put the question up? Just the bottom one. I just want to ask if any of you, not the second from New York, the state, not the city. How many people show up to attend talk when we have events on campus? How many people? Because you mentioned the thing. How many people are showing up to actually listen versus protesting? Because the idea that people have outside the university is the protesters outnumber the people who are there to listen. Do you guys have any experience of that? Maybe you don't have experience of it.
I remember with like Charlie Kirk, like that was a pretty big event, and there's like a lot of people there. And then like at the top of the hub, like there was like some,
protesters.
Yeah, like little protesters. But besides that, I haven't
But
seen.
but the people who came to listen far outnumbered the protesters.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think for conservative events, there's definitely more protesters than there would be at a liberal event.
Yeah, like conservatives never show up to protest liberal events. Right? Well, you wouldn't be able to. If you go back to what I was saying earlier, the conservative student groups who wanted to show up to protest the liberal events, you'd be doing something every night, man, because there was always some liberal thing going on, man. It's like, oh my God, I can't tonight. I got to go study. You know. Yeah, Jaden.
So a number of you guys mentioned like having conservative religious values. I think it was Robert mentioned in particular like Judeo-Christian values. I've always found the term Judeo-Christian values like really confusing. I mean, there's 3 major monotheistic religions out of the same tradition, and you mentioned 2 of them but leave the third out. Like I was wondering if any of you could give me more clarification by like what you mean by like conservative religious values, because like I agree with Sam when he said that like Jesus was basically a communist.
Apparently wanted people to be communist, but he didn't like communism. Yeah. Wait, make it
I
really,
think it's more
Dave,
socialist.
dude, you got
Like 30 seconds.
20 seconds.
All right. Basically, I would say that it's a little bit different. I know there's different facets to Islam, so I think the biggest difference maker for me is something.
Yes, sir.
Stanley, you know that even Karl Marx basically said that socialism is baby steps to communism.
So what?
Well, all these people calling themselves socialists or democratic socialists, they're basically little communists. They just hadn't realized.
Okay, well, I think that's not necessarily even a sound judgment. So what is MAGA baby steps to? And I'm doing whataboutism. What is Trump baby stepping towards?
Well, he wanted the Nobel Peace Prize, but he
Okay,
didn't
I don't
get
give
it.
a fuck about any of that. The question is what if socialists are baby stepping towards communism, what is Donald Trump baby stepping towards?
Open market, free markets, capitalism.
No, he's anti-free market. That's why he went with tariffs. You didn't know this? He literally introduced tariffs because free markets aren't his thing. So what is he marching towards again?
Oh no, what do you think, Stanley? You're gonna
Okay,
tell
dude,
me
don't
anyway.
ask me what I
Spit it
think.
out.
Dude, you made a statement about what the socialists, and I assume you mean the left in general, are marching towards. Now, my question to you, because you are an unswerving Trump supporter, what is Trump marching towards? And it's not free markets. The motherfucker literally is imposing tariffs. That is the opposite of a free market.
Yeah, but these countries.
So now
do it
the
to us.
focus is on you.
If they're
The
gonna
focus
do it
is on
to
you.
us, then why
The
can't we
focus
do it to
is
them?
on you. Sorry. What is Trump marching towards?
Well, I don't like a lot of what's going on right now. With,
Okay, I didn't ask
National
you.
Guard.
I didn't ask you what you liked. You feel so free and carefree.
I'm not
Carefree
ultra
free.
MAGA like
Okay, I need you to listen to my question closely. And then I also need you to wonder why I'm even pressing it this far. If the socialists, like these, well, none of these kids are socialists. If the socialists are baby stepping towards communism, what is Donald Trump and MAGA baby stepping towards?
Maybe
And
more
let me make
freedom
it
and
easy for
safety.
you. Let me make it easy for you. I think
I knew
MAGA.
you're gonna tell me.
I think MAGA is literally a horseshoe politics moment. And MAGA is a parallel to left to the DSA types. What is MAGA marching towards?
Well, hopefully a freer and safer society.
And you would be totally uninformed. Apparently you are frequenting so many channels who don't seem to get what's going on. It's the opposite of free. Okay, how many times do you have to hear Christian nationalists and motherfucker, have you read Project 2025?
Yeah, but that's a bunch of
Okay,
hocus
I didn't.
pocus.
No. So you've read it. So where is the free and open society specified by Project 2025? They're not calling for that.
Well, that's a thing came up by the Heritage Foundation, which
Okay, we know what it is, 12th man. We know that Russell Vaught, currently the OMB, head of the OMB, we know Trump has acknowledged that, oh yeah, Project 2025 is a thing. Russell Vaught is pretty much implementing it. Where does, you said you read 2025, Project 2025. Where does it talk about a free and open society?
well, I'm not sure if I know the details, but
Okay,
I
well,
don't
let me
think
give you a recommendation, and maybe you just needed a reminder. Don't come up here talking bullshit when you can't back up any of it. Okay, I don't think that socialists, like especially like the ones on this panel, they're college kids. They have no clue what they're talking about half the time. However, if it is true, and you're not all the way wrong, that democratic socialists like Mamdani have an end goal so do MAGA people. They have an end goal as well. And quite frankly, the extremes of the left and right, to get what they actually want, they're going to have to do a revolution, if not outright authoritarianism. Okay. I think Mom Donnie is just a younger, nicer, and possibly a little bit less zealous Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a fucking authoritarian. He is doing a Biden on us right now because it's doubtful. People are doubting whether he's actually making all the decisions. He's leaving it up to people like Stephen Miller and Russell Vaught. And their goal is not a free and open society. Their goal is a Christian nationalist state. You need to stop talking bullshit on my panel and do research before you come up here making arguments like this. And look at your own side before you criticize the other side.
Like Sharia law, I'm assuming you're familiar because you're asking about Islam. That being said, I do think they align because both religions, Christianity and Judaism, try to keep a strong focus on the Torah, which is what they both have in common. That's, the Ten Commandments and basically the Old Testament. Both adhere to the Old Testament, so I think that's what they have in common. Whereas the Islam adheres to the Quran, which is a completely separate book.
Yeah. Although it's the most updated version of the Torah and the Christian Bible. Listen, I think we have to wait. What time? Wait. Oh yeah, we better. Hey, listen, man, we have to cut it here. Hey, thanks you all. Can we have a round of applause for you guys? Yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for the conversation. I really appreciated it. I feel like it's necessary. I've been wanting to have this, so I really appreciate it. All right, everybody. Yeah, thanks.
All right, well, that's the end of that. And I can't do this gynocracy thing.
A what?
Gynocracy thing. It's a joke. So we'll watch a little bit of this atrocity.
I want you to converse with me. Where is the Injil according to the Quran?
John Galt or Knightish show up.
According to the Quran,
That's really the only reason I watched CT's show the
this
past
is,
couple days.
What chapter is this? Yeah, where's my note? Chapter.
Oh my God!
Chapter
I can
5,
already
verse 46.
tell this is out of control.
It said, "I seek refuge with God, and we send Jesus,
The fuck
son
is
of
this
Mary,
Bible study?
upon their footsteps, confirming what was before it of the Torah. And we give him the gospel where therein there's guidance and light, and confirming what was before it of the Torah, and as guidance and preachment for the pious." So, so what does the Injil does? The Injil confirms the Torah, right?
What is the Injil? What is the Injil?
Hold on, I'm explaining. You got to give me time. I got to build up my. Let me build it up.
Yeah, this motherfucker, dude, don't be coming up here. You need your
when you see
time.
a fighter start, let him draw his hand first before you throw the punch. All right. So the Quran, the claim that the Quran made, it says that the Injil confirms the Bible. I mean, it confirms the Torah. So that when it confirms the Torah, and then also when you go to the Quran, it said the Quran confirms the Injil and the Torah. So since the Quran confirms the the Torah and the Injil, and then how does it confirm it? It explains all the stories of all the prophet. So now you will have to provide to me that Injil that explain all the stories of Moses, uh, 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 all the prophets in that Injil, and you cannot find that in the four so-called gospel they're saying, because the four so-called gospel is basically it's the story of Jesus. It's not confirm. There's no way where it confirms the Torah. So
Okay, can I ask you? Hold on.
yeah,
The fact is that in your own Quran that you read to me, but which by the way, could you repeat the surah again? It was Surah 5, verse
verse
what was
46.
the 46? Okay,
All
I'm gonna
right.
find
Well,
that.
this shit is boring.
Now, first of all, Savage says ask about child marriage. We'll get to that.
Yeah, I'm done with that
Stanley,
bullshit.
did you see that?
This is an
latest
interesting.
Tiffany Silver video?
No.
And usually I don't like big asses, but her butt is so beautiful that you can't help but love it.
Well, that's good to hear. So let's go ahead and I'm going to play this. And this is Alan Harrelson. I'll play this and then I'm pretty much going to end this for the night because I have been going on for a while. And
Hell, it's only 1 p.m. in Alaska. What do you mean?
Well, the problem is it's almost 5 o'clock here, and there are 3 whole people in the chat. And to be honest, I can wrap this up after 9 hours, and I plan on doing a show tomorrow.
Right
Disappointing.
Time to be living in America. An interesting time to be intellectually curious and intellectually capable at the same time. Now, what am I interested in talking about today? Well, you know me. If something's on my mind and I know that I want to share something, I really need to do it.
Who the fuck is this
Victor Davis Hanson has been, well, first of all,
his name is Alan Harrelson. He's an interesting character.
Discussion about the good, the true, and the beautiful. I mentioned neo-Confederate, that I am often called a neo-Confederate. And I thought it was quite interesting when I woke up this morning and go through my usual routine. I have my coffee, I'm sitting on the porch, and I'm paying attention to the news, current events. And I notice that Victor Davis Hanson is messing up again. He believes that people in...
Oh, wow. This is going to be... Now, see, I would never think that... I would think he and Victor Davis Hanson are kindred spirits. What on earth? Let me... do tell more. Do tell.
in Portland, Oregon, who are defying the federal government are neo-Confederates. Now, I am
I see what it is.
Talking about Portland, Oregon. I do not care about what happens in Portland, Oregon. The only thing that I really care about when it comes to...
I'm sorry, what?
I know all about Portland, Oregon. And those federal agents don't need any help. They're very capable of arresting these Antifa or Trans-Tifa or whatever and knocking them on their ass all on their own. They don't need any help. I've seen it.
So you think Antifa is actually like a contiguous, well-disciplined organization?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They have an apartment right next to the facility. It's where they do their quorums or parliaments or whatever, like in an apartment building, like really close to the ice facility. I mean, if
Gotcha.
they're not an organization, then why do they need a large apartment to house all these people and feed them and make sure they get showers every day and
Well,
all that
I think you
shit
just described it. They need the apartment for, basic living.
to
Uh,
organize,
yeah, okay.
To
right?
Oregon is this good movement happening in the conservative counties. They're trying to separate from the cesspool of Portland and join Idaho. And that should be allowed to happen. And many people in the conservative parts of Eastern Oregon are trying to make that work. But Portland is, I got so many thoughts going through my mind today. I want to talk about history and where I think Victor Davis Hanson gets some things wrong. And this is what historians are supposed to do. I will say that I've been reading Victor Davis Hanson for 20 years. I think his work as a historian of antiquity is quite good. He's a farmer. He has written some good books on agrarianism and the importance of rural life. And so I applaud his work in those areas. But when it comes to certain topics that he chooses to speak about, most importantly, American history, or especially Southern history, he's wrong. So what is he wrong about in this particular case? And why am I talking about Victor Davis Hanson? Well, because he's on Fox News nearly every week, and a lot of people are listening to him. And people who don't know any better probably think he's right about this issue, which I would like to challenge respectfully. He, in his video he posted either sometime within the past 24 hours for the Daily Signal, he mentioned the South Carolina 1832. He called it an insurrection. I call it a constitutional attempt to nullify an unconstitutional federal power or federal law. If you don't know anything
There is
about
no
the
insurrection.
Tariff of Abominations in South Carolina and John C. Calhoun's very serious constitutional argument for nullification, then I don't have time to go into that detail right now. That will be included in the upcoming new history of the South that I'm planning to write, which may take a good while, but it needs to be done. But for now, I wanted to just touch on a few things. I've got to gather all this together in my mind in a way that makes sense. First of all, okay, Victor Davis Hanson, he thinks that he's trying to compare people in Portland fighting against ICE agents to South Carolina in 1832 and then again in 1860 when the state seceded from the Union. Now, as a native-born South Carolinian who's read just about everything there is to read about the history of South Carolina, who is very, very proud of that South Carolina heritage, I need to talk about that just a little bit. Something in my throat today. Y'all excuse me about that. So let's pull back a few years, and by the way, Victor Davis Hanson can't even pronounce secession correctly. Succession, and people don't know what secession is. People don't know what federalism is. It hasn't been taught unless you were taught under me. Federalism is not something that most Americans know anything about, and they don't know how it works.
Stanley, maybe he
But I
could
think it's
tell
an
us about the
egregious
Whiskey
misstep
Rebellion.
to.
I'm sorry,
that
what?
worked out.
I didn't hear you.
I was wondering if he could tell us about or maybe you could tell us about the Whiskey Rebellion and how that worked out.
Well, it worked out to a point to where, the elites were scared enough to do a constitutional convention.
Mm.
And Harrelson, for all his for all his flaws, he's a PhD in history. He knows his Southern bullshit. Now, I don't agree with a lot of his takes, but no, he knows his shit.
Well, didn't George Washington stomp that insurrection out?
No, he did not
They
stomp
didn't
it.
want to pay it back.
No, he did not stomp it. As a matter of fact, he was actually fairly I don't want to say lenient. He was very understanding. He was very statesmanlike. That'll be a good word. He was George Washington, for all his slave hunting in the president's officeness, people can be fairly complicated. I think it's a mistake to, just think he was a horrible person. Everyone had slaves, but it's also a step in the wrong direction towards an extreme to think he was just flawless. The dude,
No.
he was particularly
Every man is
bad,
flawless.
but
Every
okay,
man has flaws, Stanley.
okay, no. Every man has flaws, but when you are a George Washington, your flaws get magnified, and so do your virtues.
Right. Understood.
So, for every person who wants to go, hey, can't we just concentrate on the good stuff? And for every person who goes, no, he sucked. I struggle for a balanced view. And most people in these culture wars don't have the blessing of balanced views. let us pray for leaders with balanced views. And amen.
Well,
Lupin Reigang, thank you so much for supporting the show. Dude, I am grinding to a halt. Dude, sometimes, you know what?
You gonna make it to 12 hours, Stanley?
It doesn't really matter if I do or don't. I just let me just say something, and like I said, I'm a little loopy because apparently if I don't drink beer in a week, a couple will do me. Maybe there's a lesson there.
You're
Look,
pretty funny when you get into like the 4th and the 5th and the 6th beer. Then you get
nah,
really
I'm not gonna make it there. I'm old. I'm too old on a Friday night, but while I'm a little lubricated, I want to thank. I really want to thank the folks who kind of ride this crazy train, to use a horrible Ozzy Osbourne song. I appreciate the Lupins, the 12th Man, the Freds, all these people who just kind of rock with me.
God forbid, Stanley, there's more than one of me.
It's going to be a slow road to monetization. However, I'm not sure when we get there, it's the road to take. I'm perfectly happy having the Lupins and the 12th Man and I count my blessing. Dude, I am a difficult personality. I'm basically a dickhead, though I do try my best.
Well, you are difficult to get along with sometimes, Stanley. That's for certain.
Well, see, I'm aiming for all the time, so I'm not quite at my goal yet. But bottom line is, Lupin, you just reminded me. I really, honestly, you guys are awesome, and I, what can I say? I get to kind of be an old man and just kind of pontificate about nothing much in particular. And there's some young folks like Tamika, who's look, this is a very interesting group of people who wander in and wander out. I get show titles. I forget who. I think this is one I came up with: the Knightish Checkmates, the Throat Goat. Tomorrow's show is a DiCapriano one-liner. So anyway, let me not wax poetic or nostalgic, but Lupin just reminded me that we've got we got quite the little interesting corner of YouTube here. And even Ryan, Ryan coming up here pushing back and forth. He needs to come back more. I can talk to Ryan for fucking hours. We'll just bullshit back and forth. And maybe it's kind of an old man's club with the occasional Tamika going, "Hey, you go, old man." So
Retired
anyway,
motherfuckers club.
yeah, that's about the long and short of it. But who the fuck knows who Dr. Alan Harrelson is? Except he's an eccentric. He's a southern eccentric, and maybe I'm one of those two. Absolutely. Lupin, tomorrow there will be I'm gonna do the well, it's kind of funny because I was gonna get Guinness Stout, and then I thought, you know what? I haven't had Bass Ale in forever, like years.
What kind?
Bass Ale.
Mm.
It's a pale
I've
ale.
never heard of that.
Well, they're kind of related. Guinness Stout, Bass.
Brewery down there.
No. This is like stuff I've been drinking since college. There was a time I hated beer in college. The only beers I could drink were dark beers. Heineken makes a dark beer. Believe it or not, Michelob. I don't know if they still make it, but Michelob used to make a dark beer, which was actually pretty good. It was kind of sweet, but it was pretty good. And then I ran into Guinness Stout. And dude, I have loved Guinness Stout since I was like probably 19 or 20. It is just like if I want beer Valhalla, it'll be either Bass Ale or a Guinness Stout. Hey, somebody's got to have a beer Valhalla.
Usually when I'm out and about or I'm going out to eat or something, I'll have an IPA. But when I'm home, I just drink like this 9.9% lager called Stat. And it's 9.9% each beer, Stanley.
Right.
If I buy 12 of those and then I drink 3 of them, how many I got left? 9 beers left.
Was this like 10 little, is it 10 bottles of beer on the wall or 100 bottles of beer on the wall? Is that what this is? So let me thank the sponsors of the show, CKJ3 and Lupin. These guys are major sponsors of the show, and cannot tell you how much I appreciate you two. Especially you, Ryan. You actually kind of I'd never been called the voice of reason before. If you recall, I'm like, well, what does
Maybe the
VOR
voice
mean?
of treason
No.
would
He
be a
meant
better
he
word
meant
for you, Stanley. The
he
voice
meant
of treason.
voice of reason. And you know what? I asked him what it meant. And he's like, well, you know what? You kind of, some of these people just kind of go off on weird tangents. And I appreciated that compliment because, to me, I was just kind of like, this was back in the days when you 12th man and Solid Snake would get up here at 3 o'clock in the morning, at least my time. Both of y'all are just drunk as shit. And Ryan would be in the fucking chat just cackling, going, more. So it tended to be kind of stressful.
I was
But
on the Gospel of Bob last night, and Solid Snake was up there at the same time. That's a fun panel, man. You can't take nothing away from Gospel of Bob because they just get up there and have fun and have conversations. Sometimes politics gets mixed up in there, but I mean, for the most part, people are there just to chat and have fun. I mean,
oh yeah, I've seen the show. It's not my cup of tea. I think most of the conversations up there are just, you know, I think
not
it's a
your cup
young
of tea.
it's a young person's chat. It's much ado about nothing most of the time. You know, so yeah,
Well,
it's.
they
I'm
let
glad
more
you
celebrities
enjoy
up
it.
there, Stanley.
Hmm.
It's a,
Oh no,
and you have that old Mexican that comes up there every now and then. It's not just a young person's chat, Stanley.
well, he's young at heart. I wasn't necessarily talking I wasn't necessarily talking like chronological age. I was also talking kind of mental age. In that little Mexican with the long hair, that motherfucker is not his brain is not the age of his body. I'll put it
He's
that way.
pretty happy though every time you see him.
Well, good for him. Hey, there is nothing wrong with being happy, but me getting up on a panel with a bunch of motherfucking potheads, it's not my idea of interesting.
Right. Well, you're on
Most of the potheads I know literally talk about clouds and happiness.
Well, I smoke weed too, so I guess you're on the phone.
And most of what you
with
talk
a
about are
pothead right
clouds. You talk about, dude, you were telling me about an interesting conversation you had with Grok, and I bet you were high.
Oh yeah.
So, if you want to get high and talk to a Grok, that I applaud you, but don't expect me to get up on a panel and be interested in your conversation with fucking Grok. First thing I'm going to ask is, were you high?
Well, Grok never asked me personal questions.
Well, all I have to say is I think Bob is one of the more interesting people on the internet. Bob is great. His co-hosts are boring, and the show is just not my cup of tea. Getting up there and talking about how high you got last Saturday just doesn't do it for me. I'll stick to politics.
Bob is great.
Portray South Carolina and John C.
I'm sorry, what?
Bob is great. Bob is good. Let us thank him for our food. Amen. Let's eat.
Calhoun, who was the principal architect of the concept of nullification. It's a misstep to compare people of that high intellect and that high importance to thugs who are trying to create a problem in Portland, Oregon. 2025 is not 1832. 2025 is not 1861. In 1832 and 1861, America on the whole was still a country of manners, civility, religious faith. Today, the country is so far removed from early 19th century America that there's no way you can explain it historically. You have to use philosophy and religion and the full power of the human intellect to really understand the sharp differences between the country as intended by the founders, which we no longer have, and the country that we now live in. We essentially live life in the ruins. But that's an overarching historical interpretation that we can get to later. I have with me here a book entitled The Essential Calhoun, edited by Clyde Wilson, who was the editor of the Calhoun papers at the University of South Carolina, and a good friend of mine. But for those of you who may not know Clyde, but you do know the works of Russell Kirk wrote the foreword to this collection of Calhoun's writings. And the state of South Carolina, Charleston, the mayor, they removed the beautiful Calhoun monument downtown Charleston close to 10 years ago now. I haven't wanted to go back to Charleston since. There are too many people in the state of South Carolina who are not really South Carolinian. And the historian George C. Rogers years ago, why am I talking so much about South Carolina? Well, because it's a very important state for the history of American politics, largely because of Calhoun's influence in the 19th century. Calhoun was so influential, by the way, that during the Yankee bombardment and the siege.
Okay, let me just fucking correct this overcorrection. Calhoun literally was he was a very influential politician. He was vice president to someone or another. Was it Jackson? Dude, he literally came up with the idea of nullification at the state level. Like if a state did not want or think that some federal law, like a tax law or something like that, should be enacted in their state, a state could just say, fuck. It was like a state level line item veto. No, we're not doing that. And they thought it was constitutional, and it turns out that it just was not.
Stanley, that's what George Washington did during the Whiskey Rebellion. He's like, oh yeah, y'all ain't gonna pay this tax? Well, we're coming in there. Insurrection Act right there, man. Put them right in line.
No, that's literally the opposite. That's literally the opposite of what Calhoun wanted.
No. Well,
yes.
That's what happened in the Whiskey Rebellion.
And I'm just telling you that you're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
I'm afraid you are.
The Whiskey Rebellion was over.
Okay, motherfucker, was Calhoun there at the Whiskey Rebellion?
No, this motherfucker.
Okay, what was Calhoun famous for, sir?
This guy you're showing, Calhoun?
No.
Who's Calhoun?
Then how are you telling me? Maybe you were talking. Okay.
All right, take a deep breath, Stanley.
Who the fuck? No, motherfucker. Who were you talking about with the Whiskey Rebellion?
George Washington.
You kept. I'm sorry, who?
George Washington.
Okay, John C. Calhoun came up with the theory of it was nullification at the it was nullification at the state level. Basically, if there was a law passed by the US Congress and a state did not want or did not think that law should be enacted within their own state, they could just say, no, we're not doing it. They could basically reject parts or all of a law passed by the U.S. Congress, just because states. It was a huge states' rights issue, basically.
Well, not
So
according.
I'm not. I'm trying to figure out what the Whiskey Rebellion has to do with John Calhoun.
Well, maybe we could do a refresher on the Whiskey Rebellion and how
The Whiskey
George
Rebellion didn't. Oh my lord! Calhoun nullification, nothing to do with the Whiskey Rebellion.
Well, what they were doing during the Whiskey Rebellion is they were trying to, like George Washington had to impose these taxes on whiskey and other things out of the South, and they didn't want to pay it. So George Washington and the military came crashing down on them and basically beat them into submission. Yeah, you're gonna pay this tax or else. So,
So what does that have to do? What does that have to do with John Calhoun?
John Calhoun, this guy we're watching? I'm not sure.
No, he is a historical figure. He was vice president under Andrew Jackson.
Oh, okay.
He came up with the idea. It's a very states' rights idea that if there was a law or a provision of a law passed by the U.S. Congress, that if a state didn't want to do it for one reason or another, they could just not do it. They could literally like line it out and say, hey, we like most of this law, but this particular provision we're not going to do. And they could do that legally.
Well, that's the 10th Amendment, right, Stanley?
It was the 10th Amendment on kind of steroids. And no. And no. The way the 10th Amendment reads, all other things that are not specified by, at the federal level, the states get to decide, what they want to do. If that does not give a state the right to go, hey, we don't want to follow this law, and we're not going to.
Such as immigration law, for one.
No, such as nothing of the sort.
No, it's everything of the sort, Stanley.
How so?
Like, states don't get to decide immigration law.
Yes, actually they do.
No, they don't.
They do.
It's a federal law.
Right. And
no,
hold on there, Mr. Government. It is a federal responsibility that the states don't have to help with. Okay, there is nothing in the Constitution, the 10th Amendment specifically, that says that a local law enforcement agency has to help
No, I
enforce
agree
a
with
federal
that.
law. Motherfucker, do not disturb. Don't interrupt me. There's nothing in the 10th Amendment that says local law enforcement has to enforce federal laws.
No, they don't.
Okay, then God damn it, if they want to be a sanctuary city and not help round up people, there's nothing in the Constitution that forces them to do that. Therefore, nothing like nullification, nothing having to do with John C. Calhoun. And John C. Calhoun had nothing to do with the Whiskey Rebellion.
Okay, that's good to know. But Stanley,
Well, motherfucker, why did you not know this before you started talking about it?
well, I just want
Why
to say
talk
one
about
thing.
something you don't? Why talk about something you know? Obviously, you don't know.
Yes, I do know that.
And I'm afraid I just proved that I think you should be less confident. I'll put it that way.
Federal law enforcement can ignore these big city clowns and goons, and they're allowed to go in their cities and get these motherfuckers up out of here too.
Hey,
So it
bitch,
works both ways.
can federal law enforcement break local laws?
Yeah, because
No, you're absolutely wrong about that. You're absolutely wrong about that.
federal law
Federal law
all our
enforcement
laws.
cannot break local laws.
Bullshit. Like
Dude,
they passed a law
12th
saying
man,
federal agents are not allowed in our
12th man,
city or some shit like
you
that.
literally
That's an insurrection. That's a
You
fucking
literally have no
insurrection.
fucking clue what you're talking about. And every time you come up here, mostly drunk, talking bullshit that you literally don't know about, you get skewered.
Oh, so you think a municipal law
I
overrides
literally
federal law?
hey,
Well,
that's
you're
not what
fucking
I asked
ahead.
you, asshole.
Okay.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, do you think a federal agent can break local law?
Yeah, they can,
And
because
the
federal law
answer
supersedes.
is no.
Yeah, they can, because they passed these laws say, oh, no ICE agents allowed in our city or whatever bullshit.
Okay, that's not how
You
it works,
just ignore that
asshole.
bullshit.
That's not how it works,
That's
asshole.
an insurrection.
Hey, white boy who knows nothing. That's gonna be your Native American name now. Laws are laws. Just because you're a federal
Yeah,
agent
have
does
fun
not
with that.
just
Stanley.
because federal agents are citizens and they are not above the law. Federal, local,
They are
state,
above
they
like a
cannot break.
municipal law.
Federal agents are subject to state and local laws as well.
We'll have fun arresting federal agents.
It has nothing to do with the arresting. If you fucking go and you murder somebody and it's illegal in the state, guess what? You're going to jail.
Well, if you murder, you murder.
If you break a local or state law as a federal agent, you are not above the law.
Well, they're above like little municipal laws. And say,
No,
we're
I'm
not gonna
afraid
work
not,
with
sir.
ICE. That's
I'm
fine.
afraid not, sir.
But, yeah,
They
try
can get
arresting
those
some
motherfuckers
federal
can get a
agents.
speed. Those motherfuckers can get a speeding ticket just like anybody else.
Yeah, well, you can't surround
If you steal from a grocery store and you break a local statute, guess what's going to happen? They're not
Well,
going to
I
care if you're.
taken some
See,
students
motherfucker,
to
I'm just.
grocery
Do you
stores.
see me picking your argument apart with glee,
No,
bit by bit?
you didn't pick nothing apart, Stanley.
If a federal agent steals a car off a local car lot, what's going to happen to him?
Well, federal agents
Is he
don't
above
steal any
the
cars, you
law?
fool.
Is he like the Dukes of Hazzard, fighting the law the best he knows how? The motherfucker's going to jail if he takes a car off the car lot.
Yeah, I want to see those pussy ass cops in Portland try to arrest a federal agent. That'll be fun.
If they break a law, they're going to jail.
Well, if your insurrectionists break a law,
Okay,
then
look
they're going to
at you. You
federal.
are doing
You're going to
a
federal
Ryan
prison.
Manione special. See, this is what annoys me about these motherfuckers who think they know shit, and I just take joy. I take pleasure in just taking these fucking pretzel logics and cracking them into little bits and pieces. Dude, if a federal agent breaks a local or state law, his ass is going to jail just like any other
Yeah, I
law
can't
breaker.
wait to see the
What's up, T?
state police against federal agents.
You know
Who
what?
you think's gonna win?
All I have to say is you need to start knowing what you're talking about before you come up here. This is not CT's panel. This is not John Galt's panel.
I know whose panel I'm on,
Motherfucker, I know what I'm talking about.
I know whose panel I'm on, motherfucker. You ain't gotta.
Well then if you know, then you are expecting this beat down. Okay, I got you now.
Stanley. You're a good dude, Stanley. I don't care what all the feds have to say about you.
Well, apparently I don't care either. Well, let's hear the rest of this Southern eccentric.
Siege of Charleston during the war, they removed his body. He died in 1850. They removed his body from his tomb and hid it under St. Philip's Church because they did not want his remains to be removed, destroyed, or kidnapped. I can't think of the word that I really want to use right now. But they wanted to preserve his remains from the Union Army if they, in fact, captured Charleston. That's how important he was. Other than Thomas Jefferson, the most important and original American political thinker in our history is John C. Calhoun. And he's one of the main reasons why South Carolina is extremely important to understand American political history. They removed his monument. I don't know where it is now, but I think there's some people trying to restore it. The historian George C. Rogers wrote a little book years ago entitled Charleston in the Age of the Pinckneys. And if you don't know who the Pinckney family is, they were signers of the Constitution from South Carolina.
Guess what, folks? I actually went to school with a bunch of the Pinckney progeny at good old Cathedral Day School in Savannah, Georgia. There was a Charles Pinckney, probably Charles Pinckney the 8th or something like that. But yep, I knew all the Pinckney progeny. Next time I go to Savannah, I need to catch up with those folks. I haven't seen them in like fucking, oh my Lord, probably 45 years. So anyway, let us continue. And T, hit the panel if you want. Hey, you haven't been up on my panel in a while, and I think about 2.5 beers in, and apparently I'm mighty loopy.
Carolina.
Well, apparently
He said that Charleston,
you're just
in early
being
American history,
yourself.
What, 2.5 beers in, loopy?
That's your normal
Well,
self,
well,
isn't
well, I guess you're right.
it?
I've done T here for the T level discipline. To be honest, I've actually been fairly busy all week, and I just I don't know, just settled down here and dug some beer out of the refrigerator, and
I miss T, but she blocked me.
oh, I don't think she would block you.
Controlled the
Yeah,
mind of the state of South Carolina. And South Carolina controlled the mind of the South. So that's why we're talking about South Carolina in relation to Hanson and his incorrect interpretation of secession, states' rights, and federalism, etc., etc. Because all of these issues still apply to us today, or at least they should. So that's why I'm talking about Calhoun. Now, I want to read what Russell Kirk had to say in this foreword to the collection of essays I just told you about. A century and a half ago, Senator Henry Clay from Kentucky proposed a constitutional amendment to limit the veto power of the President of the United States. Senator John C. Calhoun replied to Clay, and that speech in reply is the most succinct version of Calhoun's famous doctrine of concurrent majorities. I'm not going to try and explain concurrent majorities to you today. We'll do that later. Back to Kirk. In effect, Calhoun argued that there ought to exist several powers of veto upon the impulses of temporary numerical majorities. And then Kirk quotes from a speech that Calhoun gave in 1842. So this is John C. Calhoun himself.
All right. Well, I need to halt this right here. This is why I don't get the big numbers. But dude, I know some Pinckneys. I like the South Carolina Pinckneys. Alan Harrelson tends to be
You're
a
a
bit
redneck
problematic.
at heart, Stanley. That's what you
Oh,
really
this dude's
are.
not this dude's not a redneck.
But you are.
No. I know how to split wood, but I wouldn't call myself a redneck.
Well, you told me one time that some of those rednecks, when you lived in the mountains, they were your best friends.
That doesn't mean I'm one of them.
Okay.
Dude,
Alright,
you know
you
what?
little
Let me tell you something.
insurrectionist.
I used to look, the only reason I didn't get my ass beat probably is my brother-in-law. You know, he was the king of the rednecks on that mountain. And I happened to be his brother-in-law, so people didn't fuck with me. But no, you know what? You can hang out with people and not be one of them.
Yeah. Very true.
As the government
That's why
approaches
I
nearer
choose
and nearer
not
to
to
the
be
one
an
absolute and single
insurrectionist.
power, the will of the greater number, its actions will become more and more disturbed and irregular. Faction, corruption, and anarchy will more and more abound. Patriotism will daily decay, and affection and reverence for the government grow weaker and weaker until the final shock occurs, when the system will rush to ruin and the sword
I
take the place
guarantee you
of the
this
law
motherfucker's
and the
sipping on some
Constitution.
bourbon right now. His cadence has changed up.
Okay, so what does all that mean practically? We hear Hanson was speaking a great deal today about the supremacy clause in the Constitution and the supremacy of the federal government over the entire country. And he he put it, I think, this way, that if you do not believe in the supreme power of the federal government over the entire land, then you somehow believe that the
That is
union doesn't
rather
apply to you.
interesting.
And he sees that as that's how he's interpreting the riots and the violence and all that going on in Portland, Oregon, and Chicago and all that kind of stuff. But that's not an absolute fact. There is a huge disparity, huge difference between the reasons why South Carolina seceded from the Union in December of 1860 and why these people in Oregon are talking about nullification and so forth today. The reasons were entirely different. As the great historian Shelby Foote once said, the Confederacy respected law above all things.
Shelby Foote
There
wasn't
was
quite a
nothing in
historian.
the Constitution that said that a state did not have the right to secede from the Union. The Union is not the most important thing. The Constitution was created by the states, ratified by the states. It has no power, no authority, except by the consent of the various states. That's how it came to exist in the first place. It would not have come to exist if 9 out of the 13.
And he is absolutely wrong about that. Calhoun basically lost that fight. Okay, if Calhoun were right about the states, it was the people that ratified the Constitution, not the motherfucking states. And he needs to be Calhoun lost that argument, and I don't think Harrelson is actually, he's just quoting, but Calhoun lost that bitch.
So Stanley,
13 original states did not ratify it.
I'm sorry, what?
James is being prosecuted for
Who?
like fraud or something like that.
Letitia James?
Yeah.
Okay, that's gonna go away.
Fired.
Let me put it to you this way: Trump fucked his Justice Department. Comey, neither Comey nor no, I'm dead serious. Trump fucked him. Comey has already his lawyers are already talking about malicious prosecution. You remember that tweet? Okay, you're laughing, but this is dead serious shit. This is why Trump is not. This is why Trump is a loser. He fucks himself. You remember that tweet he sent out? As it turns out, it was by accident, talking about we need to prosecute these people now. We're losing our reputation and all this stuff. You remember that tweet? Or do I need to find it to remind you? Apparently, I need to find it to remind you.
No, it's fine, Stanley. I was just gonna send you a link to the back chat.
If it's not about Letitia James, I'm not interested.
Yeah, it's about Letitia James.
Well, we're going to make this about Donald Trump and his stupidity. How about that?
Well, what about mortgage fraud and all that?
What about
Doesn't
it?
that matter?
Nope. Not when you can't prove it.
Well, we'll see in court, won't we?
Dude, it won't make it to court.
You don't think the Letitia James case won't?
Nope.
She's already indictment. It's already
Hey, indictment just means there might be probable cause. What you're not understanding is it'll never make it to court. I'm pretty sure that these are going to be tossed out. The judge will never hear the cases. And I will explain to you why. Would you like me to explain to you why? See, I love I
being
love
above
taking.
the law.
I
Why?
loves me some Trump fans when
Because
I
she's
get
a
to
black
when
woman
I
or
get
whatever.
to stomp the throats of MAGA. I enjoys it. I swears I enjoys it. Oh, you know what?
Yeah,
I
it'd be
forgot
nice
this
to
isn't
see
over.
Comey behind bars for the
Not gonna
fake
happen.
Russia,
He's
Russia,
not gonna even.
Russia.
It's not gonna even make it to a jury trial. That's how much Donald Trump
Oh,
fucked
you're
up.
saying he's gonna plea out?
No, I'm saying the judge is gonna throw it out. And I just did a down and dirty Google search here. On September 20, 2025, Donald Trump accidentally posted a private message intended for Attorney General Pam Bondi on his public Truth Social account, according to reports. The message addressed, motherfucker, I will put you in the back if you keep this shit up. I'm going to read this undisturbed. Is that understood? The
Here it
message,
goes, Stanley.
okay, well, goddamn right. You need to finish. You need to wait till I'm done. The message addressed to Pam expressed frustration that investigations into his political opponents, former FBI Director James Comey, Senator Adam Schiff, and New York Attorney General Letitia James, had not moved forward, stating they're all guilty as hell, but nothing is going to be done. Trump reportedly believed he was sending a direct message, DM, but it was instead published to his 10.8 million followers. Now, let me tell you why that is significant. Comey's lawyer has already approached the judge with malicious prosecution. Trump is literally trying to get Pam Bondi to prosecute their one U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, where Letitia James and Comey's cases are coming out of. There's already been an attorney general, I'm sorry, a U.S. attorney to quit because Trump wanted him to indict, and he said there's nothing to indict, and rather than make shit up, I'm just going to quit. There are senior prosecutors in the Eastern District of Virginia, the U.S. Attorney's Office, who literally said, we're not going to take the case. Therefore, Ms. Halligan, I think it's Lindsay Halligan, who has never prosecuted a case in her life, but Donald Trump decided because she was MAGA, hey, you go get me these indictments. The woman has never been a prosecutor, and they're not even sure that she's legally they're not sure that the process of Trump temporarily putting her in the U.S. attorney slot, they're not even sure that's legal. Elena Haba, Trump tried to do it with Elena Haba up in New Jersey, and literally all the cases that she brought were basically thrown out because she was appointed temporary U.S. attorney illegally. Trump fucked that up too. Trump is a fuck up. Comey's, I would be surprised if Comey and Letitia James's indictments even make it to a jury trial because Trump fucked it up.
Well, we shall see, won't we?
Oh, motherfucker, you shall lose this one. Trump is such a fuck up. He couldn't figure out how he sent something intended to be a DM. He fucking published it in public and it's obvious he is in a hurry to get these
Well, it looks to
people.
me like
Motherfucker,
he
don't
just
talk
changed.
when I'm talking.
He committed
Trump
fraud, dude.
fucked it up because he is Be Brave level stupid.
He committed fraud, so she must be investigated.
No, she committed no fraud and they couldn't prove it.
Sure about
That's what. Okay, dude, your ass is in the back because you're just fucking spouting bullshit. Nothing is proved. There has been one U.S. attorney who quit because he wasn't going to make shit up. Trump literally screwed himself because this tweet alone is good evidence for malicious prosecution. I'm sorry if you're not smart enough to understand this, 12th man, and I'm not going to spend a whole lot more time trying to get you to understand what you read. It's frustrating.
Well, can you play a minute of Trish
No.
Reagan?
Nope.
She'll explain it to you better than I can.
I don't need it explained.
I would encourage people who want to know more about the topic to read the Kentucky and Virginia resolutions of 1799, written by Thomas Jefferson and James.
You do realize that some things are so plain that they don't need explaining. Donald Trump sending a DM to 10 million people telling his attorney general, you need to hurry this process up. That is the essence of malicious prosecution. I don't need some moron with blonde hair to explain the obvious. I leave it to people like you to be convinced.
James Madison. Now, those gentlemen had a massive amount of authority. So let's just consider that. And what the main point of the Kentucky and Virginia resolutions is that the federal government cannot itself decide the extent of its own powers. Only the states are the chief judges of what the federal government can and cannot do.
Boy, that didn't last.
In the Constitution, there is nothing in
motherfucker.
Constitutional convention, but you can't.
This Calhoun came way after the Constitutional Convention. Let me put it to you this way: the Civil War pretty much solved a lot of this bullshit. And you know what? Alan Harrelson is just doing lost cause, bitter fucking we lost shit. Okay, if Calhoun had a case before the Civil War, he sure as shit didn't afterwards.
In the history of America that suggests that nullification and secession are inherently wrong. And Victor Davis Hanson is comparing this insurrection in Portland to an insurrection of South Carolina when the state withdrew from the Union in 1860. Jefferson Davis said that all the South wanted was to be left alone. And the Civil War was not a genuine civil war in the sense that term is understood now. It was, as again Shelby Foote said, one form of civilization at odds with a different form of civilization. The Confederacy was an independent country. The United States continued to exist after the creation of the Confederacy. The Confederacy, by the states seceding from the Union, they were no longer under the authority of the United States president, no longer.
Okay, I'm sorry. What did you say, 12th man? We missed
weren't destined to be Confederate. We were destined to be one nation under God.
Well, you know what? Thank goodness you're saying that. But Dr. Alan Harrelson and John C. Calhoun and and Jefferson Davis and Robert E. Lee, they all disagreed with you.
Under the authority or obligated to the 1787 Constitution. However, and this gets into the very deeper issue, the Confederate founders did not see themselves as insurrectionists. They did not see the creation of the Confederacy as the most desirable outcome of the conflict between the two great sections. As General Stonewall Jackson said, this is a decision that has been thrust upon us. It was the last resort. That was also the wisdom of
See,
God.
this is what they were really fighting for. Okay, they wanted to expand slavery west, and the North was like, no. So whoever won that war, you know, if the South had won, there would have been slavery from sea to shining sea. And unfortunately, these lost cause motherfuckers like Alan Harrelson, dude, there was the, you know what? It doesn't really matter what you thought, whether it was right or wrong before the Civil War. The Civil War solved it all. Okay. It solved how much sovereignty states had and whether states could nullify what was handed down by the U.S. Congress. It stopped slavery spreading west, etc., etc., etc. So all these motherfuckers who want to do this lost cause bullshit, hey, y'all lost.
Yeah, you all lost. Exactly.
And so the statues that come down, the celebrating, Robert E. Lee, that's part of losing, bitches. You lose your statues.
John C. Calhoun. If states are not able to nullify, then they must consider secession. If the federal government is moving in a direction that is not suitable to the interest of the people of the state. We are a republic of states. At least we were created as such. Now, that understanding of American history is all but lost. It is all but lost. The country operates in effect as an empire. It does not operate as the founders intended it to function.
What the fuck is he talking about? Hey, it doesn't matter what the founders wanted. Y'all lost, bitch.
Sounds like an insurrectionist.
What? Okay, what, the Civil War was an insurrection? I guess you could say that.
Oh, no shit. You don't say, Stanley? Yeah, it was an insurrection because the North wanted to impose freedom for the slaves and taxes on the
Oh
South.
boy.
So that
Oh, Zhang Wei. Oh, motherfucker, that is hilarious. Yeah, okay, well, thanks for that show title. Oh,
they
boy.
wanted to impose taxes on the South. And, I think that's what the war was really about.
Hey, Zhang,
Wasn't about
Zhang,
a bunch of black slaves. It was about the North wanting to impose taxes on the South, Stanley. That's when the war erupted. They wanted over imposing taxes on the people. Like, you think the blacks really mattered? No, their wallet is what mattered. And that's why they fought. It is basically like a whiskey rebellion all over again.
you know what? I'm not even sure where to go with that. I am. How can I? I'm not sure I have a rebuttal for that. So we will.
Well,
We will.
hopefully we don't have to fight any more of those wars over again, Stanley. It's a very bloody time in our past, and hopefully never repeated.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think that your version of why the Civil War happened should be something that I should just nod my head and go, well, you know what? You got a
No.
point there.
No. I expect you to be Stanley.
Well, I expect 12th Man to read a fucking history book. How about that? That'll just be my rebuttal.
So all of these things are extremely important for us to understand. I don't think it's fair to American history and to our understanding of American history for professional historians, which Hansen is one, to simply say that insurrection is the label we always apply when looking at American history and looking at states who decide to do something on their own. As James Madison said in the Federalist Papers, the powers that are delegated to the federal government are few and defined. Those that remain with the states are numerous and infinite. Anybody who knows American history knows that the old republic is dead. But we actually, there's an interesting little piece of information for you. I was telling people not too long ago that we have a responsibility as citizens to read history and understand it more clearly. And somebody commented and said, "Oh yes, I need to better understand American conservatism, so I'm going to read about Alexander Hamilton and Abraham Lincoln." Well, that's not the way Calhoun understood things. Calhoun understood, and the state of South Carolina it understood at one time, that there's a big, big difference in Hamilton's vision for the country and that of Thomas Jefferson. Hamilton envisioned a very powerful central government, which we are living in Hamilton and Lincoln's America right now. We are not living in
No,
the
we're
America
not.
that George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and Calhoun articulated. We are not living in the America that Jefferson Davis and Robert E. Lee attempted to preserve. That's another point that really needs to be articulated more.
Oh, this
The Confederate
motherfucker
founders
is a
were not
whack job.
trying to create an insurrection. They were trying in their minds to preserve the original intention, the original meaning of the United States Constitution, as is evidenced in how...
Bullshit. See, what this dude can't figure out is the Constitution was a compromise. There were two competing visions of what the United States would be, and they compromised. Okay, the southern point of view about what the U.S. was opposite what the North thought, and that's fair. But don't act like the Southerners had a truer vision of what the United States was supposed to be than the Northerners. They were competing visions. That's literally the Missouri Compromise. They kept goddamn compromising, and it was eventually going to lead to a war. Jefferson could have told you that. And Jefferson and his generation were pussies for not nipping it in the bud at the Constitutional Convention.
Can I ask you a question, Stanley?
Yes, sir.
Do you think anyone running to represent us, that they must be an American citizen and not from another country? They have to be from America. Like Mandami, I don't think, or that Omar, or that Shalib Tabib, they're not from America. So I think we need to pass a law that says only Americans can be in Congress. Only
So you think
natural-born Americans.
you think a simple statute would fix that problem?
No, it would. We'd have to have a constitutional convention.
Okay, well then you have your answer. It's not going to happen. So what you think is great, but what the law is even greater. You don't have to be the only office that you have to be a constitutionally mandated native of the United States is president. And I would imagine vice president as well.
Shouldn't only
So
Americans be allowed to be in Congress? Those Stanley,
not
wouldn't that be a good
if
one?
you are citizens of America, Americans.
Yeah, you have
Yes
to
or no?
be naturally born here.
Not according to the Constitution.
Well,
So I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask you again. Are
we have that
citizens
for the
okay, motherfucker? I
presidency.
do not like being talked over when I'm roasting your ass. Be quiet and roast silently.
Okay.
Are American citizens Americans? If you are a citizen, a U.S. citizen, are you an American?
Yeah, I was born here.
Okay,
I'm an American.
we don't need to go any farther. If you are
But
an
should
American
these
citizen, if you
people
are
be
an
able to come
American
over here
citizen,
from?
if you are an American citizen, you are an American, and 35 for president and a natural citizen. I can't remember the exact term for it,
Natural
but
born, naturalized
okay, natural born
citizen.
citizen. Only one office in the land requires that. Everyone else, have at it.
Why do
If you
they get
win,
free
you're in.
reign? Why do they get free reign to run for our
Because your
congressmen?
because
They're
your
not
great white
fucking
fathers,
president.
because your great white fathers said it to be so. Blame it on your white forefathers.
Mm. That was a mistake, wasn't it? Allowing foreigners to represent us. That's fucked up.
Well, I look forward to your YouTube show calling the founding fathers the founding fuck ups.
Well, they weren't perfect, just like we're not perfect. But they did get a lot of things right. Like you
Well,
cannot
apparently
be corrupt.
not white enough, not right enough, not right enough for you to stop whining about this shit. Ilhan Omar has a perfect right to be an office holder in Congress.
Habib should be.
Stop your goddamn whining. And if you gotta whine, go piss on the grave of like a constitutional dude.
Well,
Go piss on George Washington's grave. He signed the Constitution.
I think Representative Michael Jordan has introduced a bill to outlaw that. That way, Omar would be out, and not a AOC, unfortunately, but we can outlaw a lot of these foreigners from representing
I'm
us.
afraid that's not how it works. You literally told me the Constitution would have to be amended. Let's stick to your original true idea.
And what chance is there that that would require, let's see, like 2/3 of the Senate and House to vote on it, and
Well, let me put it to you
2/3
this way,
of
and
all of the
simply,
states.
you're gonna have to corral all your fucking white buddies to do
You
it.
think they're all white, Stanley?
Pretty
Come
much.
on now.
Only white males want this bullshit and this mayhem.
A lot of blacks want it too, Stanley.
No, not a lot.
I'm seeing it every day.
Motherfucker, you think John Galt is a normal black person?
Well,
You think,
just
see,
who he
whoa, whoa,
is.
whoa, 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 whoa. Now I'm curious. So you think John Galt speaks for black Americans? You think CT is a normal black American? What the
What about
fuck is wrong with you?
Guns or
Okay, let me tell
what's
you
his
as a
name?
black man, let me tell you as a
There's
black
lots
man.
of black men
Okay,
voting
motherfucker,
Republican.
I am a black man. May I speak for what I think black men might think? Do you mind?
Go ahead.
John Galt is a fucking monster and a baby daddy who doesn't even have the courage to live in the same city with his multiple baby mamas and is different in many kids. John Galt does not even closely resemble
I ain't
a
come up here to
responsible
talk about
motherfucker. Are
John
you
Galt,
over talking
Stanley.
me? Okay, dude, I'll put you in the back if you keep not letting me do my spiel on the black community, which I grew up in and you did not. Don't
Yes, I
tell me
did.
about motherfucker. Do not tell me about black people. I happen to be one and grew up in the quote community. I will
Well, I
never,
grew up with
I
black
will
people.
motherfucker, dude, you know what? I will never fucking accept that a 12th man or a Be Brave knows shit about the black community. You can grow up amongst us, but that does not make you one of us, you dumb fuck. John Galt is an aberration, if not an outright stain on what we might call a black community. The motherfucker is a baby daddy, multiple baby mamas, doesn't live in the same city with his kids. I do not give a fuck what John Galt thinks. CT, who knows what that clown is thinking? So don't tell me what some dumb black assholes with YouTube shows think, because they're not normal. For that matter, I'm not normal. But don't motherfucking tell me, 12 man, what you see other black men on YouTube talking about. We are not the rank and file, and you would do better. You would sound less idiotic if you understood that. If you want to know black people, motherfucker, go back to Memphis, to your old neighborhood, and talk to some black people. They're more real than any black person you'll meet on YouTube.
You always got along great.
Don't give a fuck who you got along with. Irrelevant to my point.
The saying about John Galt, Stanley.
Motherfucker.
Get him out of your head,
Okay,
bro.
bitch, it's my show. If I decide to make it about John Galt, guess what it's going to be about? Your little, you got that dope motherfucking John Galt is literally a monster. And the people who enjoy his content are motherfucking monsters too.
Well, can we go back to talking about the Whiskey Rebellion? I don't want to talk about John Galt.
I don't want to talk about the Whiskey Rebellion either. So let's
You don't
listen
want to
to
talk about
let's listen.
insurrection?
No, let's listen to the rest of Dr. Harrelson.
very similar the Confederate Constitution is compared to that of the United States. I'm not an authority on the history of the Confederate Constitution. Marshall DeRosa is. Marshall DeRosa wrote the book to read about the history of the Confederate Constitution. But there are some important differences. The Confederate Constitution mentions Almighty God in the preamble. The U.S. Constitution did not. The Confederate Constitution stipulated that we, the people of the Confederate States, each state acting in its own sovereign and independent capacity.
Come back in.
That's a big difference.
Take it easy.
The Confederate Constitution did not require all states within the Confederacy to maintain slavery. If a state wanted to do away with slavery, it had the right to do so. But there's a difference between what's happening in South Carolina history with the state's unwillingness to be governed by an external authority in opposition to the people's interest who live within the state. There's a difference between that and the thugs in Portland. Big difference. Because the South, South Carolina was, in Calhoun's writings, this is all about law and constitution, constitutional order. It's about limited constitutional federalism. It is an attempt to preserve what is right about the American system of government, not an attempt to destroy it. These people who claiming the power to nullify and to use local authority in opposition to the Trump administration, they're not interested in preserving anything about American constitutional law. Their interest is their own selves. Their interest is not politics. Their interest is a secular humanist worldview that is based, that comes from the pits of hell. Politics is simply one way for these people to get what they want and to tell you that you have to like it. So I sympathize with the use of federal power to enforce the law. But there was no law in 1860 America that said a state did not have the right to secede from the Union. That would have been the most foolish thing anybody would have heard. Nobody would have said that. And nobody agreed with that until Lincoln started saying that it's all one country. It cannot be divided. A house divided against itself cannot stand. All of that kind of thinking begins with Abraham Lincoln. And Lincoln was almost single-handedly responsible for completely destroying the original founders, the framers' vision of American society. Can we get people to see that? Nope, sure can't. Because we've worshipped Abraham Lincoln ever since our schoolboy years. That's the way most people in this country were raised to think. But it gets to be a little bit dangerous when you start glorifying federal power and claiming that nothing the federal government can do is...
Okay. Lincoln had just as much a right to his opinion about secession as anyone else. It was not covered in the U.S. Constitution. Seceding from and as a matter of fact, that they didn't talk about plans to dissolve the Union in a weird negative, proving a negative way. If they didn't talk about it, the founders didn't anticipate it. Okay, it's easy to defeat this fucking second-rate Mississippi State PhD bullshit. If they didn't talk about it, they didn't anticipate it. Now defeat that argument, Dr. Harrelson.
Bad. But it's also dangerous to say that the federal government cannot be used for good. It can be used for good, for the preservation of law and order. And I
F
think that's
you,
what Trump is trying
Zhang.
to do. But my concern today was with Victor Davis Hanson comparing the very honorable and important political history of South Carolina in relation to state sovereignty, nullification, secession, all of these principles. Comparing that, the very rich, deep political history that involves, to the thugs and the lugheads in Portland. There's no comparison. And quite frankly, I think Hanson doing that is just sloppy history. It's sloppy. It's not good work. These people on the left who are not interested in law and order, who are only using law to get everything that they want to destroy any degree of tradition, any degree of values or virtues in these various communities, they're not nearly the same as the history of the South as it relates to limited constitutional federalism. But I also have to go back to Jefferson, who said cities are not a good idea anyway. Notice that all of this is happening in these huge cities, Portland and Chicago, Memphis, wherever else.
Portland is huge.
They're all cesspools that shouldn't have existed in the first place. I hate cities. I really do. There is nothing about going to a city that I like. It raises my blood pressure, makes me angry, and I can't wait to leave it. Jefferson said that farmers are the chosen people of God, that cities are to a democracy as sores are to the human body. But that's just my 2 cents worth on all that. Well, that's enough of blabbering today. I hope you enjoyed that little bit of historical conversation. This is Alan Harrelson with the Pipe Cottage. Thank you for stopping by.
Oh, damn it. Yeah, I have had a couple. No, it's not Woody Harrelson's father. As a matter of fact, I think he might even be younger than Woody Harrelson. So, let's see here. I am all out of content, at least content that won't be just more nerdy. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and end this right here. And I will bring up another show in maybe half an hour. Or T, well, T, I didn't even know you were still here. Bless your little heart. I'm going to go ahead and end this, and I'm going to take a quick break and eat some dinner. And then I'll be back in maybe half an hour. But if I come back, and I probably will, I'm thoroughly bored, and I'm just going to do what I want to do, which will mean, you know, we're gonna nerd and book out. So I will end it here. I will be back in half an hour. Those who are up for the Nerd Olympics, come on back. And T, I'm actually glad to see you here. That means I'm actually at least being entertaining. So I'll see y'all in a bit.